Chapter 1 Advent 2003 Yishan City Fuda. There are college students scattered in the classroom, and Sheng is one of them. Information technology is taught, and not many people choose this course. The Department of Computer and Information Technology was only established 2 years ago. It is now just beginning in February 2003. The School of Computer Science and Technology of Fuda has to wait 5 years. It was formally established later. Professor Tong is teaching. But Luo Sheng's desire to sleep is not because the professor's course is not good, but for his future soul traverser. It should not be too simple. During this year's winter vacation, a soul from the next 30 years passed to Luo Sheng, and now the soul of Luo Sheng is actually the super genius of that era. The people who won the Bell Prize, however, lost their genius as a result of an experimental accident, but they also wore 2003 in an incredible way. This is an era without smartphones, and those plastic keyboards on the market, so-called smartphones that can easily access the internet. Luo Sheng prefers to call it lot feature phones. In this era, the concept of the mobile internet has not been born, let alone big data, cloud computing, virtual reality, 5G Internet of Things. Luo Sheng is accustomed to the era of highly developed artificial intelligence. It can be said that the advent of this era was very unsuitable. But man is the creature most adaptable to the environment. After having to accept the fact that the soul wears 2003, he can only accept the world, accept a new identity, and start a new life. After more than a month, Luo Sheng has merged all the memories of the original owner of the body. But his new identity makes him quite helpless. In the eyes of most students, he is a weird person, or the former Luo Sheng was such a person. Now Luo Sheng not only has a genius-like mind, but also has an artistic cell. In the original world, he still has the title of Oriental Schrödinger. Alas, it does not mean academic achievement. Of course, academic achievement is no less than Schrödinger. But the actual meaning of this title means that Luo Sheng's popularity is comparable to Schrödinger. How Han wore until 2003. For Luo Sheng, he is now in the early stage of the development of the internet. For him, gold is everywhere. He doesn't want to be a full-time scientist anymore. Since life is the same as starting afresh, he decides to choose to become an entrepreneur. But this does not prevent him from continuing his passion for scientific research. Luo Sheng listened to the course boringly. After a while, his mobile phone vibrated, and he immediately felt it out of his pocket. It was an antique Nokia phone in his eyes. It took him a whole week to get used to it. This raw mobile device. But in the 2003s, Nokia was definitely out of date. This phone cost more than 800 yuan to buy, and it was still a copycat. Now the average working class earns about 300 to 400 a month. Is a text message to the account. Luo Sheng could not help but feel refreshed. Nice. X's professor gave him a silent glance. Luo Sheng embarrassedly returned the phone to his pocket, and the professor continued his lecture. Okay. Let's look at a sample problem. Suppose we have a computer with a 16-bit virtual address system with a page size of 256 bytes. The system uses a single layer page table with an initial address of 0 by 400. There is a byte storage function. The first few pages are used for hard disk tag storage. What if it is assumed that a page has 8 status bits? Who knows? No one among the students in the teacher speaks. And in Luo Sheng's eyes, this problem should not be too simple. Decided to do a career in this world, he didn't want to stay in the classroom to waste time, clean up his things and leave the classroom. But just as he was leaving, the professor on the stage said lightly, "I saw the first deserter." Don't worry about Luo Sheng. Even if your computer talent is excellent, more than 90% of the people are hung up in this course, and it is not shameful. The other students in the classroom looked back at Luo Sheng, who hesitated for a moment and couldn't help looking at the content on the screen projection again, and then methodically said, 1 valid position, 1 modified position, 1 reference position, 5 permission bit. He simply said something like this. Luo Sheng didn't bother, and left the classroom without hesitation. A group of students also looked back and turned to the podium. The lecturer on the stage stumbled for a while. He returned to God and coughed a few times, and said lightly, "Well, his answer is the correct answer." Then who knows how he counted? The dozen or so students on the stage looked at each other and none responded. Out of the classroom, Luo Sheng walked outside aimlessly, looking up at the sky, and couldn't help sighing that the sky was so blue and beautiful, and the air was extremely refreshing, making people feel more comfortable. He hasn't seen and felt such a beautiful environment for a long time. In the original world of Ibarra, despite the increasingly advanced technology, global warming and the continuous deterioration of the environment, typhoons of magnitude 16 and 7 in East Asia are commonplace, and North America is also frequented by magnitude 5 hurricanes. Unusual climatic phenomena followed. At the moment this blue sky is so beautiful, but Luo Sheng knows that the most modern city in the country will still be unable to escape the fate of the haze, and then spends huge investments to rectify it. The text message that Luo Yuosheng just received was RMB 370,000 fund remitted into the account. In 2003, it was definitely a huge sum of money, and the purchasing power was not comparable after 2 or 3 decades. The money came from Microsoft, which is the only remaining IT company in the world. Top 10 companies. Before the dot-com bubble burst, 7 of the world's top 10 companies were in the IT or telecommunications industry. For stocks, we can see how exaggerated the industry bubble is. This money is the fruit of Luo Sheng's labor during the winter vacation. He wrote a software called Synapse, a music player that can record the listening habits of listeners, and released it anonymously overseas. Writing this software is for the first bucket of gold. Luo Sheng sold Synapse music player to AOL and Microsoft. I can't be taken seriously. In fact, he is not sure, even if it is estimated, it will take several months to get feedback. But I did not expect that 10 days ago he received an email from AOL and Microsoft at the same time, expressing his hope to purchase this software and hire his offer at a high salary. Luo Sheng rejected the olive branches of the 2 North American giants. Eventually he sold Synapse to Microsoft. The after-tax money was $44,700, but he remitted it into his account. The current exchange rate is 1.82777, that is about 370,000. Put away her feelings of emotion, Luo Sheng returned to his 407 dormitory. What I have to say is that the genius who is full of IQ, emotional intelligence is usually very touching. The original Luo Sheng, his arrogance makes him not many friends, and even many people are unwilling to become a roommate with him in a dormitory. This also allowed him to enjoy the exclusive 407 dormitory for some time, until Xuyong moved into the 407 dormitory. The university has been studying for 2.5 years, and Luo Sheng only has such a roommate as a friend. But now Luo Sheng, the soul, is no longer the original Luo Sheng. Daeyong, are you interested in playing big tickets together? Luo Yuosheng returned to the dormitory and found that he was lying on the bed. When he heard this, Xuyong turned up and revealed his eager anticipation. What? Who do you want to hack this time? Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng couldn't help thinking of the memories of the first period of enrollment, and the two of them worked together to hack out Fuda's network. The crash lasted 22 hours, and the school fry pan. General, I was even more frustrated by the school's fate. It was never found out who did it, but after a week, Xuyong accidentally said that he had missed it when he boasted at a community gathering. There is always a pig teammate. Xuyong obviously plays the role of a pig teammate. Eventually found out by the school, the two were fined for 4 months for school observation. Luo Yuosheng shook his head and said frankly, this time I decided to do a serious business and start an internet technology company. Xuyong's computer skills are quite good. It takes at least 2 people to start a company. Luo Sheng is very helpless. The relationship between the original owner of this body and the network is really bad. New book for recommendation. Collection, Investment. Chapter 2. Luo Sheng's Internet Thinking. What? Start a company, or the Internet? Xu Yong showed an exaggerated expression, thinking whether he heard it wrong. When he saw Luo Sheng's serious expression, he was sure he did not hear it wrong, but he said helplessly, "Dude, how long has the internet bubble burst? How many internet companies have died? Aren't you know? Even if you want to start a company, you can't find a way out, right?" In the past month, Luo Sheng has done a lot of research on the current development pattern of the internet. He has made several copies of statistics alone, and then immediately analyzed. The internet was first born in North America. At present, global internet users, according to the data of the global standard company Nielsen Net Ratings, which has been consulted, shows that in the 2002 Global Internet Trends Report, in the fourth quarter of 2002, the number of users worldwide who can use the internet on home computers increased to 580 million people. Industry insiders estimate that the current global netizens have broken 600 million. Taking the Asia-Pacific region as an example, internet users are experiencing an inflated skyrocketing. According to the estimates of the Yankee Group, by 2005, the number of internet population in the Asia-Pacific region will increase from 55 million in 2000 to 192 million. The average annual growth rate has reached about 28%. And China's demographic dividend is exploding, and it will soon become the largest single regional market for global internet users in the near future. Xu Yong heard it, looked at him with surprise, could not help but ridicule. "Oh, these data come in handy. It seems that you have done a lot of research. Somehow there is a kind of meaning overlooking the internet of mountains and rivers." Luo Sheng smiled, and then continued to bluntly, "I think the Internet 1.0 era is almost ended with the United States Napster. This company is the originator of peer-to-peer. Then the social media era was born during the Internet bubble last year. Napster, although it is music sharing, it is the beginning of social networks. In my opinion, the Internet bubble is a breakthrough moment. The future of the Internet should be a fully distributed point-to-point network. Starting from this, we can overhead those large media companies, interconnected." Xu Yong, "So fierce. Overhead large media companies?" Luo Sheng shrugged and added, "The Internet is a virtual world with infinite imagination. Before that, think of the Internet as essentially a literary metaphor of a web page, and then hyperlinks to each other. What about the user? This may have started in the early blogging era 2000 years ago, and websites around personal opinions have emerged. Suddenly, you can imagine that there may be another element of the internet. Can it be organized? For example, the two of us, I trust you, I want to know what you're talking about, and this is the early blog." Xu Yong likes blogging, visiting the Tanya community, and thinking about nodding for a while, saying, "There are many blog links, most of which are related to the internet. We discuss the internet on the internet, and then connect more networks." Luo Sheng couldn't help feeling that the current global internet users only exceeded 600 million, and his original era was the era of highly developed Internet of Everything in the 5G era. At that time, the total number of internet users had accumulated to 5 billion, which basically covered the entire every corner of the world. Now that he has arrived in 2003, it is tantamount to grasping the pulse of the times. The future road is very clear in his eyes. After Xu Yong finished speaking, Luo Sheng looked at him and said, "Will you put different opinions together? Those opinions will recommend more links to you, which is like a kind of personal filtering. And the internet can be as lively as parties. At those parties, you can find interesting clues." "So what is a good clue?" Luo Sheng asked and answered, "I think he can be a job, an interview, or a relationship, etc. Such a network of people will definitely bring more value than Microsoft today, because this is being in a highly reviewed community where everyone has some kind of close relationship and everyone has his reason here." Xu Yong is astonished. More valuable than Microsoft? Even with the burst of the internet bubble, Microsoft's market capitalization is now over $270 billion. Aren't but the buddies are bragging, and after a while, Xuyong thoughtfully said, I'm afraid the signal to noise ratio here will be very high. Luo Sheng snapped his fingers, nodded and proposed a new concept. Yes, so to speak, so I call it the 2.0 era of the Internet, Web 2.0, a brand new era, and the new era requires new pioneer. I am. Xuyong couldn't help crying and laughing. It sounds very flaming. But buddy, when is it now? Internet companies have declared bankruptcy every day. I don't think anyone wants to listen to you. Don't even think about getting a penny from a VC. I got it. I didn't hear the big coffee industry people say that the models that can be done on the internet are basically done, and that's it. Luo Yuoshing said faintly, oh, the so-called big coffees are just a little understanding of the internet. Xuyong. Luo Sheng returned to his bed and sat down slowly, saying slowly, you seem to make sense. This feeling seems to be the strongest last year. PayPal went public last year, and it is still the only consumer internet company to go public. This year there are only 6 companies get financing or similar endings. The company in the United States is one of them. It can be said that it is the prototype of a social network. It is between the internet and social media. It is a truly successful viral growth company. I have recently got some inspiration and pondered optimization, diffusion development algorithms. Simply put, people are using the product to spread it to others, not because people like the product and decide to spread it. Instead, people use the software to spread it to others naturally. I heard Luo Sheng speak seriously and methodically. Xuyong still said the point directly. Do you really plan to start an internet company? Luo Sheng glanced at him and said, including but not limited to this. I now have almost 370,000 funds. The minimum capital of a registered company is 100,000. Which is definitely enough. But 2 people are needed for a registered company. I can't. I'm the boss and supervisor of the company, so I want to invite you to join. Well, why do you have so much money? Could it be the son of the boss of coal? Xuyong was stunned. He came from a peasant family. He also knows that Luo Sheng's family is richer than him, but it is too rich. It's money. You don't need to worry about where the money comes from, anyway. It's legal. Luo Sheng said. In the end, people in the city, Xuyong said with emotion. Luo Sheng sat up straight and looked at Xuyong, saying seriously, you don't need to raise money to start a business. You just join me and become one of the co-founders. I will give you 10% of the shares as technology shares. How about a partner? Xuyong thought and nodded. Even if he agreed, he laughed. Well, brother, if I don't agree, most of your company will not be able to get it up in 1.5, only me in the school willing to play with you. Luo Yuoshing shook his head helplessly and laughed. The cheap buddy said he couldn't refute him for a while, and now he was counting on him to help the tower perform. If Xuyong was unwilling, finding a partner would be a hassle. Peas, shares may be a poison point for some readers. By the way, this book's course is a reading guide. This is the first company created by the protagonist, focusing on the internet field, to be listed. There is a second company behind, focusing on the hardware field, not to be listed. Zhao Ling has already written a basic black science and technology article, and he also wants to write something new. This time, he chose to follow the route of IPO financing and listing. The protagonist founded the first company, got the financing and finally realized the IPO, where, instead of getting super gold fingers like alien civilization, there is no black plug-in. After all, the storyline not only follows the IPO line, the background is also in the 2003 era. This time, Zhao Ling wanted to bring a story for everyone. Through the protagonist, he showed the story of how a technology company went from the initial stage to the global multinational technology giant that monopolized the world. It chose one of the companies to follow the IPO route and start the story, in order to show more rigorously how a multinational giant grows step by step. So taking the IPO listing route will definitely carry out dual financing. And the main company's first company's shares will be continuously diluted in the financing process. In short, For some readers who are obsessed with the protagonist must be 100% controlled. You should understand here whether this book is suitable for further reading. Finally, I would like to recommend Tickets, Collections, and Investment. The new book urgently needs these 3 indicators. This book is definitely more exciting, so stay tuned. Chapter 3. Do it when you think. The company confirmed this. Xu Yong was the first partner. The two immediately started discussing the company's name. Just call Blue Star Technology. Liu Yuoshing thought about it and decided the name on the spot, then added, before registering a company, you must finalize the top-level design, which is the company's equity structure. Xu Yong said, what method? What kind of method? The company's shareholding structure adopted. Liu Sheng naturally already thought about it. Starting a business was not decided by him today, and immediately said, I decided that the company's shareholding structure should adopt the AB share system. The dilution of equity will also ensure that the company's control is absolutely in the hands of the founder team. The core of AB shares is actually very simple, that is, the same shares have different rights, and the shares are divided into 2 levels of A shares and B shares. That is, the separation of voting rights and dividend rights. The A shares issued by external venture capital have only 1 share and 1 vote. The B shares held by the founder team have N votes per share. N is usually 10, which can also be 20 or other. The founder team has 10 times or even 20 times the voting rights of its shareholding, thus firmly controlling the right to speak to the company. The company's adoption of this equity system also means that in the future, IPOs can only be listed in the United States, because domestic shares are not recognized in AB, and Hong Kong stocks are the same, and there are too many terms in the A share listing clause. Even if there is no Liu Sheng selected, there are almost no internet companies listed on A shares. Liu Yuoshing came to 2003, to a certain extent. He is now in a state of nothing. There is no invincible golden finger plug-in in the novel. To start a business from scratch, he needs to introduce venture capital in the early stage. Under the framework of the AB share system, Liu Sheng gave voting rights for Class B shares to 20. So even if the entrepreneurial management team was not included, only Liu Sheng's personal shareholding ratio was used, as long as the proportion of Class B shares was not changed. Below 10%, this line still has absolute control over the company. What's more, Liu Sheng can't dilute his shareholding so much. The design of the shareholding structure often determines the future destiny of a company. So Liu Sheng will never play a role in this issue. Jobs was expelled from Apple, that is, he did not have enough voting rights, because Apple has never had a dual equity system of AB shares. The benefits of this ownership structure can ensure management or founder control of the company, ensure that management decisions are not interfered by shareholders, and prevent malicious acquisitions. After a while, Liu Sheng continued, on this basis, I want to have a veto of the company. This top-level design can ensure that the company's control is always in the hands of our co-founder team, and with the operation expansion will also introduce new partners in the future, so we can jointly exercise voting rights in our entrepreneurial team. If there is any disagreement, there needs to be someone who will ultimately make the decision, and that is me, which is a veto. An a vote veto means that any resolution at a shareholders' meeting can be vetoed without a vote. Xu Yong uttered a sentence, should it be so serious and formal? Liu Yuoshing, you have to be serious about playing the real thing, and you can't lay the groundwork for potential future dangers. Do you have any opinion on this allocation? Xu Yong said that he had no opinion. The company was run by Liu Sheng. He did not pay, and took 10% of the shares. Naturally, there would be no opinion. Xu Yong's family background is ordinary. He comes from a rural family. His parents are workers and he has no living expenses. Liu Yuoshing's family is better than him. He is a middle-class family, his father is a middle school music teacher, and his mother is a top professional lawyer. He is a legal advisor to many large state-owned enterprises and multinational companies. Blue Star Technology's basic framework was thus determined. In the afternoon, Luo Sheng and Xu Yong left school again. This is not the first time they have done such a thing. Talent is sometimes very irritating. Even if you skip the class every day, your grade is better than those who study hard. Probably this is one of the reasons why no one plays with him. It is natural to go to register the company, because it requires more than 2 people, and the process is fast. But it is a little troublesome to cancel the company. The company's full name is Blue Star Science and Technology Co., Limited, and Blue Star Technology for short, and the company's registered capital is 350,000. After the completion, the two returned to school, but did not go to class. For Luo Sheng, that is a waste of time. 407 dormitory. The company is just starting up. At present, it only has a registered capital of 350,000, so we need to save a little money, and the dormitory will temporarily serve as our office space. Luo Sheng glanced at the computer of the two, which is the core work equipment and perfect. Xu Yong gradually became interested in joint ventures. Let's talk about what our company should do. There are Yahoo abroad in the portal category, 4 major portals in China, Whiteness in the search engine, Google QQ in instant messaging, Tencent QQ in e-commerce, and Amazon in the e-commerce. The air outlet is gone. What are we doing? Everything that the internet industry can do seems to have been occupied. There are giants in various models. They can't be surpassed like a mountain. Xu Yong can't find where Blue Star Technology can start from, so he can only look at Luo Sheng and stared. Who makes him the boss? Xu Yong's vision is limited, and for Luo Sheng, who was originally living in the era of 5G big data and cloud computing, the development of the internet in this world is no different from the wild era in his eyes, and there are more fields to explore. Go with. Before writing Synapse software, Luo Sheng had already figured out what to do, and had extremely clear planning. I started with the social network and took the lead in developing Facebook's model before Xiaozi. Now this time node is just right. If it is 1 year or 6 months later, there may be no chance. Xu decisively cut off Xiaozi's who. Since then Luo Sheng has never returned on this road. In 2003, this was a very critical time point. It was just right, no sooner than later. It was still the coldest winter in the bubble stage. Later, major companies have already completed the IPO. Luo Sheng said straightforwardly, let's get the materials on the spot. Let's start from school. What? Xu Yong looked at him puzzlingly, and Luo Sheng explained, it is actually very simple to do a successful business. Selling a solution to help people solve the corresponding problem, then find the problem first, and there is a very common problem in universities right now. Let's take Fudo as an example. It's almost impossible to find their corresponding photos just by people's names. All the dormitories of the school have personal directories. Some are printed and some are online, but most of them can only be viewed by students in one dormitory. So, we should solve this problem. Why not develop a unified online version? Vision again. Let us zoom in a bit. From our school to universities across the country and around the world, or even from the intranet to the entire network. Xu Yong said neatly. What are you waiting for? Get started. Do it when you think of it. The two immediately started, first writing a new version of the personal name that can be viewed online, and then spent 60 yuan to register the domain name use right of the website for 2 years. Blue Space, which means blue space, can be called Blue Society, Blue Space, or B Society in China. As time passed by minute, Luo Sheng was responsible for continuing to program the optimized diffusion development algorithm that he had been pondering for a while, and together with Xu Yong was responsible for registering the domain name architecture website and developing a new version of the unified online personal name. The program code is written very fast. According to the speed and talent of the two of them, the new version can be launched in one night. Seeking collection, recommendation, investment. At this time the investment is all angel investors. Chapter 4 Blue Space is online. It was almost 2 hours after I had a liver problem. and it was almost time for dinner. I ate a simple meal and returned to the dormitory. At one point we had to sort out a basic rule for the Blue Space website. Luo Sheng twisted a bottle of Wahaha mineral water bottle cap and took a sip, adding, "The rule is that you have to be responsible for your speech. So the personal account of the registered community needs to upload their true identity and trace everything back to a certain for real people. What we have to do is the opposite kernel of Tencent QQ. QQ is based on virtual social networking, while Blue Space website is based on real name social networking." I chatted for a while and the two continued to live. As the time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the first version of Blue Space was forced by the two of them in half a day, exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes. On the second day, Company B went live directly on the campus of Fudan University. Compared with complicated technical problems, this is a very simple community solution. After Luo went online, Luo Sheng and Xuyong both registered their accounts on B Agency. The first version is actually very simple. Just a basic web form. Luo Sheng's profile is displayed on it. There is a small profile picture that says "This is my profile and view my friends," etc. There are 3 to 4 links and 1 to 2 other boxes below. Blue Space is officially launched. Luo Sheng is very calm, but Xuyong is looking forward to it, staring at the background data at the beginning. In a flash, 3 days passed. Today is the weekend. Xuyong sat at his computer desk early in the morning and stared at the background data. 3 days have passed, and community members have been added to 7, 2 of which are still with me. I really want to hack the school's network and hang up the link. This time I can get it in 1 minute. Xuyong said helplessly. "Hey, don't mess around without being fired. We start a regular company," Luo Sheng said quickly. Xuyong is also a good player in computer. Although there is a big gap with Luo Sheng, he is too much ahead of others. At least he can keep up with Luo Sheng's thinking rhythm, otherwise he will not become a friend. Big networks are also easy. Xuyong held his head back against the chair and laughed. "I just talked about it. This growth efficiency is really anxious." According to last year's data, the number of registered users of QQ has exceeded 160 million and 50 million active users. 7 users, actually only 5. It is worth mentioning that in 2003, the number of internet users in China was about 80 million, and there were only 2,030 million computers with internet access. As for why the number of QQ users has doubled, there are 2 main reasons. QQ users of virtual social networks can register unlimitedly. At the same time, there is something called internet cafes. In 2000, internet cafes have entered the golden age of development. In fact, the number of people crossing the net far exceeds 80 million. "Calm," Luo Sheng said with a smile. Without any publicity, it was a pleasant surprise to have a few new registered users. There is a community gathering today. There are so many girls. I'm going to participate. After speaking, Xuyong shut down the computer and then arranged for a while, then he was going to leave the dormitory. "Wait, I want to go too," Luo Sheng said suddenly. "Huh?" Xuyong, who had just arrived at the door, stopped and turned around in surprise, then looked at him with a weird expression. "The sun is coming out to the west. You are actually interested in club gatherings? From today, I will make a change and become a brand new me," Luo Sheng said with a smile, adding in his heart, "Nonsense. The soul has been transformed." "Okay, but as a good buddy, I suggest that you first change your bad interpersonal handling." Xuyong said that although he is from a rural family, he is logically more introverted. In fact, Xuyong is very confident and young people who can integrate into social circles. In the past gatherings, Luo Sheng revealed the pride in his heart when he communicated with others. When a person is dating, they will work very hard to play the role of a peacock, show their feathers, in order to attract attention and become the focus. But Luo Sheng is. Xuyong still remembers an event he participated in once, but he talked about some of the societies. Many celebrities are because of their participation in the social circle. And Luo Sheng's feeling to others is like saying, "Yes, you are rich, and your circle of friends is very important, but your head is like a paste, filled with shit. I will definitely not mess it up this time, Luo Sheng said with a smile, vowing a guarantee. Zhuang took a complex look at the buddies, nodded, and the two left the dormitory together. Whether it is the original Luo Sheng or the no-pass Luo Sheng, they are all minimalists, with a shirt plus jeans plus sneakers. I came to the meeting place of the society. Luo Sheng and Zhuang entered the meeting hall. At the party scene, Zhuang decisively abandoned Luo Sheng and went to play by himself. Well, he was looking for a girl to chat. The students who came to participate in the event, in fact, most of them want to meet some new friends or even have a love relationship. In this era, many people were not as arrogant as they were later, relatively conservative and reserved. But this city is not the exception of being the most fashionable and modern city in the country. Luo Yuoxing soon discovered that no one took the initiative to talk to him, even though many people knew him. With a helpless smile in his heart, it is actually very difficult to change one's inherent view of another person, but he still wants to make some changes so that people can recognize a brand new self. How to break people's original ideas about him is not easy. As he pondered, his eyes were scattered aimlessly. Luo Yuoxing saw a piano placed in the party hall, but no one was using it. His eyes lighted up, he decisively walked over, and sat down in front of the piano. Playing piano, this is his masterpiece. Looking for music, Luo Sheng feels better than Einstein's violin. However, Luo Sheng did not start playing immediately, but was thinking about what kind of piano music to play to attract people. Uke reading. I immediately thought of Croatia Rhapsody. This piano piece was born this year, but it will not wait until 10 months later. I was naturally rude. Back in 2003, I didn't cut off the hustle of others. I'm sorry for the identity of the Soul Traverser. The first to cut Huxias as Facebook, and the second to properly cut Hu Maxim, but definitely not the last. After a while, Luo Sheng began to play. The Croatia Rhapsody has a lively rhythm, which gives people an exhilarating melody. As Luo Sheng continued to play, both the boys and girls, especially the girls, in the party hall were attracted by the piano music they had never heard before, and they followed. For the people in this world, this is the first time that they have heard this piano song. It turns out that classics are classics. As soon as they appear, they must be noticed. Luo Sheng, who is playing, has become the most popular audience at this moment. Focus on the eyes. At the same time, at the party scene, Zhuang saw that the person who played the piano was Luo Sheng, and his eyes flickered. As a roommate for more than 2 years, it was the first time that he found that he could play the piano. Zhuang, who was struggling to meet with Sister Paper but failed repeatedly, suddenly found that if he could master a musical instrument, would he not be able to get Sister Paper? Of course, except for Suona, the leader of Rogue Instruments. Look at the Sister Paper in the hall. All focus on Luo Sheng who plays the piano and listen. Zhuang cursed secretly. This actually hides so deep. Ps. Regarding the update time, 2 chapters are routinely updated every day. The first chapter is updated within 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock am, and the second chapter is updated between 1500 hours to 16 p.m. Chapter 5 Foreign user growth. As the piano music floated in the party hall, gradually, the communication voice in the party hall became less and less, and more eyes were on Luo Sheng. Many sisters actively leaned towards the piano and stood silently listening. It is so simple to attract the attention of Sister Paper. As long as you can master a musical instrument, the probability of reaching Sister Paper can be greatly increased. Luo Yuoxing always closed his eyes, playing with ecstasy. When the performance was over and his eyes were opened, the Sister Paper surrounding him suddenly gave applause, and everyone also gave applause in the party hall. Soon, Luo Yuoxing faced the applause and fascination of many Sister Papers with great calmness. For him, flowers and applause have been enough for the last life. In the face of the focus of many eyes, instead of being frightened, he calmly greeted him. After all, he is a man with a mature soul, and the big scenes have been commonplace for a long time. Hey, he's the computer freak Luo Sheng, you said. Didn't he say that he is arrogant and uninteresting? How can he play such a nice piano song? If so, I don't know. Her friend was also at a loss. At the party hall at this time, many girls were asking each other, whispering, had to say that music is a magic, and a piano song surprised many girls. What's the name of this piano song? Why did you hear it now? Where is the download? Most of the sisters at the party scene heard it for the first time, but they already loved it and couldn't wait to step forward to ask. Xuyong, who was far away, said to himself in an angry dissatisfaction, computer technology is better than me, and he secretly kept me from taking up music classes. Ma, don't you just play a piano song? What's so great? A boy whispered in a low voice, but he was envious. On the other side, Liu Sheng blushed and said, there is no download channel for the time being, because this is my original, I haven't recorded it yet. As for the name, how about Shanghai Rhapsody? Original? It's not just the girls who have heard the scene. Their eyes are wide open, some boys are also very surprised. Xuyong enviously whispered, if I have such musical talents, how can I not miss my sister? I thought I was afraid he wouldn't be able to meet my sister's paper, but I didn't expect him to want to make an appointment. Suddenly felt 10,000 critical hits. At the same time, some pretty girls came forward boldly and said, Student Liu Sheng, can you give me your contact information? At this moment, a few boys immediately appeared to be coaxing and whistled. The whole hall followed the coax, and the originally quiet party hall immediately became noisy. Is this the rhythm of beautiful women chasing back? His sister paper is so proactive. If she refuses to make her face very shameless, she will make the sister paper vengeance. Liu Sheng's many years of experience tells him that no one can offend the sister paper vengeance, otherwise it will be miserable. Of course can. Liu Sheng agreed with a smile, so the two of them took out a mobile phone in public to exchange contact information. Then, Liu Sheng became the envy and jealousy of all the boys participating in the party, because Liu Yao was not the first sister paper to exchange contact information with him, and then more than a dozen sister papers came up to find him for contact information. Liu Sheng was quite surprised. He thought that this time should not be so unrestrained, but he was relieved when he thought of the city he was in. Suddenly, Liu Sheng said to everyone, I recently created an online social networking site called Blue Space or Blue Space. Everyone is interested to join. A young girl curiously said, Blue Space. What kind of social networking site is that? How do you say? Liu Sheng thought for a while and explained briefly, it is a unified online version based on the personal directory of the school dormitory. Trouble. For a whole week you keep asking about interesting activities there. And then you have to keep in touch at all times. No one can be online 24 hours a day. But Blue Space makes it all a lot simpler. If you join this community, if you have any fun activities in the future, you can directly check online. In the future, we will develop some more and more interesting things. The clever Liu Sheng promoted a wave of his own social networking site. When members of the party at the party heard him describe it, many people became interested in the social networking site. He said, Liu Sheng was right. It was really troublesome and time-consuming to find some activities in school. It is worth mentioning that although QQ and Blue Space are mainly social, the kernel is still very different. The former is an instant communication based on a virtual environment, which is an entertainment application type. The latter is a social website based on real identity. It is an innovative type, and in the future, it will be mainly based on photo sharing. Liu Sheng is very clear that it must be different from QQ, and it is a fundamental difference. Otherwise, with the current 160 million registered users of QQ, the chance of directly competing with it is very small, because the Matthew effect has already formed. What really can threaten Blue Space is also to establish a real identity-based social application WeChat. But now even the concept of mobile internet has not yet. Liu Sheng cannot let Teng Xun get WeChat first. must cut Huxiamao. Liu Washing believes that QQ will not easily change its own genes. This will undoubtedly give B the opportunity for growth. When it grows to a certain level, QQ will certainly have to face up. At this time, Liu Sheng is not afraid of the other person's imitation, because the concept of internet forward thinking in his mind is incomparable to people in this era. At that time, these innovative gameplays will be launched one by one. Even if QQ is imitation, it will always be behind. There is no Twitter Weibo yet. These are all properly cut off. In other words, Liu Sheng has a lot of cards. After the party activity was over, on the way back to the dormitory, Xuyong put his arms around his shoulders and said, "Are we brothers?" Liu Sheng: "Nonsense." Xuyong: "Why did you go to a music tuition class secretly without me? When did it happen? I was so miserable that you deceived me, and I still say my brother." Liu Sheng couldn't help crying and said, "Okay, that's something before going to college. You don't know and it's normal. If it wasn't because of exposure to the internet, maybe brother would be on the road to a big musician. My dad is music teacher." He lied and blushed. But his cheap father was indeed a middle school music teacher. Xuyong: "Why don't you tell us?" Liu Washing: "You didn't ask me again. As we all know, I am a loc person. What kind of publicity is this kind of thing?" Xuyong immediately sneered and taunted, and whispered, "Meiji, you are called loc. You are surrounded by Kufang. I don't know if you have just been filled with hate value. Honestly explain how many sister paper contacts in your mobile phone. At least 20, and there are a lot of beautiful women. Hurry up and share a few. Do you want to receive them all? Hurry up. Brothers and my future depend on you buddies." Liu Washing rolled his eyes and had to reach out his mobile phone. The two returned to the dormitory. Xuyong turned on the computer and looked at the background data. The eyes flashed and he was excited. Liu Sheng: "Look, the number of user registrations has gone up. It has gone up so fast." "How many?" Liu Washing was surprised at hearing this, and stared at the data panel. Xuyong immediately replied, "The number of registrations is 98. The page views are 328 times. And the information on the roster are basically members of the party today." Although it is completely incomparable with QQ, Xuyong is still very excited. Company B is a real online community. All users who register with Company B are real names. This is the core gene injected by Liu Sheng to Company B. You reading book www. Every member of UUkanzu.com B is responsible for their own words, which is completely opposite to QQ. Hey, this girl named Lin Zairu is pretty good. You can score 8 points by looking at the photos. This is also good. At this moment, Xuyong started to click on the sister paper of the registered B company account one by one, which made Liu Sheng cry and laugh. In fact, at the same time, many boys and girls who participated in the community gatherings learned about the B community, and opened their visits at a curious point in their free time. Most of the sisters went to Liu Sheng's curiosity. And the group of users who registered the B company account as soon as possible was Sister Paper, who uploaded their own photos and personal information, and then followed Liu Sheng. Like the butterfly effect, some boys visited the B community and saw that there were actually dozens of girls, and they also registered their own B account, which successfully collected more than 90% of the members of the party. Whether it is a boy or a girl, they are checking each other's information, mainly focusing on each other's photos. The number of visits is quietly increasing. On this day, the number of Community B user registrations has reached 118 and the number of visits has reached 522 times. The activity level can be said to be very high. Probably this is the power of furious youth. Some students are more afraid of socializing and are very embarrassed when they are offline. Xunzing said that at the beginning of human nature, nature is not good. Which girl is not pregnant and which boy is not in love? The real network of B company undoubtedly gives these boys and girls an excellent opportunity to observe other objects secretly. Both the virtual network and the real network have their own advantages and disadvantages. and all the information on B Company can be traced to a real person. Don't worry if the other party uploads kawaii's photos like QQ, meaning the real situation is that the situation of picking up the big man happened. Chapter 6 Schedule system. The next day, Liu Sheng got up and opened the B Community to check the dynamics, and also checked the data background. The activity was very good. 148 people have been registered. Today's traffic has passed 400 times. No accident. It can be broken, and half of the users of Company B have already started to post dynamic news on it. Liu Washing, while browsing some content, was ready to like, and found that there is no such feature. Then I realized that the idea of like function has not yet appeared on the internet. Liu Sheng is very aware of how much this seemingly insignificant like function has in social media applications. Like function is definitely a god-level function, but he is not in a hurry to launch like function. It is not the time. After watching for a while, Liu Sheng shut down his computer and walked out of the dormitory to walk around the school. He found that many sisters were greeting him. When I was going to class, there was a girl handing a note to him. Liu Washing was surprised. How powerful is a piano song? It was a bit beyond his expectation. Liu Sheng was originally famous in school, but now undoubtedly makes people more curious about him, especially Sister Paper. In the afternoon, Liu Sheng called Xuyong and decided to skip class this afternoon. To be back today, I have come up with some new ideas, and at the same time I have to further optimize the Blue Space website, Liu Sheng said. Xuyong sat aside. What's new? Liu Sheng opened his computer and said, design a social online curriculum to help students in school determine their own curriculum based on other people's courses. As long as users click a course in our community, you can find out who is enrolling in this course. Just click on a registered student's name to see which courses he has chosen. Xuyong was puzzled, and said bluntly, what course to choose depends on the course selection of others. What is this operation? Frankly, I don't see any use for this idea. I heard him say that. Liu Sheng laughed and said, I guarantee that after the curriculum system is online, users will never obediently use it to choose courses. Xuyong spread his hands. Well, what else do you do with this? Liu Sheng looked at the other person and asked, then I ask you, if you have a beautiful classmate at your next table, but this time there is no chance to talk, and you are not reconciled, but you can do nothing because you will not have it next time. So coincident, I can only sigh. When I saw Xuyong, I immediately became interested. Liu Sheng couldn't help but curse. As soon as I talk about the Sister Paper thing, am excited, madder. I can make a bold judgment when I see your reaction. Stable. Xuyong quickly said, don't interrupt. Go back to the topic above and continue. Liu Sheng replied with a smile. The reason why I just said that students would not obediently use it to choose courses is because this curriculum has another wonderful use. It has a sister-in-law attribute. Think about it, if you miss this opportunity, it's okay, you can remedy. Go to the B Community to find this Sister Paper to see which courses she chooses, and then choose the same courses yourself, so that you can have a chance to chat with the sisters. Xuyong couldn't help but stop when he said this. And suddenly he screamed, Xua brother, it turns out that this schedule can still have such a wonderful use. So I have misunderstood you, asshole. My sister has a lot of routines. It makes sense to thank you for being single in the whole school. What are you waiting for? For the majority of singles, we must rush out the schedule of the sister class. The two of them didn't mess with anything at all, and immediately started to develop the curriculum system. It could be done in one day, and they were one person. Any one of them could do it. The next time, Xuyong is responsible for optimizing and upgrading the community, and Liu Sheng is responsible for writing the curriculum system. At around 7:30 in the evening, the curriculum system was tested. At the same time, Xuyong also completed the optimization of the B Community and chose to go online that night. Liu Washing's operation method has a professional term in the internet community: iterative development. In simple terms, It means that the old products are offline and the new products are online, instead of holding a major product conference on a regular basis. Of course, Blue Star Technology does not have the ability to hold a conference now. There is no doubt that iterative development can always keep up with the times. At present, the number of registered users of Company B has exceeded 400, and the number of visits has reached 2,000 plus times. This data is already a very good number of visits to the school intranet that has been online for only 3 days. You must know the B community. It is currently only launched within FUDA and has not been promoted to other universities. The promotion to other universities is a must. This is all within Liu Sheng's plan. But it is not the time to eat bite by bite, and the road must be taken step by step. At the same time, dozens of students in the whole school are using Company B. They met the classmates around them, and when they refreshed the web page, they found that they were different. The web page is not only smoother, but some bugs have also been fixed. Most importantly, users find that the new version adds a curriculum system content. You are reading books. www.uukansu.com. Liu Washing finished today's task and went to have dinner. During this period, some users who were visiting B Company found this new content, and most of them clicked curiously, and the function introduction and interface were simple and clear. The simple and clear page is very important. Some students found that the new version of B's online version did a good job in their own curriculum arrangement, so the first user developed their own schedule on it, and it was a sister paper of the School of Economics and Management. With the first, soon the second, the third. As more and more users of the B agency found new content and used this department content to develop their own curriculums, more and more people began to join it, and this was quickly discovered by some boys. What I have to say is that there is no need for pointing. This is the age of integrity in college. Once the pursuit of the opposite is born in the heart, it will inevitably act for it. While some users are browsing the B community, they click a course on the web page and find out which students are enrolled in this course. Some students check the course selected by a friend on the page schedule, and some boring students check the course selected by a student they do not know. Of course, click on the desire in addition to the friend you know. The other is a photo. If it is a beautiful student, the click rate is much higher. Soon, in the next week, the secret of B's curriculum that was of great help to AI's sister spread. In fact, as Liu Sheng expected, the main purpose of the users of this curriculum system is not to use it to select courses, but rather to use the course selection system to know that their favorite girls have chosen those courses. Then choose the same class by yourself so that you can have a chance to chat with it. Chapter 7 Attract Attention. Look, in the early morning, Xuyong in the dormitory 407 exclaimed and scared Liu Sheng, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and scolded him. Your brain is pinched by the door? Xuyong ignored him, but stared excitedly at the background data. Visitors have reached 22,000. Registered users have reached more than 6,000 people. Mom, this is the rhythm of fire. Xuyong was frightened when he saw the background data. Don't look at the 22,000 visits and more than 6,000 users. This data is really not a big number, but the entire university has only more than 20,000 people. In just 1 week, more than a quarter of students have registered for a Blue Space account. The key is that there is almost no publicity. Xuyong was pleasantly surprised by this growth rate, and Liu Sheng secretly sighed with relief. This heat shows that his judgment is completely correct. The Facebook model is indeed feasible in the current domestic environment. Every refresh has a new user registration, indicating that B is very popular in the school. Xuyong said excitedly. Most of the students on campus started to register for an account, and actively provided their personal information, such as name, address, hobbies and photos. Students on campus are increasingly using the free Community B community platform to keep up to date with friends, chat with friends, search for new friends, and more. Liu Sheng also opened his computer, entered the background program, and said at a glance, According to this trend, more than 90% of the students in the school will join B in the next 2 weeks or so, and the number of user registrations will reach 20,000. It's a lot. Some are busy next. B is a social network platform based on user relationships and sharing mechanisms. Users will share a lot of content on it, and data will skyrocket. Liu washing. You look at the website and continue to optimize the website. Don't let the surge of users crash the website. Xuyong said immediately, a server is needed, or sooner or later it will crash. Liu washing nodded. The server must not be dragged. We must rent a server as soon as possible. I will fix it. It seems that we have to move our nests, and we have to recruit some additional staff if necessary. The company's current capital is 350,000 yuan, which looks a lot in this era. But Liu Sheng knows that the internet industry does not spend any money. Renting a server costs about 801,000 yuan. And it is impossible to stay in the dormitory. You must rent a studio. At this stage, you don't need too much space. About 100 square meters is enough. About 600 yuan money month, as long as the house below 1,000 can accept Liu Sheng. The money of this era is still very valuable so far. Another one is recruiting people. Now they can cope with them without any problems. But Liu Sheng treats Blue Star technology as a real cause. Take a step and look at 3 steps. Sooner or later, the current situation must be based on local materials. Finding a helper from the school can also save a lot of money. Every expense of the company's startup must be carefully calculated. Liu Washing explained the matter and left the school to find the house and server. Kunping City. Mr. Ma, are you looking for me? In the CEO's office of the company's headquarters, a man dressed in formal clothes knocked on the door. His name is Xu Chenghua. He is one of the co-founders of Tencent. He is a very easygoing person who has his own opinions but not easy to express. The famous Mr. Good. The biggest hobby is chatting with people, and interests are diverse. Xiao Xioj, who was sitting in the CEO's office, said seriously, the company sent a message in the Shenxing office. A new social networking site called Fuda suddenly became popular. Xu Wenyan said. Xu Chenghua curiously said. The newly opened social networking site, I have never heard of it. Is there anything special? It can cause you so much interest in President Ma. Brother Xiaoma nodded silently, saying, it is very special. It can be said that it is completely the opposite of QQ. But it has achieved great success in Fuda. At present, the number of visits on campus has reached 22,000 or even higher. Xu Chenghua couldn't help but showed a surprised expression. You said that in the University of Fudan University alone, it has generated 22,000 visits. As a company's senior management, it is natural to know what the concept of 22,000 visits is. The number is indeed not large, and it is even worse than QQ. But QQ is looking at the whole country, and Blue Space is only in a university with more than 20,000 people. It's incredible how many visits were generated by the school's intranet. Mr. Ma said, I only know this website today. They are commonly known as Community B, or Community B, or Blue Space. Only college students use this, but after understanding this website, it is really amazing. The users above, it's incredible that he put all his private information, such as his mobile phone number, home address, and so on Company B. Xu Chenghua couldn't help hearing it for a moment. Mr. Ma added, this shows that Company B has gained the trust of users. This is a new social platform based on real names. In contrast to QQ, we are a social platform built on virtual foundations. Another value of concern point, Blue Space was founded by a student at Fudan University, who registered a new company 10 days ago called Blue Star Technology. A young man in the 1980s, with a very simple idea, succeeded in a simpler way, faster speed, and less investment. At least in Fuda, it was a great success. The university can be successful, then it is very likely to succeed in other universities, and they must be awed by what they have achieved. Xu Chenghua couldn't help looking at this number, nodded, and said, that makes sense. Mr. Ma then said, I have created Tencent and have dominated the market in the field of instant messaging, but we are not successful. The company seems to have entered a stable period and the user growth has slowed down. Recently, I am trying to find new developments in the future direction. Blue Space appears. After hearing this, Xu Chengwu pondered for a moment, and seemed to think of something. He suddenly looked at President Ma in astonishment and said quickly, "Mr. Ma, the core gene of Blue Space is completely contrary to QQ. Shouldn't you want to?" Mr. Ma knew what he wanted to say, and shook his head and said, "Of course I don't think that QQ is on the wrong path because of the sudden appearance of Blue Space. The social platform built on virtual foundations is very promising. I never doubt." Xu Chengwu only eased after hearing this. The company is actively preparing for the listing. At this time, if Mr. Ma suspects that the company is on the wrong path and even wants to make a big turn, investors question and company members will feel that he's crazy. Tencent's IPO plan for next year will definitely be cool. Mr. Ma went on to say, "I firmly believe that QQ is on the right path, but what I want to know more is whether Blue Space, a social network based on the real world, is also on the right path. It runs counter to QQ. But how?" "Explain that Blue Space became popular overnight at Fuda." Xu Chengwu kept talking, because he found it to be a problem that caused confusion, especially for Teng Xun. Chapter 8 Famous He couldn't answer. President Ma then convened a high-level internal meeting of the company's senior management to discuss the Blue Space phenomenon. However, this meeting did not discuss the substantive content. Although Community B entered the high-level vision of Tencent, it was not taken seriously. Although Xiaoma showed strong interest in Community B, it also maintained skeptical attitude. At the meeting, a group of executives stated that they could wait and see for a while, and President Ma accepted this strategy. After all, the core of the B community is completely opposite to QQ. Most of the company's executives believe that QQ's instant messaging model is the future of the Internet. The reason is simple. The Internet is a virtual world, and social platforms are built on a virtual basis, is the most dynamic. In this regard, President Ma also agreed. Another reason is that the Internet bubble has just been burst. Every day, Internet companies announce the closure of the company. Tencent is actually having a hard time. There are hundreds of millions of users. However, no breakthrough has been found so far. Don't have too much energy to distract yourself from doing something that is uncertain and runs counter to yourself. In fact, the vast majority of Internet companies have a difficult time in the big environment, and the surviving Internet companies strive to survive. It is for this reason that Company B has spent a thrilling period invisibly, so that it will not face the huge pressure brought by industry giants in the early stages. This is an Internet that Ma always participated in. Later the forum publicly acknowledged that it regretted that it did not pay attention to the real-name social model of Blue Space in time. And it was too late to pay real attention. How else would you call regret? In the afternoon, Liu Sheng wandered around the school for a long time, and finally found a satisfactory room and rented it. I rented a house at a distance of about 15 minutes from the school. It costs 1,350 yuan per month, which is more expensive than expected, but it is still acceptable. The house is quite large, with 139 square meters. I then spent 925 yuan to rent a new server. After all this was done, Liu Sheng called Xu Yong to help. At about 14 o'clock, Xu Yong got the relevant affairs of the B agency and came to the Blue Star Technology studio at the address given by Liu Sheng. When Xu Yong came over, at first glance, there were graffiti everywhere, and he looked sternly. "No, what kind of ghost is this?" I walked into this rented house and looked at it again, and suddenly said ruthlessly, "Liu Riking, what kind of house do you rent? This is more than 1,000. The various thrilling pictures of the graffiti on the wall of the house explain what is called dirty and messy." Liu Sheng looked around for a week and whispered to himself, "You have to repaint a layer of paint, add some office equipment and other hardware facilities. Don't bother, work quickly." Next, the two began a big cleanup and it took 2 days to get it done. The room has a new look. Not only are the graffiti on the wall gone, but the wall has been repainted. On the third day, the two bought some computer desks, stools, chairs, sofas and other hardware from the thrift market and moved them into the studio, and even some whiteboards. They brought the dormitory computer over and bought two second-hand computers. The computer cost more than 3,280 pieces here, but it is not a finished product, but an assembled product. They were bought from the thrift market. For these computer masters, naturally they will not buy finished products. It was already dusk at the time when all this was done, and both of them were paralyzed on the old sofa in the living room. Xuyong said in a surging mood, "In the future, this is our first base of Blue Star Technology, nice." At this point, the office space of Blue Star Technology was transferred from 407 dormitory to the rented room next to the school as a studio. The two of them spent almost 2/3 of their time each day on maintaining the Beak community. Time is used for high leather. As for class, what is that? Unless you have more than 1/3 of your time, if you do, you must have fun. From the day Luo Sheng rented the studio, Community B officially entered the first round of real user growth explosion period. In these 3 days, Community B's visits reached a new record of 50,000. More than 3/4 of the students at FUDA have registered their accounts with the B agency. Only half a month has passed since the registration of Blue Star Technology and the launch of the B community. By the end of February, 90% of the students in the school had registered a B company account, and their two business partners also became celebrities in the school, especially Luo Sheng. All the students in the entire university knew his name. When talking about Luo Sheng, the students at school said, "Is it the Piano Prince Luo Sheng?" Luo Sheng, who founded B Community? Yes, he became famous in the school completely, and also got new troubles for it, that is, various paper love letters and personal email style love letters. If it was said that Xuyong's support for his entrepreneurship was mainly due to the nature of play and novelty, and now that the B community is completely popular in the university, he realizes that the future of his career may be promising. Words have weight because the facts are happening as he described. Time passed day by day. This morning, the two came to the studio after lunch. "I have received emails from other university students, and I hope we will also launch B Community in their school." Luo Sheng was sitting in front of the computer. The screen displayed an email from a student of Jiatong University. He also has more than 100 unread messages in his mailbox. "What are you waiting for?" Xuyong said expectantly. "This is the rhythm to be popular." After B became popular, the school's social rules changed almost overnight. As Luo Sheng said before, when there was no B community, it was very troublesome to find a way to party in line, especially for new alumni. Friends are also very difficult, and they have to keep in touch to find out where there are fun activities throughout the week. But since the B community, everything has been simple. I was able to make a splash. In fact, I have a great relationship with my sister. Well, the formal point is to make new friends, but the ultimate goal is not for my sister. Today, this situation has begun to spread outward. FUDA is one of the best first-rate universities in the country. Many other universities' students pay attention to FUDA. The news from will soon known by students from other schools. When I learned that the new social network site B of FUDA appeared, students from other schools also hoped to use it. One of the driving forces was to hope to know another university through the real social platform of B Community, students, or sister paper of another university. In short, Luo Sheng received a large number of petition emails from other college students, all hoping to launch this website in their school. The matter of the website will be left to you for the time being. I have to go to these days. I may go to the capital or Pengqing at least half a month or so. At night, Luo Sheng suddenly that said, they rarely return to the dormitory for the night. "What are you doing?" Xuyong looked at him puzzledly. Luo Sheng, who was sitting on the couch, said with his head in his back, "Pull out venture capital." Xuyy said, "Looking for a VC? Don't worry about it. We have all used less than 10,000 yuan, and the company still has 340,000 funds." Luo Luosheng shook his head and said, This money is a huge sum for ordinary people. Once Blue Space takes off, this money can't help but plan ahead. You can't wait for the book to be used when you don't hate it. Xiong nodded and said, "It's far away to think about it. Let's rest assured. I'm here to hand it over. Although my technology is not a freak like you, it is also a great in front of others. But you must pay attention to safety." SARS was very fierce in the south during this time. After Luo's finalization, Luo Sheng didn't mess around, and started the investment journey the next day. Ps, for recommendation tickets, collections, investors. What about angel investors in this book? Chapter 9 Investment. Before Luo Sheng set out, he spent a sum of money to buy a suit and leather dress, which looked like a proper piece of workplace meat. Luo Sheng, born in 1985, is 19 years old this year. It looks a bit immature in all aspects. It is so-called hairless on his mouth. Although she is dressed up brightly, she is not reliable in any way. This time, Luo Sheng arrived in 2003, and for the first time since 2003, he has encountered various irregularities. This time his investment trip has become a journey against a wall. When he went out to look for VC, in an apartment in another place, the shopping site Juaba was in full preparation, and it is expected to be online in 3 months. Danbaba's founder, Mr. Ma, is also seeking private equity financing. The environment is not good, and the cold winter of the internet bubble seems to have not shown signs of recovery. It is not easy to get investment. In the following half a month, Luo Sheng started from Chengqing, flew north, and then flew south, constantly. After a lot of effort to go to the capital, I finally saw the founder of Soaring, Zhang, seeking angel round financing. President Zhang learned of his intention, and he refused before he finished speaking, and threw a word of hurt. I just find a few college students who do better than you for less than 1 month. In the current industry environment, what do you use to compete with Tencent QQ? No future. Luo Yuoshing wanted to tell him, in fact, it was made in less than half a day, but did not say. After being rejected, Luo Sheng found the Liangxian company again. He did not meet the founder of the company, but he also saw an executive of the company. When he heard that the young man came to invest, one word just returned Luo Sheng to the top. At this age, you should go to college first. The social network model you said cannot be successful, and the reason is simple. Because there is no such model in the United States. This is enough. There is no such internet social model in the United States. No. This is the sentence that Luo Sheng has heard the most. At least 10 investors have rejected him with this sentence. In the case of successive capital wall encounters, Luo Sheng had to leave after staying for 7 or 8 days, and flew to Guangdong province. On the first trip, he found Rebus. Luo Yuoshing was fortunate to have a successful meeting with the busy man, and paid 3 days for it, and got the result of the disappointment. When Luo Sheng left, Mr. Law also teased people around him and said, "This young man and Marley are really two extremes, a gimmick, a handsome, but they have one thing in common, that is, the owner who likes to run the train with his mouth full." The project mentioned is bigger than the sky, and it is necessary to connect all human beings at all times. Anyone at a young age is trying to cheat money. 17 On the 17th day of leaving Chengqing. At this moment, in the afternoon local time, Luo Sheng, wearing a suit and leather shoes, was carrying a briefcase in his hand, which contained thousands of pieces of cash and a development plan for the Blue Space website. He drank half of the mineral water while holding a bottle in the other hand. In the 17 days, he has met 32 investors, including the industry's biggest coffee in the future. But after meeting so many people, the Blue Space website development plan in his briefcase was never presented to investors, because there was no chance at all, and the investors he saw were extremely strong. Luo Sheng was denied without saying a few words. After experiencing it in person, he finally understood the feeling of being rejected by Ma that year, because more than half of the 32 investors he had met had also seen him when he was investing. I said Mr. Luo Sheng didn't think he should make a second mistake, but Mistel's operation almost flashed Luo Sheng's waist. After drinking the remaining half of the bottle of mineral water, Luo Sheng took the empty bottle and glanced around the street, and found the trash can and threw it away. 5 minutes later, he stood under the current corporate headquarters building of Teng Sun. Of course, Teng Sun does not yet have his own independent headquarters. Luo Sheng hesitated to try it and see if he could meet with Xiaoma. After thinking about it, he made a decision and immediately moved forward. Go to the airport and return to Shenqing. Luo Sheng gave up to see the penguin boss, because he remembered that Little Pony had also rejected the founder, and he had also sought financing from him, but it was not negotiated. It is said Brother Xiaoma had a chance to invest 15% at the time, but on the one hand he was not optimistic about the project of the boss Ma. On the other hand, he felt that the proportion was too small and wanted 50%, and the result was naturally unsuccessful. Why Shenqing, Blue Star Technology Studio? Oh, come back. Did you get the investment? When Xiong saw Luo Sheng coming back, he threw his bag aside and his suit aside, and sat down on the old sofa in the living room. Xiong saw that he already knew what the result was, and laughed and laughed. Looking at this situation, Angel, I didn't get the investment and I still lost the toll. What a terrible word. Not infected with SARS is a thank you. Your girl is really inspiring. Luo Sheng shook his eyes helplessly, and then stared blankly at the ceiling. This time he went out to invest. He did not find overseas capital. But now this situation, I am afraid he has to leave the boss old way. Luo Sheng's mind was already thinking. At this time, Xiong came with 2 bottles of beer, sat next to him, and laughed. Tell the story of your trip. I have wine. Luo Sheng took a bottle smoothly, and took a sip and sighed, saying, the good point is the limitation of the times. The bad point is, say. Forget it. This is fate. Yes, my life is also the life of the 30 or so investors I've met, and I've perfectly missed a technology giant with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars in the future. When I heard his last sentence, Xiong was almost not caught, and immediately said, hundreds of billions of dollars in market value. Do you think of yourself as Bill Gates? No wonder you can't get investment. Luo Sheng laughed. It's not that there is no gain. This trip is still necessary. Why? Next time, you can know that these people can be eliminated so as not to waste time. We still have some money. If we need to use the money urgently in the case of all rejections, it is necessary to have a personal death. How much money is left? Xiong, there are still 220,000 yuan. On the way back, Luo Sheng also thought about the reasons for the failure. It can't be blamed that the investors have no vision and have some problems themselves. If the website is well developed, Xiao Yuming can even be paid attention by the industry, and it may not appear more than 30 investors have refused. After returning to Shenqing, you read the book www.yuukansu.com. Luo Sheng began to focus on the development of Blue Space itself. I unknowingly passed a month, and it turned out that Luo Sheng was right. In the next month, Community B became more and more popular on campus. The internet community and the Capital Circle have finally attracted attention, and they have even drifted across the ocean to the Silicon Valley. Today, the topic level even exceeds QQ. At universities that can already use the B community, most of the students on campus are chatting with the B community, looking for new friends, etc. People want to register frantically, and in this month, Luo Sheng and the two of them are almost in continuous explosion. They both want B company to launch on 3 or even 4 university campuses every day. In just 1 month, the B community has been promoted from the original Fudan University to more than 100 universities. Although it was only launched in more than 100 schools, few college students across the country have never heard of Blue Space. In this popular social networking site, some college students even talked about the topic of B and QQ instant messaging. But now QQ can only chat privately, because there is no such thing as QQ Group. As early as March 7th, after the launch of the B community at the Jiatong University that day, Less than a day later, 70% of the students in the school had registered for a B-Social account, and the development speed can be said to be unmatched. Now, even the current social giant QQ has been taken aback, and the entire internet and investment circles are staring at it. The overall scale is small, but the growth momentum is quite bright. This represents potential. It is no exaggeration to say that since the dot-com bubble burst, BlueSpace is a new social website that has been very eye-catching so far. Chapter 10 Expansion. Expansion. Blue Star Technology Studio. Liu Yuoxing came to the whiteboard on the wall of the living room, took out a whiteboard pen to write a piece of content on it, and his friend and partner Xuyong lay on the end of the sofa, turned his head and looked at the black characters on the whiteboard. What is written above is which school to go to next, station to launch related things. Liu Yuoxing shook his pen aside and said, "The problem is obvious, the problem is very simple. How can we expand? I dare not say that we will succeed, but the prospect of success has become more and more obvious. It has been launched in 116 schools so far, and the number of user registrations has exceeded 1 million last week. It has reached 1.35 million so far, 800,000 active users, and 20 million page views. The problem is that, how do we expand next? Expansion. This is the word that Liu Shenle used to talk about in the last month after the investment failed. Xuyong said with worry, "I have to say that I am running out of money. Most of the money has been used to expand the server and huge broadband expenses. If the server is not expanded, the website will be flooded in 3 days later. The user crowds and crashes. If it weren't for your optimized diffusion development algorithm, the website would crash 2 weeks ago." The B community has officially entered a high-speed development stage, and Liu Sheng has almost no need to doubt. It must have been followed by Tengzun, and it has definitely attracted their high attention. At this time, the fight is time, and it must be crazy to expand. Even if you are short of money, you can't stop thinking of this, Liu Sheng firmly said. The development momentum and current scale of BlueSpace are enough to attract the attention of the industry. We are likely to face direct competition from QQ, so no matter what, we cannot stop the pace of expansion and can only accelerate. You must not slow down. Faster, the better. Not only college students, but also high school students. If you don't have enough money, try to raise some money. Xuyong nodded and added, "One more thing, we have to expand our manpower. The liver is really not moving." Liu Yuoxing nodded and smiled. "It's time to expand the staff, just recruit some programmers from the computer department." After a while, Liu Sheng also came to sit in the middle of the sofa, silent for a moment. He glanced at Xuyong, and said, "I was suddenly thinking about something. Will we go back to school?" Xuyong could not help but sit up straight. During this period of time, he had been exploding. He had not taken a class for 1 month because there was no time. According to the fierce development momentum of the company now, there is no time for class at all. They are not only the co-founders of Blue Star Technology, but also the core developers of BlueSpace website. Liu Yuoxing said to himself, "Probably not." After speaking, Xu looked to Xuyong. Obviously, his decision to become a full-time entrepreneur was a major decision in life. Xuyong suddenly said to himself, "In our village and even our county, I was the first person to be admitted to FUDA. I remember when I came to Shenqing, everyone in the village sent me to the train. I swear, if my father and mother knew that I would drop out of school, I would kill them from my hometown more than 3,000 kilometers away." Liu Sheng saw his exaggerated description that they couldn't help laughing. Xuyong said with a smile when he saw that he was about to speak, "I am not only the first person in the county to be admitted to FUDA, I also be the first man in the county to voluntarily drop out of school." In this way, in this sparse and ordinary day, Liu Sheng and the two of them eventually became FUDA's dropouts and full-time entrepreneurs. From this day on, they became the thundering tech giants in the future. However, although they decided not to go to college, they did not take the initiative to drop out. The main reason was Xuyong. He was worried that his parents would be mad when they learned that they would be mad. They would wait for Blue Star technology to get better, funded and truly let's go on the right track. In fact, Liu Sheng is also similar, and he is not sure about the attitude of cheap parents about dropping out of school. But his father is a middle school teacher and his mother is a lawyer. His problems are relatively better than Xuyong. What the two did not know is that the creation of social networking sites less than 2 months ago has made the internet and investment circles sensational, because this is the newest social networking site that has grown the most after the internet bubble was smashed through. There isn't even one. After 4 days, Tencsun headquarters, conference room. Mr. Ma is sitting silently with the chief, and other executives are shocked. Xu Chengwa said to himself in wonder, why is this happening? How has it been so crazy in more than a month? The number of registrations has reached nearly 1.5 million. The number of active users is about to break 1 million, and the page views more than 38 million. Another executive at the meeting subsequently added, not only that, we found that the Blue Space website was almost unstoppable. As long as there were more than 3/4 of registered students registered on the day of launch in a university, the development rate was almost unmatched. QQ is now confused, and practitioners in the industry are also confused. Before that, people firmly believed that the future of internet social media platforms should be social based on virtual foundations such as QQ and MSN. However, the emergence of Blue Space and the Blue Space phenomenon now formed have subverted the inherent thinking of the industry. It is obvious that the Blue Space phenomenon has shown to the industry that there is another way out for social platforms, and this way out is even the opposite of QQ. In the conference room, Mr. Ma broke the silence. The development of this website in accordance with the current trend will become another powerful potential competitor of QQ, or in the eyes of preparing for the IPO at the moment. Chengwa, you go to Shenxing in person as soon as possible, to the founding of Fuda and Blue Space. Seeing it, he offered to buy Blue Space website and hire them at a high salary to continue to cultivate in Blue Space. Xu Chengwa nodded, I'm ready to go after the meeting. Mr. Ma looked around at the attendees, and his eyes fell on the CTO. How soon can the technology department launch a similar website? If Liu Sheng heard this sentence, he might vomit blood. Well, it's an exaggeration to vomit blood. It's true that Liu Sheng wasn't surprised when he learned the news. CTO thought for a while and said cautiously, it takes about 3 months. It's too slow, and 1.5 months must be able to go online. President Ma directly gave the time limit, adding, can't waste any more time, so be prepared for both hands. If you can buy Blue Space website, then the development team staff integration and integration. If not, then go online as soon as possible. With the help of QQ user base drainage, should be able to catch up with the development pace of Blue Space. Let's meet. Chengwa Use Day. I really can't say that it is very popular. Mr. Ma actually regrets it. It is so amazing to just ignore the development of the B community for a month. He has followed this new social networking site a month ago. Because the model of B community is completely opposite to QQ, coupled with a bad environment, and in the preparatory stage for listing in Hong Kong, there is no real attention, just attention, and nothing more. But I did not expect that the negligence at this time missed the best opportunity. The opportunity is fleeting. Please. The VC bosses who are present must not have the short-sightedness of those investors in the previous chapter, so this book has such a good investment project. The angel round has passed, but it does not matter. The pre-round has gone up. A round, a plus round, B round, etc. Early investment is risky, but the returns are also great. There are some advantages. Okay, here are the best books for collection, recommended votes, investment, and rewards for the new book list. Rush, Rush, Rush. Chapter 11. Startup team. During this period, the development speed of Company B was very rapid. As for the 350,000 yuan capital registered by Blue Star Technology, it was almost bottoming out. Liu Sheng and Xuyong took out all of their remaining disposable money, and I borrowed a little from my classmates. and made up a total of 50,000 yuan for emergency. People frantically signed up for a B company account, and the page views continued to increase. For this time, Liu Sheng kept talking about expansion, and Xu Yong also had a phrase often hanging on his mouth. Is the server special? About to hang up. But now there is a new problem to be solved by Blue Star Technology, which has reached an imminent point. That is, insufficient staffing. 2 people are just 2 people, no matter how powerful they are. The website needs human operation and maintenance. This evening, Liu Sheng and the 2 of them still haven't slept. They haven't been in class for a month. They only go to school occasionally, but they didn't apply for withdrawal. The school didn't seem to come to talk to them. It's best to stay in this state, and they all want to stay longer. In the past week, they have been eating, drinking, and sleeping in Lhasa, as well as working. At this moment, Liu Sheng shared a message on his B account. Well, it was the news of recruiting staff. He decided to go to school tomorrow morning and go directly to the computer department to invite. However, in the early morning of the next day, Liu Sheng and Xu Yong were lying on the old sofa in the living room horizontally and unconsciously, and after a while the knock on the door woke them up. I opened the door with a confused expression, and couldn't help but just hold them open. There were 5 people standing at the door, 3 men and 2 women. Why are you here? Liu Sheng was awake, looked at the 5 people suspiciously, and naturally knew them. They were all Fuda students, and they were from a community. In addition to the 2 sisters, the other 3 boys looked like programmers. Yes, all 3 male students are in computer science. I heard that you are in urgent need of manpower. We have come to apply. Yes, you heard me right, Irene said with a smile, with a pair of watery eyes, a cheerful beauty. Liu Sheng saw them, nodded, and then hesitated for a while, and then said sorry, let's talk about it in advance, but it may be a bit messy. I hope you are not scared away. He said. Liu Sheng smiled and invited 5 of them into the room. The 5 were Irene, Su Yali, Lu Siming, Feng Yi, and Bai Lang. Da Yong is up. Here is the guest. Liu Sheng yelled, then looked back at them with a smile and added, these 5 are likely to be our new members with a very low probability. Feng Yi saw the rather messy living room. His eyes lit up. Well, it's as dirty as my dormitory. The difference is that the space is a bit bigger, but I don't mind this. Is this a mockery or a compliment? Liu Sheng rolled his eyes and made everyone laugh. He went and poured a glass of water for the 5 of them. Xu Yong immediately packed and invited everyone to the living room and lounge. Seated. Is Blue Space born here? Irene looked around strangely. Renovated just when she moved in, but now it's getting messy. The trash can is full of domestic garbage, and it's empty. There are empty wine bottles. There are blankets in the corner. 2 sister papers are really cool. I think it's cool not because of this dirty and messy studio, but because they created Blue Space, a social site. Not only are they well known in Fuda, they are also known by other universities now, because they are very popular now. The Blue Space community is what they created. Liu Sheng is undoubtedly the most famous, and his piano piece has quietly spread out, becoming a popular piano piece nowadays, but he didn't pay attention, because there was no time. It was just a piece he just played casually. In fact, Blue Space was first born in our 407 dormitory. We didn't expect it would be so hot later, so we decided to move out. Xu Yong said rightly. Liu Sheng looked at them with a few smiles and said, if you really intend to join us, then I solemnly express that in the name of Blue Star Technology CEO, you have all passed, and I will pay you a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan remuneration, but we don't have enough money now, which means that we are in arrears with wages and cannot be released until we get financing. Of course, you don't need to work full-time to complete the learning tasks to help. As long as you agree, it is part of our team immediately. Remember, this recruitment is not too casual, and the process does not go through one. But Liu Sheng is not really random. At the startup stage of Blue Star Technology, It was difficult for someone to take the initiative to make it too formal and cumbersome to scare people away. The key is they are all undergraduate students of Fuda University. With this resume, they can pass directly, and no matter how bad, they can meet current needs. Wage is not high, although people in the mixed IT industry are still very popular in this era. I'm willing to join, and I don't plan to be paid. Erin first stated that they were uninvited to come because of more interest, and the purpose of holding social experience, followed by the remaining 4 people. One after another stated that they were willing to join the team and did not need to be paid. Luo Sheng was very excited. With the addition of 5 of them, he could solve the problem of the current shortage of manpower. He originally planned to expand the team to 10 people, but the 5 of them joined Luo Sheng and decided to maintain a team of 7 temporarily because it was enough for the time being. Remuneration is still required, and it will be paid to you in full in the future. This is a matter of principle. Okay, please report what you are good at, and I will arrange it. Luo Sheng said. After listening to the explanations of 5 people, Luo Sheng pondered for a moment and made a rough arrangement for the 5 new members. Bai Lang and Lu Siming, you are mainly responsible for the program development team, operation and maintenance work. You are reading books www.uukansu.com, but at this stage we do not need to be too clear. Everything is based on simplification, and I and Daeong also do the same program, the job of a police officer. The 2 said that no problem. When programmers are their dream, they like to deal with 0 and 1. Luo Sheng nodded and said to Feng Yi, you are mainly responsible for the network security of Blue Space. We are the first network security officer of the B agency. Your main task is to monitor some illegal images uploaded to the B community website. Once the problem of the blue picture was discovered, the account was banned, including Yongfeng. In fact, the number of active users in the B community has now exceeded 1 million, and page views are about to exceed 50 million, but almost never heard of the colored sunny pictures uploaded to the Blue Space website. The reason is that everyone in the B community has a real name, and everything can be traced back to a real person, plus the college student group. Luo Yuoshing turned to look at the 2 sisters, and first told Su Yali, Xiaoli is the first customer service team in our team, and we urgently need a customer service team. Susuli immediately nodded, and smiled. No problem. My cheerful Irene couldn't wait to say, what about me? What do I do? Luo Yuoshing said, you should be my assistant. As soon as the utterance of the speech was over, Xuyong immediately expressed his opinion and protested. I have to talk to you in a special way. You are setting up a stove for yourself. Luo Yuoshing laughed. I have to be in charge of product operation, development, thinking about future development planning, and investment, and so on. What can I do without an assistant? I am the boss. Cut. Chapter 12. Visitor suddenly ushered in a joke, but everyone didn't object, just fooled. Luo Yuoshing looked back and asked Irene, what do you think about this arrangement? Eileen's eyes brightened. Become your assistant? No problem at all. Luo Yuoshing nodded and smiled. In fact, it will not be very busy. You can play the role of customer service more. You and Xiaoli are the only 2 adorable girls in our team. In this way, the team of Blue Star Technology completed the first expansion, and the 5 new members completed their main arrangements. For Luo Sheng, Ian's joining can be described as timely rain. For the Blue Space website, Luo Sheng also has a very clear logical plan. Expansion is the first priority. Anything can be stopped. The pace of expansion can only be fast or slow. The second problem is financing. Now I continue to do it myself, and there are several new members who come to help with interest. But this is not a long-term solution after all. Blue Star Technology really wants to make a name for itself, and the introduction of venture capital is imminent. At this time, Luo Sheng was simply celebrating for the newly joined members of the startup team. A car stopped under the building where they were located, and 2 men in formal attire walked out. The man of the year is Xu Chenghua, one of Tencent's senior management and co-founder. In the living room of the room, Liu Sheng and the others were really chatting. Everything was casual. Everyone is sitting around, and some snacks, drinks and the like are scattered on the middle table. Eileen can be said to be very active. She looks forward to this new lifestyle. It's crazy, but I think it's super cool. The scene is more like a college dormitory or indoor sorority, not a company. When everyone was chatting, suddenly they heard the knock on the door, and they looked around. Xiang curiously said, "Someone is here, is it possible to join us again?" "It is possible, but we are not short of people for the time being." Liu Sheng, who was sitting near the door, immediately got up and opened the door. When he opened the door, he was not the expected classmate, but two men in formal suits. Liu Sheng looked suspiciously at the two strangers. Are you?" Xiao Xiaoma he knew, but Xu Chengwu did not know him. Xu Chengwu, headed by Wu, said with a smile, "Is this the office of Blue Star Technology?" When hearing this sentence, Liu Sheng's mind immediately came up with an idea, and guessed that the two strangers are most likely to be VC investors. It is not difficult to speculate that the Blue Space social network is now on fire. Definitely aroused the attention of the industry and the capital circle. Liu Sheng nodded and said, "I am the founder of Blue Star Technology." Liu Sheng. Xu Chengwu heard a rather surprised expression, and it turned out that he was a college student, and it looks like he has not yet turned 20. "Is this young man who has developed the now popular Blue Space website?" "I was sure that I didn't find the wrong address." Xu Chengwu immediately took out a business card, handed it to him and said with a smile, "Hello Mr. Liu Sheng, this is Xu Chengwu, from Tengsun Company." Liu Sheng listened to his simple self-introduction and took his business card and glanced at it. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect that the first person who came to the house was a pony. He has already considered QQ as a potential competitor. "Mr. Liu, the development momentum of the Blue Space website that you developed can be said to have set the industry's attention. Our company is very interested in it, especially knowing that it was created by college students and more interested in your team." Xu Chengwu smiled and said, "Can you show us your office?" "Of course, no problem. 2 people please." Liu Sheng smiled cheerfully. "Thank you." Xu Chengwu nodded politely into the room, and asked, "Have any other investors visited us before?" When Liu Sheng heard this, he immediately judged that QQ seemed to take it seriously, and then calmly said, "No." Xu Chengwu couldn't help but feel a little excited, but when he entered the room, he and his accompanying assistants couldn't help but pause for a moment. The sight in front of Xun's eyes was quite messy, with blankets scattered all over the corner, video games on the ground, and even Lego, which looked like a mess. Dirty mess. Difference. The living room is the office and a lounge. There are several monitors, several whiteboards hung on the wall, and several young men and women are sitting on old sofas. They are all college students at a glance. They have stopped communicating, and curiously looked at Xu Chengwu as a stranger. When I first saw this team, Xu Chengwu's first feeling was very, very loose. As if running a startup company with a few freshman dormitory alumni, almost like this. Xu Chengwu suddenly felt that Blue Space was like a runaway project with amazing commercial potential. But he soon noticed a piece of graffiti-like text written on a whiteboard on the wall, "Expansion, expansion." Aileen. They saw the guests, and quickly packed up. Xu Chengwu was really curious. "I never expected Blue Space to be developed in such an environment." Sit down and make the two laugh. "But this is the current status of our Blue Star Technology. Startups do not have the conditions that venture capital should have," Liu Sheng said with a smile. Xu Chengwu sat down beside him. Aileen immediately went to pour a glass of water. The other members of the team basically didn't speak, but everyone was present. But from this moment on, he first demonstrated Liu Sheng's role as the founder and the leader of the entire team. They are both students and are not good at dealing with more adults, especially with this kind of potential investors. even a little timid. I also began to show Luo Sheng's status from this moment, and established prestige in the minds of the initial team members. I don't know if you can share the creation history of Blue Space. I personally would like to hear the entrepreneurial story of your young team, Xu Chengwu said with a smile. He likes chatting with people very much, and only by chatting can he get more valuable information. Xu Chengwu feels to everyone that he is always an elite in the industry. He did not immediately reveal the purpose of acquiring Blue Star Technology. He simply looked at this office and roughly judged that their individual startups are facing the same problem, a lack of money. The team members all looked at Luo Sheng, who was not timid and smiled methodically. Of course, no problem. I think most companies should not be like us. In fact, Mr. Xu also looks at you. Here, we are like a group of young and ignorant children living together, doing everything they want to do, never sleeping on time, never getting up on time, and the recruitment is very casual, just invite people to sit together and chat. Occasionally, I relax and do other things, but most of the time we are sitting at the table and busy with the computer, always paying attention to the growth of community users. Is nothing more than to make the product better, or take a break and relax so that you have enough energy to continue working to make the product better. That's it. Generally we don't leave the studio. We will sit and chat together, all members can participate in the conversation, and there is no need to reach a definite result. It is completely everyone's exchange of ideas. You reading book, everyone can participate. Luo Luoxing, while speaking freely, recalled how he and Xu Yong spent the past month as a partner. After organizing the language, he continued calmly and calmly, during this period, everyone was drinking, maybe all night. It was almost 2100 hours, and we started to clarify some things. What are we going to do tonight? Who is ready to work? Who is not ready yet? Okay, at about 2300 hours, we will know what we are going to do tonight. Haha. In fact, there was no impressive process during this period. We unknowingly started to do something full of expectations and wanted to do it. Almost in the middle of the night, we would go directly online. Without any testing, we just choose to go online. In fact, most websites have some very reliable test platforms for them to test code changes, but our team obviously does not have this condition, and this is not our team's style. Our style is iterative development. At the push of a button, we can apply the code directly to the website. We really respect the concept of fast forward, breaking the rules. Therefore, you should not wait for a week to try it, nor try it once a day. If the code is correct, you should use it directly. Obviously this will be a nightmare. Luo Luoxing's words are very smooth and the rules are clear, but the speed of speech is also very fast, because his thinking is very fast. Xu Chengwu listened quietly with a smile on his face, and with the other person's description, he looked at the young man more and more. Xu Chengwu is also a person who likes chatting very much, and the two start chatting non-stop. Chapter 13 tender offer. As the conversation deepened, Xu Chengwu's appreciation of Luo Sheng became more and more. Judging from words and deeds, it is totally not like the performance that college students should have. It should be the same as the 5 or 6 students next to it. But Luo Sheng is completely different from them. This is not just a talkative expression. No wonder he is the head of this team. Xu Chengwu nodded secretly, but also very surprised, could not help but ask, can your server stand the test? Or how about security? If you want to test new security holes, what about features? Before Luo Sheng answered the other person, he subconsciously lifted his leg, and placed one hand on his thigh and the other naturally stretched out on the sofa. This pose gave Xu Chengwu an illusion that he was a big brother. But the other's immature face formed a strong sense of hedging, but a little joy. The other members of the team watched the boss silently talking with each other. At this moment, he also felt that he was justified as the leader of the team, and he really admired it for the first time. At the same time, Luo Sheng replied, it's very simple. We choose to face the problem and wait for the end result. This is exactly the way hackers think. You only need to complete the task. With the development of Blue Space, We only choose to pushing the code in the middle of the night will not affect many users even if there is a problem with the code. But this method is a bit painful because we need to stay awake until 3 or 4 in the morning every night, and pushing the code requires everyone involved in writing the code be present in case something happens. The so-called everyone is actually 2 people, and no one can tell their true situation. At about 1 a.m., we will know how it turned out. If everything is normal and naturally happy, maybe we will go to sleep for a while, but if something goes wrong, okay. Now we are going to start a new attempt, or recalling the code will either fix the problem. We really hate 2 a.m., because it was always the time when the problem occurred. Then push the code again, and then repeat the process until 3, 4 or 5 at night. But as the number of blue space users continues to proliferate, this hacker's way of thinking may have to be changed. The website can still be carried when the number of users is less than 1 million. But we will spend a lot of time on the order of 1 million or more. Make sure the site doesn't crash, so I think we will have some normative measures to address the new problems we face. Xu Chengwu listened to Luo Sheng's oral story about his team, and nodded involuntarily. He also saw a lot of startup company teams, but this team was completely different from what he had seen before. The entrepreneurial team in China has created a new type of social networking site with the fastest growth rate and huge business potential since the burst of the internet bubble. This team is very unique, but this is not the most impressive. Xu Chengwu, the founder of Luo Sheng, is what impressed him most. I can't say that feeling, but it is profound. Xu Chengwu doesn't feel like he is communicating with a young student, but a more stable adult. This also made Xu Chengwu realize that the other party was not good enough, and he didn't forget the purpose of this trip to Shenqing. After this initial understanding, Xu Chengwu felt that it was almost the same, and it was time to indicate the purpose of the trip. Mr. Luo, our company is very interested in the website you developed. This time, I am here on behalf of Tengxun to launch a formal invitation to acquire the Blue Star technology you founded. Originally from Tencent, the team members learned that Xu Chengwu's identity could not help but whispered exclaimed, and then they talked low to each other. During this period, Xu Chengwu was also observing this group of young people. Of the 7 people, only Luo Sheng was very calm. Even when he heard the news, Xu Chengwu paid close attention to his facial expressions and found that nothing was visible. Value information. I was a few other young people. Surprises, curiosity, expectations and other emotions are revealed, and there is basically no expression management, and Luo Sheng's performance is abnormal in Xu Chengwu's view. Sorry Mr. Xu, I will not sell Blue Star technology. Luo Sheng refused decisively. Everyone present, including his team members, was surprised. This was an invitation to buy from Tencent. He refused so simply. Xu Chengwu paused for a moment, and soon came back and smiled. Mr. Luo, please don't be too busy to refuse, at least you should listen to our conditions. Our company is willing to buy it wholly for 3 million yuan. And you and your team will still be paid a high salary to continue working. Several other team members were shocked when they heard the number of 3 million, especially Xu Yong, which is undoubtedly an astronomical number for him. He could not help but calculate, according to his 10% shares, he should be able to get of the 300,000. I have never seen so much money that can belong to myself. According to the current price, a 3-story well-curated house can be built in my hometown. Frankly speaking, Xu Yong was moved, and looked forward to Luo Sheng with anticipation, hopes he can agree. Until later recalling this moment, he did not know that it was Luo Sheng who was fortunate that Blue Star technology was the master. Otherwise, he must have agreed with his petty bourgeois mentality at that time. Luo Sheng once again refused without hesitation. Sorry Mr. Xu, we only accept the financing conditions of external capital and have no intention to sell the entire company. What? Refused? As soon as Xu Yong stayed, even Xu Chengwu was stunned for a while again. He was very clear about the attractiveness of 3 million, which can be seen from the expressions of several young college students next to him. I did not expect that this young man was unmoved by such a huge sum of money, and refused so decisively. At the end of the day, Xu Chengwu looked at Luo Sheng and said, Sheng, Mr. Luo, you really don't think about it? Even if we sell the company, we will still hire you to continue developing the Blue Space website. Luo Luosheng replied calmly, working for yourself is very different from working for others. The most important thing is that once you conflict with the operation of the parent company, will you continue to hire me? Xu Chengwu was silent, and after a while he said again, are you really so confident that Blue Space will not fail? Entrepreneurship is an inedith life, and the internet industry is even more cruel. Now the entire industry has not completely come out of the cold winter. What I have to remind you is that although the development of Blue Space has great potential, the potential does not represent strength. Even Teng Sun cannot guarantee that it will survive the next internet winter. He tried to let Luo Sheng retreat and let him know the cruel reality. However, Luo Sheng didn't take it seriously and laughed. I firmly believe that our cause will be successful. Xu Chengwu, how can you see? Chapter 14 Valuation. Luo Sheng smiled calmly and said, Mr. Xu, you said everything right. Entrepreneurship is difficult and cruel, but I firmly believe that we can succeed, and I cannot give a convincing basis now. You can also think I am a naive optimist. We insist because we always believe that we are doing something meaningful and we are on the right path. Failure is not terrible. It is shameful to give up. Xu Chengwu couldn't help but feel a little bit nervous. This college student who seemed out of step with him was really not good enough, but he was still a talker. If he was a few young people next to him, I won it early. And Luo Sheng, a young man, is increasingly giving him a different feeling. It doesn't feel like he is talking to a college student who is under 20, but is negotiating with a veteran with rich experience. And in the negotiations, the other party could not be flickered at all. This is how I feel, and I have a headache. But the more Xu Chengwu attaches more importance to Blue Star Technology. If he did not meet Luo Sheng and communicate with him, Xu Chengwu gave Blue Space a 65% success rate. Now it is more than 75% probability. But in the end Xu Chengwu was one of the co-founders of Teng Sun, and once again played his talkative side, adding, Mr. Luo, I really want to hear what you describe. What is Blue Space in your eyes? What is the ideal or philosophy of your company? Or what kind of mission empowers your team? Luo Sheng looked down and thought for a while. After a while, he and Xu Chengwu looked at each other again, saying, our mission to create the Blue Space website is to connect people all over the world. We hope to build a system in which all you have to do with your life will be kept as long as you want. Where are you? With whom? What changes in life? But it does not matter, it is important because you have been with those who have been to you. Very important people stay in touch and you can share your life with them. Xu Chengwu secretly said, 80% probability will be successful, and it will be a great success. He has seen many startup teams, and many startup teams are either eclipsed after making small achievements in the early stage, and eventually the company dies, or they are confused. Before that, Xu Chengwu had never seen any startup team with such a magnificent mission and ideals, but so clearly organized their careers. Even Xu Chengwu feels that in terms of mission and ideal, Blue Space's mission pattern of connecting all human beings is much higher than QQ's creating happiness with heart. At least as far as the slogan is concerned, Blue Space is obviously better at forcing. When Xu Chengwu was feeling in his heart, Luo Sheng still said arrogantly, in the past 5 or 6 years, I found that almost all people in the industry are full of unrealistic illusions about the internet, but this is the internet, which is impractical but anything is possible, which reminds me of a wonderful internet world, where everyone can be connected, and everyone can share their own lives. Society B seems to me to be such a magical and wonderful world, which sounds too tempting people. At the end, Xu Chengwu was speechless. He was meditating, but after a while, he found a small movement of Luo Sheng. It was that small movement that caused him to stop thinking. He also realized that he could not ask east and west, and even realized that it's time to talk to each other about cooperation with an equal mindset. Luo Yuoshing suddenly took a sip of tea at the front of Xu Chenghua's noodles just now, with a very clear meaning. Duncha, drop off. He won't sell Blue Star Technology, and continuing to struggle with this is a waste of time. After more than 40 minutes of chatting, Xu Chenghua changed his view of Blue Space before, and it is no accident that this new social networking site can achieve great success. After putting away all thoughts, Xu Chenghua said with a smile, "It is true that Mr. Luo, I am very optimistic about the future of Blue Space, and now I am more optimistic about you. And I think you have more investment value than Blue Space, and even 10 times better than Blue Space. I don't think there is a need to talk about the acquisition. Let's talk about angel round financing. I am very honored and look forward to being an angel investor of Blue Star Technology." At this moment, Xu Yong and Lu Siming didn't say a few words, and they were extremely amazed. They admired Luo Sheng more and more. They didn't expect that Tengzhen's senior management gave him such a high valuation. At this moment, everyone is completely convinced, and they are increasingly aware and determined that they are on a promising road. The more than 40 minutes of communication time before not only impressed Xu Chenghua, but also had a great influence on Luo Sheng's team members. "It's amazing. I suddenly want to date him," Erin muttered and worshipped silently. At the same time, the negotiation between Luo Sheng and Xu Chenghua is now officially started. "In fact, I talked with QQ people so much before." Luo Sheng also had a clear logical purpose. First of all, after confirming the identity of the other party, it was determined that the other party mostly saw the Blue Space website and could become an investor. Secondly, if you want to get a financing from the other party at the least cost, you must tell a story. A fascinating entrepreneurial story, for which Luo Sheng talked to him for 40 minutes. At present, the story is well told. Xu Chenghua was moved by this story. However, Luo Sheng will not take it lightly. Xu Chenghua's performance is very rich, and he can't find fault in all aspects. But he now represents capital, and capital will never be Mr. Good. As for financing, Luo Sheng is also very clear. It is necessary to take less money and transfer less equity, especially the equity transfer of angel round investment is definitely less and not more. Less money not only avoids this invisible harm, but also can use the capital value gradually. Let capital go with people, not people with capital holding their noses. This is the best example for Boss Ma. At the time, SoftBank decided to invest $40 million in Atan Baba. If he would be happy to change to others, he felt that there was too much money. In the end, it only cost $20 million. Luo Sheng is also very clear that capital money is not used for free, and is not for charity. If capital is willing to pay more money, it will inevitably ask for more conditions, equity or interference in company operations. How can there be any benefit to Baina? At this time, Xu Chenghua said, "Mr. Luo, we have conducted a comprehensive analysis based on the current data of the Blue Space social networking site. The current valuation is about 5 million, but due to its considerable development potential. However, Blue Space is currently in development. In the early days, in general, early-stage projects, especially seed round projects like Blue Space, were very difficult to value, and they were more willing to face the situation." Luo Yuoshing nodded his head, and the other party was now speaking with more sincerity, and he no longer regarded him as a flirty kid. Xu Chenghua added, "But we are very optimistic about the future of Blue Space. Although you are young, Mr. Luo, I am very confident and assured that you can manage well and you can better lead Blue Star Technology to the right path. Based on these factors, I think Blue Star Technology's valuation can reach 12 million. Luo Yuoshing didn't speak, but just listened, and nodded again and approved his words. The 12 million valuation is based on the current situation of Blue Star Technology. It is measured at the current stage of development, and it is even overvalued. Obviously, through the previous exchanges, Luo Sheng's own factor added to the company's valuation. A lot of quota valuation of startup companies, in addition to products, The quality of the founder team will also affect the valuation. Xu Yong couldn't help but be shocked again. The other party actually pressed the price a fifth. It was too special. It was dark. Fortunately, the boss was so calm, otherwise he lost money. Chapter 15. But it can also be seen from this that Xu Chengwu had previously thought that Luo Sheng was a college student, and he was a young man without the world's affairs. Capital seeks profit, which is by nature. Xu Chengwu now knows that before opening 3 million, he wanted to wholly buy Blue Star Technology. Most of them were ridiculed by Luo Sheng for a while. The ghost knows that a college student is so old-fashioned. However, Xu Chengwu does not feel embarrassed. This is a very realistic question. It shows how much strength can win the weight of others. Obviously, Luo Sheng's weight in the opponent's mind is much heavier than before. Xu Chengwu thought for a while and then said, I represent 10 Xun on the valuation of Blue Star Technology after the financing of 12 million, so invest 3 million in the angel round investment to obtain 25% of the company's shares and a veto. After hearing this, Xu Yong and others have no objection to Luo Sheng being the head of the company, which is also 3 million. Before the Oli and acquisition, now only 25% of the shares are acquired, and the gap is not large. It seems that the conditions are quite satisfactory. Xu Chengwu strives for his best interests as much as possible. Angel investment in the internet industry generally has an upper limit of 25% and a lower limit of about 8%. Investors who don't agree with less than 8% are too lossy, and above 25% are very unfavorable to the company's founding team and too lossy. Therefore, the proportion of equity transferred by angel investment generally fluctuates between 8% and 25%. Xu Chengwu now knows that if the ratio exceeds 25%, the ability demonstrated by Luo Sheng before is definitely better to reject Teng Xun's investment than to ask for this money or adjust the amount ratio. The acquisition failed, and I hope to win the angel round of financing at one time. Xu Chengwu knows that there must be many other VC investors who see blue space. Maybe it is already on its way. Luo Sheng shook his head and said, Mr. Xu, I very much agree with your current valuation of Blue Star Technology. I agree with this number, but the financing of 300 is too much for our company at this stage. We can't use that much for the time being. Funds. This answer was unexpected by Xu Chengwu, but it was reasonable to think about it, and then smiled. Since Mr. Luo is not satisfied with this plan, is there any other plan? He asked so. But Xu Chengwu was 100% sure that the other party already had a plan. Luo Sheng said, it is still calculated based on Mr. Xu's valuation of 12 million after financing, but we only transfer 8% of equity, which is 960,000 financing, and your company can only invest in Blue Star Technology as a financial investor. And one last point. I won't share a veto of the company. This. Xu Chengwu couldn't answer for a moment. After hesitating, Luo Sheng's team members secretly whispered, they can only express their personal feelings in their hearts, they still have a self-knowledge of their abilities, there is no word at all. Maintaining silence is the greatest help to Luo Sheng. With a helpless expression, Xu Chengwu said with a bitter smile, Brother Luo, your desire to control is a little too strong. All the conditions are only for you, but for us, there is no guarantee at all. This is too unfair. Now, I can't accept it. I don't have a veto. In case I give you the money, you young people will spend it arbitrarily. Wouldn't my loss be serious? The so-called financial investors are not for the purpose of controlling shares. They just pay more attention to the returns that the invested enterprises can bring. After Xu Chengwu set it up, he added, Brother Luo, if you look at it, I still invest 3 million yuan in Blue Star Technology, but only 8% of the equity. I hope to retain a veto right. This is already the biggest concession. If I will be a cliff in the future, there is no retreat. I will not hide the fact that I was responsible for investing in a lot of startups. Angel round investment has never been less than 20% of the equity and give up a veto. At the end of the day, Xu Chengwu secretly gained a new understanding of Luo Sheng, that is, This young man has a strong desire to control. At this moment, Liu Sheng's team members almost wanted to say to him, quickly agree. The price of 3 million yuan has been reduced from the initial lowly and acquisition to 25%, and then to the current 8%. Boss, you are still not satisfied. How about it? I'm too worried. At this time, Liu Sheng smiled calmly. Mr. Xu, I am curious why you are so obsessed with having a veto right. Xu Chengwu didn't answer immediately. I recalled what I said before and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. I smiled. In fact, it is 960,000 or 3 million. For Tengzun, there is not much difference, just a small sum. This is the case. But we treat funds as a resource. We don't want to waste any resources. We hope that it can be used where it is needed. A vote of veto is not a concerted action agreement. We do not interfere in the company's operations. We just want to say a few words as investors when your team may be extravagant and wasteful. After all, you are all young man. Although I am optimistic about you, it is 1 yard at a time, isn't it? I can say that Xu Chengwa's remarks are well-founded, reasonable, and very sincere. Even several members of Liu Sheng's team could not help but nodded in agreement with his words, and his favorability continued to rise. Xu Yong's reaction was also seen by Liu Sheng, and he couldn't help but sigh. In the end, it is a group of innocent young people. If Brother Ma is given a vote of veto, Community B is bound to usher in a disaster. This is a demon trap disguised behind an angel's face. The team members did not see the mystery in it. Liu Sheng did not blame them, nor did they think that they were not good enough, so that young people without any experience could see as well as their own top persons. It is really difficult for them, too harsh. At this point, Liu Sheng felt that it was time to pierce his true face in the showdown, and saw him slowly. Mr. Xu, is this really the case? But I don't think so. Maybe you still underestimate my judgment force. Xu Chengwa's heart jumped slightly. She was shocked, but still pretending to be puzzled. I don't understand what you mean. Xu Yong, their team of 6 people are at a loss. Can there be any secret in this? Liu Sheng smiled and said, if I guess correctly, your company estimates that another wave of people is working overtime to build a new website that mimics the Blue Space model. Then based on this, we will deduce on the spot what may happen. Mr. Xu, you may wish to be a referee. I am right or wrong, you can judge it in your heart, and you don't need to say. At this moment, Xu Chengwa's heart is called a wonderful one. His expression is indifferent. It is not that his expression management is in place, but he is directly circling. Liu Sheng gestured and continued, if I agree to sell the company, then the development groups that imitate Blue Space may merge with each other, and I gradually lose the right of control and operation. Yu Kanzu is the first type. Second, if I do not agree to sell the company, your company will fall back to invest in my company as an investor, and must try every means to obtain a veto of the company. At the moment, the company is finished. Liu Sheng changed his posture and tilted Erlang's legs, and spread his hand. How do you say that? Although a vote of veto cannot vote for a company to do something, a vote of veto can veto a company to do something. Then here comes the problem. If we exchange positions, I take the helm of Tencent. With this veto, I can easily and indirectly kill Blue Space and make my own website higher. How to do it? It's also very simple. For example, Blue Space decided to use a fund to launch a new content and find a reason to vote down. Blue Space decided to use a sum of money to open up the market and find a reason to vote down. In the case of a negative vote, Blue Space stagnated or even regressed during the golden period of development. However, the imitated website under my banner is expanding wildly, and the market share is growing. When it is too large, Blue Space is completely unable to compete. Matthew effect. When it's formed, I can throw him into the trash. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng could not help but close his eyes, revealing a hearty expression, and after a while he opened his eyes and looked at Xu Chengwa with a look of dullness, saying, take 3 million. The price was simply to kill Blue Space and replace it. It was too tempting. Mr. Xu, what do you say? In this living room, except for the smile, Luo Sheng is still but everyone else seems to be petrified, and after he finishes speaking, the needle is heard in the audience. Chapter 16 Settled. Xu Chengwu asked questions in his heart. How could this happen? The previous conversation did not make any mistakes. How could he judge the strategy of QQ against Blue Space so accurately? All strategies were correctly judged by him without any compromise. Can he predict the future? With such meticulous thinking, such precise judgment and alertness, is this what a young college student under 20 should have? Even middle-aged people in their 40s may not be reachable. Xu Chengwu knew that he had lost the negotiation game. He was shocked to lose, but he was also convinced. If he only paid attention to Luo Sheng before, he now has a little respect and appreciation. In terms of seeing people, Xu Chengwu thinks he is very confident and has his own set of unique opinions. He has also made conclusive predictions for some people, and most of them are quite accurate. But most of these people are middle-aged. Xu Chengwu never makes easy conclusions about how far a young man will go in the future, because it's too difficult, and easy conclusions will eventually be beaten. Young people can do everything. As the saying goes, don't bully young people into poverty. What? Older people are already stereotyped and difficult to change, but the young man's remodeling ability is very flexible. It is possible that something will make him wake up like a dream, then change completely, or even change. He hadn't expected that the founder of the Blue Space website would bring him so many surprises, even shocks. For a long time, Xu Chengwu finally calmed down, sighed, and said helplessly, if this conversation was done through the QQ page, I would never believe that the person talking to me at the other end of the computer would be under 20 young college student. Mr. Luo, as an investor, your performance makes me look impressive. After speaking, I looked at the young man very admirably. Luo Sheng's team members rounded their eyes. They never thought of a financing negotiation. There will be so many doorways. Xu Chengwu dressed up and said in a very formulaic tone, Mr. Luo, I now formally express on behalf of Tengzun that I hope to be a financial investor and invest 1 million yuan in venture capital in Blue Star Technology, % of shares, and renounced the right to veto the company. I wonder if Mr. Luo agrees. As a financial investor, he gave up another vote of veto, and it only occupied 8% of the equity, and the equity was still a Class A equity with dividend rights but no voting rights. Status: he has retired all the benefits that can be retired. There is no point to retreat. However, this investment Xu Chengwu is truly heartfelt. Luo Sheng responded with a smile. I accept. Xu Chengwu smiled silently and stretched out her right hand to stare at each other. Luo Sheng also stretched out his hand when he saw this. The two sides shook hands for the first time. Blue Star Technology's angel round financing is considered to be finalized. Under the witness of Luo Sheng's team members, the two sides completed the final draft agreement on the spot. Xu Chengwu took a stack of small books from his pocket, wrote a series of numbers on it, and then tore off the value of 110,000 cash checks were handed to Luo Sheng. There have been a lot of young startup teams I have seen, but they can make capital willing to follow people instead of being led by capital. You are the first. After Xu Chengwu handed the check to Luo Sheng, laughed with an appreciation. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Xu. I will make good use of the funds you invested. Luo Sheng said humbly. I totally believe it. Xu Chengwu laughed. This is not a polite phrase. This is the result of Luo Sheng won the respect and trust of the capital in just 1 hour. Xu Chengwu stood up and put on his suit and laughed. It's almost time to leave. Please call me when you need a round of financing. As for the number on the business card, Tengzun is willing to take the lead at any time. No problem. Xu Chengwu didn't stay too much, nodded and took the assistant out of the Blue Star Technology studio. On the way down, Xu Chengwu couldn't help but said with emotion, although this trip to Shenqing did not meet the expected results, Tengzun becoming an angel investor of Blue Star Technology is not a bad trip. Xu is so optimistic about this startup team. His assistant could not help but say. Hearing that Xu Chengwu could not help but stop, turned his head to look at the assistant, and then continued down the stairs and said firmly, I dare to assert that Blue Space will become the most threatening QQ competitor in the future. So I can get Blue Space. I even feel a bit lucky for the Angel Round investment. As long as there are no major accidents in the future development of Blue Space, our company must continue to invest. When thinking of the dilution of equity here, Xu Chengwu took a moment to shake her head and smiled bitterly. I actually forgot to let Liu Sheng set up the option pool reservation. Now that the contract has been signed, if the subsequent financing is in the reserved option pool, some of the equity must be diluted. For a long time, I seem to have lost myself. His assistant was also extremely shocked. It can be seen that President Xi greatly appreciated and optimistic about the team, but did not expect such a high valuation. When the two of them came out of the building, they accidentally discovered that 3 more men in suits and leather shoes came towards the building, all dressed very decently, that is, the so-called successful people in their mouths. When Xu Chengwu saw the middle-aged man among them for a while, he could not help but raise his mouth, and then stopped laughing loudly. Oh, isn't this the general manager of the venture capital fund Liu? Mr. Xu. Liu Wen was surprised when he saw the other side. It was not unusual for the two sides to know each other when they got mixed up with them, but they couldn't talk about how deep their friendship was. Liu Wen saw him appear here. I was mostly cut off by this guy. Is this Mr. Liu coming from the team running Blue Space? Xu Chengwu said with a smile. Depending on the situation. One step late. You moves really fast. Liu Wen quipped with amusement. Haha, it's true that you are late. Xu Chengwu smiled proudly, and his assistant seemed to know what he thought. You read the book. He took out a contract document and handed it to him. Xu Chengwu took it and gave him a glance, and said with a smile, the Angel Round investment has been taken down by me. I have to hurry up if there is a good thing. President Liu. Still wait for pre-A round of financing and investment. Haha. Xu Chengwu gave the contract to the assistant again. Although it didn't take long, Liu Wen also saw a few key contents and said, suddenly surprised, General Xu, am I right? You can accept such harsh conditions? Should not all your relatives start a business? Haha. Liu joked. Of course not my relatives. Xu Chengwu laughed for a while, adding, but I am very optimistic about this team, and I am most optimistic about the founder of this team. It is true that I plan to give him 3 million, guess what? This young man felt that the money was too much and refused. It was 960,000, and I rounded it up to 1 million. Oh, Liu Wen was also quite surprised. Really, this year, there are still too many entrepreneurial teams suspected investors to give too much money? Yes. Just because of this, the team of this startup company compared 90% of the startup team. Maybe it is the next raccoon, Xu Chengwu said with a sigh, and then laughed. Not much to say after President Liu. I'm leaving now. Watching the two of them drove away, the secretary next to Liu Wen said, General Liu, do we want to go up and see? Liu Wen shook his head with a bitter smile. What else are you looking at? I haven't seen anyone sign the contract. But keep an eye on this startup, especially their financial situation, and make no secret of Xu Chengwu's words about this company. Appreciation, and so happy to sign such a harsh contract. There must be something extraordinary, we must pay more attention to it. I understand. Chapter 17 One-Side Investment. One-Side Suppression. Blue Star Technology Studio. At this moment, several team members such as Lu Siming and Feng Yi are behind Xuyong. Everyone's eyes are staring at a piece of paper in Xuyong's hand. Feng Yi, is it really a 1 million cash check? Lu Siming, it can't be fake. Xuyong, I now have the largest sum of money in my life. A whole million yuan. Everyone surrounded in front of Liu Sheng. The two girls, Irene and Suyali, stared at the stars, full of worship. Hey boss, I can't figure out that we can obviously get 3 million investment. Why do you refuse to just 1 million? This is not scientific. This is not human. Lu Siming couldn't help but say. This is actually a place that everyone does not understand, but the team members did not speak at that time, and at that time they could not talk at all. Now the VC is gone. and everyone has solved the doubts in their hearts. Xu Yong gave the check to Luo Sheng, who took the check with a flick of his finger, stared at the denomination on the check, and said, "Never think about taking advantage of the small advantage. When something happens, there are always traps behind it. Even if it doesn't, you will lose more than it pays. It has a smaller advantage now and you'll have a big loss in the future. We are a startup team. The leverage of capital. Capital can save lives, but it is more often a deadly poison. If it is not used, it will suffer. Not only does less money avoid this invisible harm, but it can also use the value of capital step by step, so that capital is used for me instead of become a slave to capital. If I take 3 million now, I will transfer 24% of the company's equity based on the valuation after the financing. But I will only transfer 8% of the equity if I take 1 million. The valuation is 2 million less, but it doesn't matter. We first use this money to make the company's operations better and healthier. When I spent this money and then went to the VC for a pre-round of financing, the negotiations had a larger bargaining chip. By then, we might get a 50 million pre-A round of financing. But the shares transferred and angel financing can also be controlled below 20%. After hearing Luo Sheng's words, everyone was suddenly realized. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful and long-term. Irene put her hands on her jaw and uncovered the worship. Rogo is so good in addition to computer science. Not only will you play the piano, can write excellent piano music, so why do you have such a deep study of law? It seems that you are born with everything. Luo Sheng coughed a few times, and naturally couldn't tell him that I was a soul from another world, and then laughed. I don't have such exaggeration as you say. I really understand the legal issues only a little fur. This is still I am influenced by my mother. She is a very good professional lawyer. She is an advisor to several large companies. Besides, she said that she was born before she was born. There are only two things that you are born with. Eileen, what two? Luo Sheng was silent for a moment, smiled and said, "Wow, cry and eat AI. Ha ha. It makes sense. I am speechless." They didn't know that the news of Tencent's angel round financing appeared on the news of the internet sector the next day, and this was further concerned by the internet and investment circles. In fact, there have been a lot of related news about the Blue Space website in the internet sector. In the context of the downturn in the industry, the Blue Space website is like a dawn. Although the current weight is not large, no one cares about this growth rate. Moreover, its growth rate is undoubtedly envied by many people in the industry, and more people in the industry have begun to analyze and research the Blue Space website. This is inevitable. Tencent headquarters. Blue Space will surely become QQ's biggest competitor in the future. Do you really think so? President Ma was very surprised to see Xu Chenghua, who came back to the headquarters to report. Yes. It's still in the early stages of development. I can't come up with reliable and convincing data to support my judgment, but as far as my personal intuition is, this team, especially the founder Luo Sheng, I feel like a born entrepreneur and leader. I think we should take Blue Space to the strategic level of the company and pay attention to it. We have ignored it more than a month ago, and we can't make the same mistake again. Xu Chenghua said and nodded affirmatively. Ma, who was sitting on the boss chair, could not help but cover his mouth with his hands. From what you just described, Luo Sheng, the young entrepreneur, is indeed impressive. It makes sense that the same mistake cannot be made a second time. Since the acquisition plan, if it fails, then concentrate on launching our community, and let the person in charge of this project advance a period of time. Can't drag it on, and give me another half a month to spell it out. And the person in charge cannot resign. Our community, this is a brand new website of Tencent. That is, it was born after imitating B Community. Mr. Ma added, however, the investment in Blue Star technology cannot be dropped. In the subsequent rounds of financing, our company must actively participate in it. At the same time, we must fully suppress without reservation. Xu Chenghua nodded, understand. While madly suppressing, while Blue Star Technology was short of money and did not hesitate to invest money in the other party. This seemed contradictory and unintelligible. But this just shows the pattern of big brothers. If the R community wins, it will be a victory. If the R community fails the competition, Tengzon can never be said to be a loser, because Tengzon is a Blue Star major shareholder of technology. From the perspective of investment and management, the two-handed preparations seem contradictory but perfectly hedge the potential risks as much as possible. If the R agency fails to compete, does not invest in Blue Star Technology, for Tencent, that was a complete failure, even catastrophic. As far as the current internet industry is concerned, any internet company now has the best position in the industry and is afraid to say that its leading position is unbreakable. President Ma is also an entrepreneur. Tengzon has not been listed yet. The company was almost dead during the early development stage of the company. The sense of crisis is a problem that he often thinks about. The time passed day by day. Half a month later, Tencent launched their new product. The R community quietly went online in a hurry. The colleges that have not yet launched the B community launched the R agency in advance, and QQ used its own user base advantage for drainage. Blue Space's first powerful competitor finally appeared, and the era of ease of expansion lasted for a month and a half, with the R community coming online and ending with the launch of QQ, which is the R community, under the dual advantages of Tencent drainage plus strong funds, and adopting a strategy of first evading competition with Blue Space first, to grab the blank space market first. The user growth of the R community is also climbing with an amazing efficiency. Within a week of launch, the user growth rate broke 200,000. And within half a month it broke 500,000. Although this growth momentum is slightly weaker than the current B community, it is also, relatively speaking, it is actually very amazing. If the popularity of the B community has shocked the industry and has not yet reacted, the launch of the R community will undoubtedly ignite the enthusiasm of the entire industry. After the R agency went online, other followers no longer hesitated. In a development studio, a project called 51 Personal Space was initiated, and similar projects such as Campus Network were successively established. Chapter 18 Various follow-up imitations come. Even the giants in the social field have launched a high imitation version of the R community. For those who want to start from it but are still hesitant to wait and see, don't hesitate to think about it. Although it's a bit late to get in the game now, it's not too late, but it's also the last bus of the last trip. Even later, even if you want to play, you really don't have to play. Therefore, at this time, similar projects quietly emerged and were favored by venture capital institutions. After getting financing, they started rapid development. The various communities of the A community and the C community are all here. The time nodes are grouped together to establish projects. All of them are highly imitated according to Blue Space. The functions are almost the same. That is, the names are different, and it is impossible to sue the other party for infringement. This kind of cottage behavior cannot be bound by law, so anyone who wants to take a share in this field is rushing for time. Because the internet industry is the law of 2 or 8. The industry leaders occupy more than 80% of the market share, so in other words there is only one winner. This is a very brutal competition. It is important to grab the user base early. Everyone does not want to waste time. Once the market share exceeds 70%, as long as the company does not die, and there are no subversive models, generally no one can beat it. He will eat away from competitors. Suddenly the whole industry was heating up. Blue Star Technology Studio. Boss, something bad is happening. Xu Yong sat at a dining table for lunch, staring at a laptop and shouting suddenly. After the company got the financing, it was not as tight as before. It took a breath and then spent around 150,000 servers were added, and a number of new computers, including notebook computers, were purchased. And there is no need to owe wages. Although Irene said that they do not want to be paid, Liu Sheng still pays. Xu Yong pointed at the laptop screen and exclaimed, Lam actually created a new website based on our B community as a template. The function is exactly the same. That is, he changed his name. What is the R community? Everyone's community. As soon as this word came out, the other team members immediately gathered around, and all of them looked outraged at once. Nima is so shameless. Can we sue Tengzun for infringement? Aren't they investing in our company? How could this be? It's growing fast. Aileen also said with a shocked expression, oh my god, I can't believe it. Mr. Xu gave a very close and perfect image of the social elite that day. I didn't expect them to be so shameless. The enthusiasm in the face is very enthusiastic, and he will give us a knife. The sound of the whole living room suddenly sounded. Liu Sheng came to eat a bowl of vegetables while walking. The team is now very casual, there is no fixed working time. Liu Sheng said with a smile, don't think about the complaints and the like. They don't constitute infringement in law, and they have a lawsuit. The first trial is half a year, the second trial is 3 months, and the entanglement may not be effective in the end. I dare to guarantee that it's just the beginning, and there will be more communities in the future. What? Everyone exclaimed, looking towards Liu Sheng. Feng Yi said suddenly, boss, why are you still laughing? You can laugh at this thing? Liu Sheng said, why can't you laugh? The blue space model we created is becoming a phenomenon that is being imitated by others, even Tengxun is no exception. Don't you think this is a drag thing? Everyone is astonished. Zhuang, tugging? Is this still tugging? This is not tugging at all. Lu Siming, this is not the problem of dragging or not dragging, boss. This is the problem of Tengxun's insidious knife attack from behind us. It is very serious. Zhuang, Xiaoming, please be civilized. There is a sister paper. After Liu Washing finished eating, he returned to the kitchen, returned to the living room and sat down on the old sofa with both hands stretched out on the sofa, and then tilted his legs to a proper position. Everyone, this just shows that we are on the right path. I think that everyone's thinking needs to change. We are starting a company. Since it is inevitable, we will face many competitors and various methods. You can't imagine it, and you can't catch the sudden emergence of competitors. The emergence of the R community is just the first hurdle we face. There will be more in the future. All we have to do is step forward and that's it. Zuyong spread his hand. It's light to say, how to take it. It's too much to say. The first hurdle, let us face a behemoth like Tengxun without this. Liu Washing said, being able to become a competitor of the industry giants, in itself, shows that what we do is extraordinary. I think this is a good thing. Everyone looked at each other. Zuyong helplessly spread his hand. Probably this is the gap. The boss' strange thinking is unique. Maybe this is why he is our leader. Liu Washing smiled, and immediately converged, and said seriously, okay. Let's talk about the response below. All the people present focused their attention on Liu Sheng, and now the team members have implicitly recognized his position as a team leader. This is not the result of self-enforcement, but a natural result. It can also be said to be conscious results. I only have the name Liu Sheng. The face that always shows people calmly and confidently can convince the public and bring the team together. Liu Sheng could not help but think down for a while, and then revealed a calm and confident smile again. Our tactics are very difficult to say, simple and very simple. Just 2 words: innovation. Innovation? Liu Sheng nodded, said with great confidence, yes, innovation. Everyone knows that innovation is the future and that innovation is difficult, but only innovation can defeat competitors. Don't our competitors like to imitate us? Let them imitate us. They imitate our innovation. Then we are always one step ahead, we can get the initiative, and our competitors are always half a beat behind. Yes, our competitors have capital advantages and drainage advantages. Now our B company has a small number of users ahead. If we have sufficient innovation capabilities, then our innovation advantage is undoubtedly more than them. Big, we have no reason to lose. Liu Beilang and Zuyong were inexplicably infected by Liu Sheng's self-confidence, and their hearts were surging with blood. Now thinking about being able to compete with giants such as QQ, It is really fascinating. As for the two sisters, the idea at the moment is different from that of the boys. Their focus is no longer on the incident itself, but on the person in the incident, that is, Luo Sheng, especially Irene. She thinks this guy is the coolest. Lu Siming couldn't wait to say, "Boss, what shall we do next? Let's get on with the task. I can't wait to blow up QQ. You are young, just do not know the heights and heights of the earth. When you are young, you are not arrogant. When you are young, you are afraid of fear. When you are older, you will not be conservative, but weak." What Luo Yuosheng wanted was that his team could have this youthful youth. I decided to redesign the website. To this end, we have several things to do this summer. We are going to launch a photo function and turn the party function into an event function. The photo function is our new project next. Opening parenthesis, please recommend and collect closing parenthesis. Chapter 19 Photo tag function. The current BlueSpace website is very simple. To put it plainly, there is only a personal file. In fact, it is a very fragile information system. There is only one very basic event product inside, and users can use it to organize offline social activities such as parties. In addition, there are no other new features. As for the curriculum system, it is not actually the core of the BlueSpace website. In fact, by looking at the data, the curriculum system seems to be very popular. But Luo Sheng is very clear that most users do not use the curriculum in order to use the curriculum, but just want to use the curriculum system to get some of the trends of the favorite paper. This is also an important reason why the B community can be a big fire. Some people in the industry have also analyzed the mystery. And now some imitators and some BlueSpace researchers have grasped the key point of for analysis. If you turn horns on this road, you will be tempted on the edge of the law without accident. And the final result is only one. BlueSpace became popular because of this. But Luo Sheng never thought to play a role at this point. Its mission has been completed, and the best result is so far. I know, my sister is just a small part of a person's life. And it is also a very small part of a person's long career. Turning horns on this issue will not only lead astray, but also have limited income. At this moment, Luo Sheng and the team members are sitting together in the living room lounge. Everyone is sitting on the sofa, leaning on the wall, or sitting on a stool. On the old sofa, Luo Sheng had a laptop on his thigh. After getting the financing, everyone almost configured one. Everyone, or they looked at their computers alone. Like Zuyong, she looked at her next to Suyali computer. Erin sits on Luo Sheng's left. She doesn't look at her computer. Luo Sheng looked at the computer screen and said, "Photo sharing is the core of BlueSpace, but strictly speaking, we have no photos. There are no other photos except the photos of personal files. And the photos of personal files are more like ID cards." Avatar, when the content of the website has changed, it can't tell other users, only to go to a person's homepage can he know that he changed the photo. Feng Yi said at this time, "When I monitored the website, I found an interesting phenomenon. Some users change their avatars very frequently, and some even change their avatars every hour. Why?" Feng Yi is mainly responsible for the network security of Community B, focusing on whether users on the site upload some vulgar and illegal photos. But because Community B is a real name, users upload real personal information, including their own photos, on the main account. After the message, the subconscious will realize that they are responsible for what they say and do in the community. So far, the growth of B community users has nearly broken 2 million, and almost no people have uploaded illegal photos. Feng Yi's work is also relatively easy, and even looks a bit boring, but he often visits other people's main business, and is not boring at all. It takes more than half an hour to see the beautiful young girl decisively paying attention. Because of this, he discovered that some users frequently change their avatars, especially some sister paper. At this time, Irene said, "Why?" "It's very simple. Of course, you can share photos by changing the avatar. I also changed different photos on my BlueSpace account, but it's not like changing the avatar every hour as you said. Frequently, I am 2 hours. Everyone. Aileen sold a cute, hee hee. Luo Yuoshing snapped his fingers. I totally agree with Xiao AI's statement that it is sharing photos. Aileen slightly glanced at Luo Sheng and said happily, "Thank you Luoj for the praise." Zhuayong said with a weird expression, "Dear Irene, why didn't you think you were so happy when the senior praised you? And I praised it better than the boss." Yi Wenyan Erin snorted, "Even so, Roger is our #1 boss at Blue Star. Combining all aspects, Roger is heavier than you." Zhuayong was stunned. Pretending to be sad, "This is really hurtful." Tong Beilang teased and said, "I think there is another secret." Feng Yi, agree, everyone listens, this mouth is called by a brother. The crowd immediately started to coax. Although Irene was a cheerful girl, she was a little shy at the moment. Luo Sheng coughed a few times and quickly stopped. Hey, what kind of topics have been distorted? Xuyong, you rhythm master, give me a little rhythm. The enemy now, return to the photo sharing. The topic comes up. Xuyong echoed in a weird tone. Right, the enemy is currently, say photo sharing, photo sharing, photo sharing. The enemy is currently. Luo Sheng glanced helplessly at Xuyong. He always felt that the goods still wanted rhythm. After a moment, he pulled the rhythm back on track and said, "The phenomenon just mentioned by Feng Yi undoubtedly indicates a problem, that is, photo sharing is everyone, a very wanted feature." I said here that Luo Sheng handed the laptop on her thigh to Erin who was sitting next to her and took the computer and couldn't help but understand the temperature under the tablet. This is his temperature, so warm. Obviously, Sister Ellen ignored the temperature sent by the computer CPU selectively. At this moment, Luo Sheng picked up a whiteboard and hung it on the wall. And everyone looked at it. He used a whiteboard pen to draw a simple page frame on the board, and then looked at the team members and said, "It's pretty simple. Creative, you can send a photo, and then it will be put into the album, and you have a set of albums. You can tag people in the photo." He paused and said, "The tag is the biggest value of the photo function. Tagging the photo is a subversive feature that allows users to tell others who the photo he shared, or what other information is shared. This is a key feature." The team members couldn't help but hear the idea of Luo Sheng. They didn't know if the photo function would succeed, but at least Luo Sheng's description, they thought such a function was very good. Luo Sheng threw the whiteboard pen aside and leaned against the wall and laughed. "Of course, considering that our competitors are likely to imitate our creativity again, so we have to separate the two functions of photo sharing and labeling. It can't be taken out all at once." "Okay. Do you have any other opinions and supplements?" "I fully agree with this." Luo Yuoshing immediately said, "No problem. Then start the development phase, and strive to get the program development in a week." Only Luo Sheng dared to say this speed. In the computer field, especially algorithm development, talent is really important. It is true that 99% of sweat is not as good as 1%. If I change to the technical development group of the R community of Tencent, the staff will be several times more than that of Luo Sheng's team. It will take about 1.5 months to complete, and it may take 2 months to be slower. Luo Sheng's team was completed in a week, and several new members of Irene had to complete their studies. Only Luo Sheng and Xuyong were in full-time entrepreneurial status, which shows that talent is important. Time passed day by day, and the development of new features was constantly updated and improved. Luo Sheng decided to complete the development task in a week, not to complete one, but to complete the development of the photo function and the tag function within a week, and then go online separately. Chapter 20 received rave reviews. Luo Sheng's small team really came up with a fully functional prototype product within 1 week. On Friday night, Irene came to the studio. Luo Sheng and Xuyong were also there. Bai Lang was in charge of operation and maintenance. Others am all busy with my own business. I won't come to the studio tomorrow morning or Saturday morning. Aileen was sitting and watching the screen intently. She logged into her account, uploaded a set of photos, put them in the album, and tagged them. In terms of personal experience, She really likes this new feature and is a user perspective. After all, girls, I hope to share more and better side of myself. Like the peacock who opened the screen hopes to become a gathering point of eyes. The photo function and tag function have been basically developed, but it has not yet been launched. It is currently only used internally. The website will be updated at about 2 or 3 AM this evening, and the photo function will be updated to the Blue Space website first. On the other side, Luo Sheng is sitting at his desk. Although he is the CEO of Blue Star Technology, there is no independent office now. In fact, he and his team are all working in the same large living room. Luo Sheng logged into the background data to see that the number of user registrations in Community B is still growing rapidly. Although the R agency has emerged as a competitor, the growth of Community B has not slowed down in the past week. After all, both sides are grabbing users. No need to face the competition. So far, the number of user registrations in Community B has reached 3.3 million, the number of active users has reached 1.89 million, and the number of page views has reached 75 million plus million. The users of the B community are almost all college students. At this moment, Luo Sheng suddenly said, "Xuyong, do you want to bring rhythm?" "What rhythm?" Xuyong, lying on the old sofa, could not help turning over, seeing Luo Sheng taking photos, and immediately got up to his desk. Luo Sheng said, "I think you have the potential to be the first spray in our team." Xuyong was puzzled. What does it mean? Luo Sheng coughed a few times and said, "It's just ridiculous." In this way, the R agency includes the mess that emerges in the future. We can't say nothing at all. The netizens who don't know the truth will think we are original. Copycat. Xuyong nodded again and again. "Yes, this is something I have been worried about." Luo Sheng laughed. "So, we have to speak up. You are responsible for arranging our agency online, not to be useful, but the goal is clear. You only need to let the majority of netizens, especially those users of our agency, understand that they are plagiarism. We are the real originals. They are shameless. We are the victims. Take this rhythm, you know." Xuyong's eyes lighted up. "It's interesting. Set on this spray, see how I punch it." Luo Sheng quickly said, "But don't talk bad words, otherwise you will become famous later. It is dark history. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Xuyong, "It is necessary, but I am one of the co-founders of Blue Star Technology, a major shareholder, and a future technology big coffee. How can it be exported?" After speaking, he returned to his position. When he opened the laptop, he first logged into his B account, modified it on his profile, and went to the blog forum. There is no such thing as Weibo or Twitter. The original world was a major battlefield for online tearing. However, Luo Sheng does not plan to present this application idea yet. It is not the time yet. Without the platform of Twitter and Weibo, the current internet can still be torn apart. Wu Danyu is a good battlefield. Seeing Xuyong's strength, Luo Sheng knew that he was the first sprayer of Blue Star Technology, and he definitely chose the right person. As the rhythm master Xuyong beat the rhythm, it gradually spread on the internet. In fact, he did not need to bring the rhythm. Someone has already discussed it. Before the R community had not yet appeared, 70% of college students already knew the B community, and at that time, other college students had emailed Luo Sheng. "I hope they will launch it in their own school soon." But Xuyong, as one of the founders of Blue Star Technology and the B community, no doubt immediately aroused greater discussion as soon as he joined. With the expansion of the discussion, users of the B community began to laugh at users of the R community for using plagiarized products. In fact, users of the R community also knew that their products were piracy and plagiarism, but also refuted who allowed beta. Didn't the community come out? You can't help but blame yourself. R community project department of Tencent. The R community currently has 1.4 million users and 600,000 active users. It's not bad. If you follow this trend, you will soon catch up with B. The product manager Zhao Peng in charge of the project was very satisfied with the report, and his assistant said, "Mr. Zhou recently plagiarized our agency online. Controversial discussions in Community B should be watched." Zhao Peng nodded and smiled. It seems that this is the result of the operation of B Company behind, trying to use public opinion to pressure us. This matter does not have to pay too much attention. The main task is to expand the user base first, but it cannot be ignored. Understand? Zhao Peng's assistant nodded and left the office. After a while, another man knocked on the door and came to the office to report. "General Manager Zhou, we found a new feature on the Blue Space website today." Zhao Peng specially arranged a few people to stare at the B Community, and listened curiously. What new features? Photo sharing function. But it is more worth noting that this function is very popular as soon as it goes live. In less than a day, we found that a large number of users in the B Community started to use this function, and the reviews were very popular. The function uploads a large number of photos to share with each other in B Company. Various photos are very rich. Why didn't our creative team think of it? Zhao Peng said without hesitation. "You left to inform the program development group and develop and launch the photo function of our agency as soon as possible." He doesn't care what plagiarism is not plagiarism, imitation is not imitation, and law is freedom without prohibition. This is cruel commercial competition. Blue Star Technology Studio. Today is Saturday. Luo Sheng's team members are now present. Yu reads www.yuukansu. Everyone at the com communicates ideas while working. It's not important to talk about anything, so it's not important to talk about it. If there is, it is the best. I didn't expect the photo feature to be so popular once it was launched, but it was absolutely great at the time. Iron's pretty blue eyes flashed, and she couldn't help looking at Luo Sheng. "It's still Luoj, you have long been. You know this feature will be a big success." Luo Sheng laughed. "As long as you think it's right, you don't have to think about whether it will succeed, and then say it again." When the photo function was quietly launched at midnight yesterday, Luo Sheng and Xuyong both stared at the background. If someone uploaded the photo to the Blue Space website, they could see it, and then waited for more than an hour, just to wait for the photo to appear. However, the first photo waiting was the wallpaper of the computer operating system. A user uploaded the wallpaper in the computer operating system document to the website. In the early morning today, someone uploaded a picture of themselves hanging out with friends. And then someone uploaded a picture of a child. There are a group of photos, each of which is different. Some are 3 children together, some 4 and 2 or 2. And with the adults, these photos were taken when they attended the party. On the first day of uploading photos, in the afternoon, Luo Sheng and his team fixed some bugs and optimized them. After the photos function was launched on the Blue Space website, users uploaded a variety of life photos, art photos, etc. Photos are shared to the B Community. There is no way to stop this feature. At the same time, it is accompanied by a further increase in the user growth rate of the B Community. Don't forget to vote for the recommendation and collect it. You can also invest in Optimistic. Chapter 20 Repercussions. Luo Sheng's small team really came up with a fully functional prototype product within 1 week. On Friday night, Irene came to the studio. Luo Sheng and Xuyong were also there. Bai Lang was in charge of operation and maintenance. Others am all busy with my own business. I won't come to the studio tomorrow morning or Saturday morning. Aileen was sitting and watching the screen intently. She logged into her account, uploaded a set of photos, put them in the album, and tagged them. In terms of personal experience, she really likes this new feature and is a user perspective. After all, girls, I hope to share more and better side of myself, like the peacock who opened the screen hopes to become a gathering point of eyes. The photo function and tag function have been basically developed, but it has not yet been launched. It is currently only used internally. The website will be updated at about 2 or 3 a.m. this evening, and the photo function will be updated to the Blue Space website first. On the other side, Luo Sheng is sitting at his desk. Although he is the CEO of Blue Star Technology, there is no independent office now. In fact, He and his team are all working in the same large living room. Luo Sheng logged into the background data to see that the number of user registrations in Community B is still growing rapidly. Although the R agency has emerged as a competitor, the growth of Community B has not slowed down in the past week. After all, both sides are grabbing users. No need to face the competition. So far, the number of user registrations in Community B has reached 3.3 million. The number of active users has reached 1.89 million, and the number of page views has reached 75 million plus million. The users of the B community are almost all college students. At this moment, Luo Sheng suddenly said, "Xuyong, do you want to bring rhythm?" "What rhythm?" Xuyong, lying on the old sofa, could not help turning over, seeing Luo Sheng taking photos, and immediately got up to his desk. Luo Sheng said, "I think you have the potential to be the first spray in our team." Xuyong was puzzled. What does it mean? Luo Sheng coughed a few times and said, "It's just ridiculous. In this way, the R agency includes the mess that emerges in the future. We can't say nothing at all. The netizens who don't know the truth will think we are original copycat." Xuyong nodded again and again. "Yes, this is something I have been worried about." Luo Sheng laughed. "So, we have to speak up. You are responsible for arranging our agency online, not to be useful, but the goal is clear. You only need to let the majority of netizens, especially those users of our agency, understand that they are plagiarism. We are the real originals. They are shameless. We are the victims. Take this rhythm, you know." Xuyong's eyes lighted up. "It's interesting. Set on this spray, see how I punch it." Luo Sheng quickly said, "But don't talk bad words, otherwise you will become famous later. It is dark history. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Xuyong, "It is necessary, but I am one of the co-founders of Blue Star Technology, a major shareholder, and a future technology big coffee. How can it be exported?" After speaking, he returned to his position. When he opened the laptop, he first logged into his B account, modified it on his profile, and went to the blog forum. There is no such thing as Weibo or Twitter. The original world was a major battlefield for online tearing. However, Luo Sheng does not plan to present this application idea yet. It is not the time yet. Without the platform of Twitter and Weibo, the current internet can still be torn apart. Wu Danyu is a good battlefield. Seeing Xuyong's strength, Luo Sheng knew that he was the first sprayer of Blue Star Technology, and he definitely chose the right person. As the rhythm master Xuyong beat the rhythm, it gradually spread on the internet. In fact, he did not need to bring the rhythm. Someone has already discussed it. Before the R community had not yet appeared, 70% of college students already knew the B community, and at that time, other college students had emailed Luo Sheng. "I hope they will launch it in their own school soon." But Xuyong, as one of the founders of Blue Star Technology and the B community, no doubt immediately aroused greater discussion as soon as he joined. With the expansion of the discussion, users of the B community began to laugh at users of the R community for using plagiarized products. In fact, users of the R community also knew that their products were piracy and plagiarism, but also refuted who allowed beta. Didn't the community come out? You can't help but blame yourself. R community project department of Tencent. The R community currently has 1.4 million users and 600,000 active users. It's not bad. If you follow this trend, you will soon catch up with B. The product manager Zhao Peng in charge of the project was very satisfied with the report, and his assistant said, "Mr. Zhao recently plagiarized our agency online. Controversial discussions in Community B should be watched." Zhao Peng nodded and smiled. It seems that this is the result of the operation of B company behind, trying to use public opinion to pressure us. This matter does not have to pay too much attention. The main task is to expand the user base first, but it cannot be ignored. Understand? Zhao Peng's assistant nodded and left the office. After a while, another man knocked on the door and came to the office to report. General Manager Zhao, we found a new feature on the Blue Space website today. Zhao Peng specially arranged a few people to stare at the B community, and listened curiously. What new features? Photo sharing function. But it is more worth noting that this function is very popular as soon as it goes live. In less than a day, we found that a large number of users in the Bee community started to use this function, and the reviews were very popular. The function uploads a large number of photos to share with each other in Bee Company. Various photos are very rich. Why didn't our creative team think of it? Zhao Peng said without hesitation. You left to inform the program development group and develop and launch the photo function of our agency as soon as possible. He doesn't care what plagiarism is not plagiarism, imitation is not imitation, and law is freedom without prohibition. This is cruel commercial competition. Blue Star Technology Studio. Today is Saturday. Liu Sheng's team members are all present. www.mentalnovel.com. Everyone is working and exchanging ideas. It's not important to talk. It's not important if you can't talk. I didn't expect the photo feature to be so popular once it was launched, but it was absolutely great at the time. Ian's pretty blue eyes flashed, and she couldn't help looking at Liu Sheng. It's still Liu. You have long been, you know this feature will be a big success. Liu Sheng laughed. As long as you think it's right, you don't have to think about whether it will succeed, and then say it again. When the photo function was quietly launched at midnight yesterday, Liu Sheng and Xuyong both stared at the background. If someone uploaded the photo to the Blue Space website, they could see it, and then waited for more than an hour, just to wait for the photo to appear. However, the first photo waiting was the wallpaper of the computer operating system. A user uploaded the wallpaper in the computer operating system document to the website. In the early morning today, someone uploaded a picture of themselves hanging out with friends, and then someone uploaded a picture of a child. There are a group of photos, each of which is different. Some are 3 children together, some 4 and 2 or 2, and with the adults. These photos were taken when they attended the party. On the first day of uploading photos, in the afternoon, Liu Sheng and his team fixed some bugs and optimized them. After the photos function was launched on the Blue Space website, users uploaded a variety of life photos, art photos, etc. Photos are shared to the Bee community. There is no way to stop this feature. At the same time, it is accompanied by a further increase in the user growth rate of the Bee community. Don't forget to vote for the recommendation and collect it. You can also invest in Optimistic. Chapter 21. Go your own way, let others go nowhere. Entering the new week, after the Blue Space website launched the photo function, the first big problem that it faced was the need to expand the server. In addition, it was an expensive network fee, and the company's bandwidth expenses were also rising. Users are crazy about sharing photos in the community. The day after the photo feature was launched, some people uploaded more than 800 photos, including wedding photos, adult photos, travel photos and other wonderful content, and some bad content. In short, beauty and badness coexist with each other. As early as this morning, Liu Sheng and his 7 team members were all in front of a display, which displayed the background Bee community account registration data. The dynamic incremental data of registration volume keeps rising. 5 million. Xuyong suddenly raised his hands and fists and shouted, and the whole team was cheering. And Erin Girl jumped directly to Liu Sheng and hugged and cheered. Liu Sheng is sure that this cheerful young girl is premeditating, step by step, and extremely proactive in embarrassing herself. All kinds of crazy hints. After cheering, Xuyong said, Blue Space's successful breakthrough of 5 million users is absolutely memorable. According to this growth trend, the time to break 10 million may be only a third of the time taken to break 5 million. Maybe I am conservative. Bai Lang said, in 1 week, the number of user registrations has increased by more than 1.5 million. The photo function is absolutely important, and the page views have exceeded 94.5 million. Today, It can definitely exceed 100 million. The photo function allows users to stay and be company time has been greatly extended. No doubt, all members of the team are now convinced that the surge in Blue Space users this week is thanks to the photo feature, which has been a great success. Luo Sheng said with a smile. Trust me, within 3 months at most, the photos uploaded by our company B can definitely exceed any other website. Because our tagging function is not yet online, we have tagged the photos. This function will take off further. Why can tags be so powerful? If someone emails you and tells you, someone uploaded a photo of you online, wouldn't you go and take a look? Everyone said in unison, yes. This is human nature. The photo feature is just an appetizer, and photo tags are the most effective way to grow. Xuyong said, I bet that the photo function is so popular that R must have begun to imitate it. Bai Lang returned to his working place and looked at the computer and couldn't help but said, Boss, and everyone, next we may not only face our rival, but also 2 new copycat websites on the line. I heard Xuyong and Feng Yi couldn't help but look at it. But Luo Sheng confidently said, it doesn't matter. Our goal is very clear. Take our own path and let others have no way to go. Everyone didn't respond for a while and a half. When we confirmed the last sentence of this sentence, everyone stunned for a while, and always felt that something was wrong, and all of them laughed when they reacted for the second time. Scalp numb, boss. How are you so showy? Luo Sheng looked around for a week after the episode, and was thinking about it. Now with the introduction of the photo feature, not only will this feature take off, but also the Blue Space website will take off, and Blue Star technology will take off. It is important that the skyrocketing data has brought increasing pressure on the operation and maintenance of the website, and it is just that Bai Lang and them have already struggled. It's time to end the studio. Blue Star technology needs more manpower and a larger working environment. Luo Sheng calculated the funds, and there are about 700,000 left. According to Blue Space's current development momentum, even if it saves a little money, it will not last for 3 months. As for funding, Luo Sheng has always been unambiguous in the place where he should spend it. In the last life, he has also led many scientific research projects of more than 10 billion magnitude. Bai Lang, Xiaoming Lu Siming, and Xuyong, you all looked at the website. Don't let it crash. Luo Sheng said to everyone immediately, our team should be developed and expanded, and the office should be expanded. I decided to rent the empty house next door. Xuyong, you can contact the owner. Xuyong made a gesture to indicate that there is no problem. The house next door is much larger than the current one, and the rent has been posted, which is 280 yuan more expensive than the current house. The next time we get financing, when our company expands for the 3rd time, we will move the office to a real grade office building. In the future, we must build a headquarters belonging to Blue Star Technology. Luo Sheng said with a smile. The team members can't help but look forward to it. They are increasingly convinced that all this will be realized in the foreseeable future. Everyone is young. Although the current working environment is simple, the body seems to have unlimited energy and believes it can be made everything. But in any case, the Blue Star Technology startup team is not the most efficient team. Although the project development efficiency is extremely fast, it is based on Luo Sheng and their computer geniuses. If the 2 of them are similar to most ordinary programmers will also be exposed to efficiency issues. However, Luo Sheng does not intend to change this loose authority immediately. Yu reads www.yuukansu.com also has a very clear plan. Decided to make changes when the company's office officially moved to the office building. Xiao AI, you go out with me, let's go to the human resources market to recruit new members, and you prepare the materials. Luo Sheng looked at AI Lin my paper and said, she nodded without hesitation and quickly turned. She puts a laptop in a document bag, and then diligently prepares some manuscripts for the application. She is indeed a qualified assistant. After a while, the 2 left the studio and went to the human resources market. This time, Luo Sheng decided to expand the company's team size to about 25 to 30 people. He did not consider recruiting adults for the time being, but a fresh graduate. Because the company's dormitory culture is still popular at this stage, it is fair to say that life and work are often mixed together, and they do not sleep at 3 or 4 in the morning, and it is unconscious to sleep again until noon the next day. For people who already have an adult life, such as a family or even a child, Luo Sheng dare to guarantee that such people must take the initiative to resign after he has recruited into his company. 20 minutes later, the two walked out of the studio together. At the moment, they were waiting at a public bus station. Erin tilted her head and looked at Luo Sheng and smiled. "Roger, can I ask you something other than work?" Luo Sheng, of course. Aileen had a smile on her face. Her blue eyes stared at him with expectation, and asked, "Are you free after work tonight?" Luo Sheng looked at the cars coming and going without hesitating to answer. The company's second expansion, some busy, so there must be no time tonight, to live until midnight. There may be no free time in the next week. What happened? Aileen. Chapter 22 Expansion. I met a young girl and asked whether she was free or not, and it was in such a situation. I still have the intimate title of Luoj, one bite after another. Even a straight steel man should be able to understand what this girl's heart is thinking. Alas, the steel straight man might not even think of it. But Luo Sheng knew that this young girl had affection for herself, and she took the initiative to pass on such signals from time to time. Some hints came from time to time. Irene is a gentle and cheerful girl. 18 Fangling, especially those blue eyes, was chased by such a beautiful schoolgirl. I am afraid that few boys will be able to carry it. As the saying goes, women chase men's compartments. Luo Sheng's thoughts and feelings Luo Sheng knew very well, but he didn't put his thoughts on a new college student's love. He just wants to focus on his career, because the competition in the internet industry is extremely cruel, and once the first mover advantage is established, it can hardly be shaken. And many startups can be regarded as successful if they can live for another year and then go bankrupt. Besides, the Blue Space website is now facing competition from many parties, including the current industry giant QQ, and 151 Personal Space. For attention, Luo Sheng knew that his biggest advantage was the profits and various creative elements known in his mind. But this did not allow him to have absolute certainty to succeed. The variables still existed and there were too many. I don't have any cheats in novels, grandpa systems and other plugins, and I don't have any knowledge of alien civilization. When Luo Sheng was just in middle school, he was obsessed with similar black technology novels, such as Super Technology Giant, Almighty Technology Giant, Black Technology Predator and so on. I think it's nonsense now. But judging from the novel story, these novels are really good. Here, after hearing Luo Sheng's answer, Erin gradually disappeared. Her little hand clenched for a while, then released, slightly tilted her head, exasperated her face, and secretly annoyed. Zhao, Amorous Sky, is his emotional intelligence intermittently bursting, and his continuity is negative? When the bus arrived, Luo Sheng got on the bus immediately, and Aileen followed him behind him, and her heart was still whispering. Is this guy deliberate or really an Elmhead? After the episode, the two of them came to the human resources market. This time, Luo Sheng decided to recruit about 20 people, mainly programmers and developers, but also needed some talents in economics and management. For recruitment matters, everyone is clear. Luo Sheng needs 4 types of talents. The first is technology development personnel, the second is management talents, the third is law audit talents, and the fourth is marketing talents. Blue Star Technology started from the internet. At present, the general environment of the internet industry is sluggish. Although Luo Sheng wrote on the recruitment board that as long as fresh graduates, there are still some adults to ask. But the current Blue Star studio is not suitable for adults to work. Luo Sheng does not want to recruit and leave soon. Most of the time, at 17 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally ended the recruitment work. This time recruited 21 new employees, all fresh graduates. Luosheng gave them a basic salary of 2,200 yuan, plus some subsidies for overtime, etc. Can get about 3,000 to 3,800 yuan a month. In fact, the IT industry is a popular industry, especially in this era. The monthly income is sparse and common. Engineers in North America, the annual salary treatment even reached a high salary of 60,000 to 70,000 US dollars. However, the general environment of the industry is not good. Many companies have closed down or laid off employees, plus fresh graduates. At present, the funding of Blue Star Technology is not sufficient, which is one of the reasons why Luosheng chose fresh graduates. By the next day, the room next to Blue Star Studio had been disposed of, and 21 new full-time employees recruited this morning all came to Blue Star Studio. The company now adds a 28-person team of Luosheng. Stop for a while, everyone will know each other, and we will be partners to fight together in the future. Luosheng greeted Xu Yong them. At this moment, 28 people gathered in the living room, which seemed to be crowded. Luosheng looked at the new members and said with a smile, "It may not be the same as you think. Yes, this is the office of the Blue Space website. The dormitory culture is still popular in our team, so we only recruit fresh graduates, so we are colleagues, subordinates, roommates, and partners in joint ventures." Xu Yong said immediately, "Okay, boss. These declarations say no more than going to a dinner, so I propose that we go to dinner today." I saw the old team members roaring, and Luosheng reluctantly said, "Public opinion is hard to violate, so go for one." Coconut. Teng Xun, Xu Chenghua's office. General Manager Xu, this is a fax file sent by Blue Star Technology Studio. What documents? Xu Chenghua said. It's a list of financial expenses for last month, said the secretary. Financial expenditure list? Xu Chenghua froze. This is the first time I have seen a startup company proactively send out financial documentation to investors. Because of the normal situation, after a venture capital financing for a startup company, a financial accountant is usually stationed in the invested company to understand the financial expenditure of the invested company. This time, Xu Chenghua invested in Blue Star Technology, not only as a financial investor, but also did not send financial staff to the past because of trust and appreciation. For other startups, you will never report to you if you don't ask for it. In Blue Star Technology Studio, you don't ask for, check, and take the initiative to report. This team has a unique aspect everywhere, which is undoubtedly let Xu Chenghua, whom she admired, look at it differently. On the other side, Luosheng and the company's team members have been skinning for a long time. For the newly joined members, it has undoubtedly increased a lot of feelings for the first time. In the early days of entrepreneurship, it is necessary to mobilize the team members' passion, especially the team as college students and fresh graduates. Sometimes a party can do more with less, and a meal does not cost much, as long as you do not go to high-end places. After the team size was expanded to 28 people, maintaining the Blue Space website was finally a lot easier, and there were more people to handle things. But the company's expenses have also risen on a large scale. Payroll alone, the next month will be 80,000 or 90,000. Some new office equipment has to be added, and computer hardware has to start at 100,000. A series of expenses are roughly calculated. So far, half of the funds raised by the angel round have been spent. Now there are only 600,000 left on the company's book. Luosheng estimates that the company will open up as much as possible in the next few days. An expenditure of 300,000 a month is barely okay, but it can only last for 2 months. After Blue Space launched the picture function, users ushered in a peak period of growth. www.intelnovel.com brought by the increase in website operating costs. Not only the increase in human resources costs, but also equipment, new servers, etc. The current servers are rented. As for buying, Luosheng never thought about it. Even if it is more than 10,000 yuan for a group of servers, It cannot be bought at all because it is not a problem of one or two groups. With the current financial resources, it is impossible to afford it. Over time, the newly added 21 full-time employees officially entered the working phase. When the new employees first came to the studio, they did not know how to unlock the office door, but the door automatically opened at 9 a.m. every day. Turn on. No one except Liu Sheng will arrive at the office before noon. All are night owls. The 21 new team members will soon become night owls. The big guys basically come to work at 11 or 12 o'clock. Although work time is set at 9. Sometimes, when some employees come to work, they are still wearing pajamas. But it doesn't matter. This is what a company should be in the startup stage. Liu Sheng now adopts a loose management model for Blue Star Studio. There is almost no difference between it and the university dormitory. Everyone is doing the same thing at the same time. It doesn't feel like they are at work. The same is enjoyable. That's it. Time passed quickly for another month. During this time, the Blue Space website has launched the photo function, and the entire website has almost ushered in a completely new change. Users are happy to share their photos. Users open the B community more often and stay. It's also longer, which shows the user's activity and stickiness. Opening parenthesis, please recommend and collect closing parenthesis. Chapter 23 VC invests in the entire Track Venture Capital Fund headquarters. Liu Wen, who was sitting in the office, called his assistant and asked, "How has the Blue Space website developed recently? Is there any market research data?" Assistant nodded and said, "General Manager Liu, we have obtained the latest data on the Blue Space website. So far, the cumulative number of registered users has reached 14.8 million, 9.5 million active users, and 257 million page views." What? Liu Wen was shocked, and subconsciously said, "Why is the proportion of active users so high?" Not only that, the monthly user growth rate was nearly 10 million. This is his most shocking place. This data is too crazy. Compared with the growth data of QQ over the same period, the Blue Space website almost completely exploded. QQ. The assistant continued, "More than a month ago, Blue Space launched the photo function. This photo sharing function became popular once it was launched, driving the explosive growth of users. According to the data, only in the recent month, Blue Space users have uploaded more photos than any other website. It is not surprising for Liu Sheng to upload more photos than other websites, because photo sharing is one of the core social functions of Blue Space. Now even one can be removed. On the current Blue Space website, the photo function is the core. None of them, Liu Wen thought secretly, not to mention absolute success. But the prospect of Blue Star Technology's success is indeed getting brighter and brighter. With the current momentum, maybe we can challenge or even surpass QQ. I thought that Liu Wen now regrets that she was one step late and didn't get Blue Angel's angel round financing, so Xu Chenghua took the lead. I can't help but sigh. QQ's sense of smell in the field of social networking is sharper than others. Judging from the current development momentum, Blue Space website is definitely the most eye-catching social networking site in the internet world at present, and the growth rate of users has been comparable to that of QQ. You must know that it has been 5 years since the establishment of QQ and its listing. The Blue Space website of Blue Star Technology has only been more than 3 months. Although the accumulated users are now less than 15 million. It is still very different from QQ users. But Blue Space's growth momentum is too fierce. That's the point. Liu Wenlamu asked, "Can you find out the current financial status of Blue Star Technology?" I remember Xu Chenghua was showing off in front of me, as if angel round financing had only taken 1 million. With this data now, users share photos in large numbers. It's enough to pay for a pot of internet expenses alone. 1 million can't help but hit. His assistant replied, 1 month ago, Blue Star Technology expanded the team. Now their company has about 20 or 30 people, and the current development situation, The amount of funds used is getting larger and larger. It is not difficult to speculate that they are combined. The funding should bottom out soon, and I think Blue Star Technology will definitely seek a new round of financing within this month. That makes sense. Liu Wen nodded and said decisively, missing the angel round of financing. The pre-round of financing must not be missed anymore. You should prepare the materials as soon as possible. I will personally visit the founder of Blue Star Technology. Liu Wen dare to pack tickets. Now it is estimated that not only one of his VCs is staring at Blue Star Technology, but most other venture capital agencies have already followed. The large investment companies are all strategies of Guishaw.com. They are not investing in any company. They are investing in the entire track. Blue Star Technology may be an outstanding rare racer on this track in the internet field. Naturally, his VC will not be less. Since the cold winter, the internet industry has not been in this situation for a long time. And industry insiders have even concluded that the models that the internet industry can basically do. The blue space phenomenon now emerging is undoubtedly a slap in the face. With the passage of a month, the Blue Space website reached nearly 15 million user registrations. During this time, several new social networking sites suddenly appeared in the industry, all of which are highly imitation Blue Space models. However, most of the online products are basically semi-finished products, and there are a lot of bugs, and there is no photo function, because it is still under development, and it will take at least a month or two to go online. Liuosheng launched the photo function is a time difference. Development takes time. The industry is staring at the development of Blue Space, especially some of the people who research the B community, and found that this company likes to update the website and upload some new content at around 3 or 4 a.m. So many people stare at midnight. A typical example is the website development department of QQ, which has one person dedicated to it. In this situation, Zhao Peng wanted to get R to copy the rhythm. On the other hand, Blue Star Technology is also staring at the R agency. Xuyong is spontaneously staring. The Rhythm Master has recently taken off with a rhythm band online. The R agency on the QQ side is facing his crazy ridicule, basically treated silently. It was mainly 3 points weaker. After all, the eyes of netizens who eat melons are clear. Doing this kind of thing silently is enough. It is reasonable to say that this rhythm is getting more and more fierce. But it is not good for R. Zhao Peng's strategy is very simple. I think this is bearing humiliation and working quietly. As a person of Tengzun, he knows one thing: user habits. User habits are a terrible thing. Once established, they are basically stable. As long as the user develops a user habit in R, the retention rate will go up. Xuyong also registered an account of the R agency, which is one of his main offensive positions. The R agency did not delete his account. In fact, he wanted to delete it, but the R agency did not think it was a bad thing. Boss, sure enough, the shameless R community has finally launched the photo function. Xuyong shouted immediately, adding a look of indignation and sarcasm, adding, however, the interface is rotten, and it is not very smooth. Can't wait for the results of rushing online. Liuosheng, who was sitting in the lounge, immediately said to Bai Lang and Feng Yi, "Let us wait for R to launch the photo sharing function." Yes, our main competitor is R agency, followed by 51 personal space, and others are classified as other. But we must pay attention to the situation in North America. Liuosheng is most worried about whether North America's truncated Xiaozi will create Facebook again. The key is that North America is now the world's largest single internet market. At present, there are 140 million internet users in Lomai scale, followed by domestic. Liuosheng obviously will not give up the overseas market. The international version of Blue Space is inevitable. So he has a sense of time urgency, and immediately said, Bai Lang, Feng Yi, ready to launch our label function. Let's do a little bit that is to be copied, never to be surpassed. Always plagiarized, never surpassed. Xuyong pondered this, and couldn't help but hold on for a while, then immediately gave a thumbs up. It is indeed the boss. Wonderful. Feng Yi said, Do you want to update now? Nowadays, millions of users are using Blue Space during the day. Should you wait until midnight to push the code? Even if the code goes wrong, it will not affect many users. Liu Washing shook his head firmly and said, "Fast action, break the routine." Of course, now online, tag function has been developed more than a month ago, has been used internally for so long and continues to optimize so far. Do you worry about code problems? Boss said so. Naturally, the two of them who maintain the website had no opinion, and immediately pushed the code according to Liu Sheng's request. The photo tagging function is quietly launched, and there is no doubt that the Blue Space website is one step ahead in user experience. Chapter 24. This little deliberately targeted me. The emergence of Blue Space has completely changed the way of communication between FUDA and other universities. With the introduction of the label function without warning, not many people paid attention before the first hour. But an hour later, a change occurred quickly. Some users of the Blue Space website found that a new feature suddenly appeared on the web page, and they took a casual look at it. Some users found that this feature works great with photos. When many users found this tag function, they felt that Blue Space officials really knew what they wanted. Although in a decade or two, the label is the most common function, but it is a very creative new function in this era. The feature of the tag feature is that it allows users to tell others who is in the photo, which is a simple information introduction. Many people share a lot of photos on the Blue Space website, but others click into his homepage to see his photos. Laborious and even puzzling. With the tag function, it's easy to tell others the information in the photo concisely, such as what is related to the photo and so on, and simply express the information. An hour after the tagging function went live, users of Company B began using this new feature with pleasure, posting a photo, putting it into an album, and tagging people or things in the photo. This feature really took off, and it has improved the photo sharing function, which is the effect of 1 + 1 > 2. Tengxun, our community project team. Zhao Peng is very anxious recently. The current user registration volume has reached 5 million. The growth efficiency is very good. But as long as Blue Space is compared, it can't be seen any longer. More than a month ago, the difference in user numbers between the two parties was only 2 or 3 million. Within a month, the number of users of B has opened a gap of nearly 10 million. It must be known that R has more abundant funds, advantages, advertising advantages, and QQ's nearly 100 million users have the advantage of drainage. Well, the data of hundreds of millions of users may be a little bit vague, but even if it is cut, it is a huge volume. I was still hanged by Blue Space, and the user experience brought by innovation always surpassed the opponent. As for the reason that the gap was widened, Zhao Peng also found out that it is the photo sharing function launched by Blue Space, and the takeoff of this function has also led to a surge in the number of B users. And just this month, our agency's user retention rate data fluctuated, and our agency users are urging the launch of the photo feature as soon as possible, and there are users who have vowed to threaten it without launching the photo feature. Deleted number, registered B community went. Now that I have finally worked overtime to launch ours photo function, Zhao Peng is also relieved. At the moment, Zhao is still in a good mood, with a long expression of self-confidence to himself. Are there any new ideas? Well, not bad but it's mine next second, he said. Zhao Peng comfortably spread his hands and shrugged. At this moment, the knocking of the door rang. Coming. Zhao Peng, who was in a good mood, responded, and his assistant entered the office, and Hui Yui reported, "General Zhao, there are new actions over Blue Star technology." Zhao Peng said lightly, "What action? Is that hairy guy named Xu Yong spraying me on the internet?" "Cut it, don't care about that flutter calcium." Assistant shook his head and said, "It's something else. Blue Space has updated new content, updated the image tag function this morning, and it was well received once it was launched." Zhao Peng froze for a moment, thinking for a moment and then scolding, What? New features are hot again? How do I feel that Luo Sheng's astringent calcium is deliberately targeting me? The more I think about it, the more I think that is the case. Today, our agency only updated the photo function. Blue Space also just so happened to update the new function on the same day. Isn't this deliberately aimed at? Notify the development team. Give me. Zhao Peng almost said the word copy, but the key moment was swallowed back so bluntly, not right. Then rephrased, go online with our labeling function as soon as possible. In addition, what do people in the creative department do? Why didn't you think about it? As the assistant left the office, Zhao Peng was out of breath for a moment. This has already been pulled down, and the purpose is to hope to maintain the same competitiveness in the product, and then use its own advantages to defeat the other party. But now that the other party's product is more high quality, the competitiveness of our agency will drop a lot, and it will even train users for the other party. Using our agency is not good, and then silently registered the B agency account. Who is it to drain? I thought that the introduction of the photo function can be assured, too, and a popular picture tag function came out, which was another 20 days or even a month. Within half a month, our agency can launch its own picture tag function. Really calcium. Blue Star Technology Studio. In the living room lounge, Luo Sheng and a few colleagues and friends sat together in a chat, and Erin sat next to him, and Xuyong also gave her a tacit understanding. Create conditions. He does not resist, nor does he absolutely guarantee that the girl will be eaten someday. Anyway, let it be. I bet that most of Zhao Peng's goods have started to order his staff to work overtime to develop the labeling function. This shameless old thief's skin is so thick that I can't spray him. Xuyong helplessly lying on the sofa. Helplessly everyone twitched, making everyone laugh. Roger, once R has also launched the label function, the user experience will level us Blue Space again. There is no unique function. Erin sat on the sofa next to him, and took off her shoes and duckling. This sitting position can only be done by Sister Paper. Yes, what to do next? Xuyong said www.mtlnovel.com when Yan Luo Sheng smiled and looked at the crowd. Obviously, we have a new job to do. Everyone couldn't help hearing it. Seeing this rhythm boss has new ideas. Xiao AI, give me a small whiteboard and pen for Ed, Luo Sheng said, turning to Erin sitting next to him, who nodded and went to give him something. Luo Sheng scribbled on the whiteboard for a while, then motioned to everyone. AI Lingxian held her jaw in her hand, bit her little finger with her mouth, and looked at a pattern on the whiteboard in wonder. A heart pattern painted in red and a heart pattern not painted. What does this mean? Wu Deong, what do you mean? Luo Sheng held the whiteboard and said with a smile, this is the new feature we are going to launch next. I call it the like feature. This is a very simple interactive feature, such as I saw Xiao AI sharing on the community when I got a beautiful photo. I thought it was very beautiful, but I am a lazy person. I don't want to comment and I don't want to forward it. Don't look at this as a super simple function, but this is a god-level function, an essential function for any website. The like function is extremely meaningful to the product. Luo Sheng knows its power, and the cumulative number of likes can be displayed, so Xiao AI can see how many people have liked her photo. Having said that, Luo Sheng added, now social media on the internet only has the function of commenting and reposting, and the simple function of likes will undoubtedly greatly meet the needs of publishers and viewers, and can greatly improve user interaction to increase product stickiness and make platform users more active. Chapter 25. The arrival of 4 big VCs. So far, everyone has an initial understanding of the like function. After thinking a little about it, everyone immediately started chatting around the like function. This idea is awesome. Irene blinked her blue eyes with a smile, and she quickly replaced it, saying quickly, for example, I made a dynamic on the B community. If there is this feature, I may be every so often to see if someone likes it, at least when you are bored. Xuyong admired his face. This idea is so simple, boss. What do you think? Why can't I think of it? Feng Yi thought for a while and also spoke, I found that the like function is simply a wonderful feature of social connection based on rel name based on our BlueSpace website. QQ. Chat or group chat is information for specific recipients pass, and the B community is sharing information without specific recipients. If there is no response, then the active sharer will eventually stop sharing, and this product may die. Everyone heard the words and agreed with his point of view. Bai Langshan added, a small like can meet the psychological needs of the sharer being followed or recognized. It is a recognition of Ta and a motivation for Ta to continue sharing. So the activity went up. Yes, it seems that everyone's understanding is very good. I'm assured that I don't need to explain too much. Luo Sheng looked around at everyone with a smile, and said, one more thing, I want to find venture capital financing. The data is also good. More praises are a reflection of my personal charm, and my presence in friends is a subtle thing. It's a delicate thing to just like something when everything is okay. Everyone likes the praise function proposed by Luo Sheng and exchanged ideas with each other for a while. They all agree that this praise function is extremely important to BlueSpace, and I believed that this function will be favored by users. I decided, and the team began to enter into the development of the like function. As the person with the best computer programming ability of the entire team, naturally did not join it. Roger, this is the coffee you want. Irene placed a cup of hot coffee on Luo Sheng's desk. Thank you. Luo Sheng smiled. Irene also became more and more handy in the position of CEO assistant, and she also held the task of company financial auditing, which is her specialty. Aileen smiled back and said, Roger, busy. Luo Sheng is now working with the big guys. Although he is the CEO, he does not have an independent office. In the early days of entrepreneurship, funds were tight. Some things of the brand Luo Sheng didn't care. Xuyong's desk was next to him. He glanced at Irene and walked away. She immediately put down her work and probed her head next to Luo Sheng. She said, Boss, there is something I think I need to remind just you. What is it? Luo Sheng glanced at him curiously. Hearing that Xuyong put his hand on his mouth and lowered his voice, I said that you can't just leave the beauty alone by just hitting the mountains and mountains. Everyone in the studio can see it. Don't tell me say you can't understand the affection of other girl papers for you. And what kind of paper do you want to be so enthusiastic about? When do you want to install them? All adults are required. You have been an adult for a year. Luo Sheng was speechless, rolling his eyes and cursing. Rolling, although our company is now a loose management model, I will formulate some rules later, prohibiting office romance in the same department or related posts. Once found both go and stay. After talking about Luo Sheng, he looked around for a week, and said lightly, don't you pretend. It's as if I didn't overhear. I didn't hear the sound of typing on the keyboard. Feng Yi and Bai Lang were suddenly embarrassed. Any big and strong company is forbidden to play office romances without exception. On the one hand, it will bring the negative emotions in the relationship and life of both parties to work. On the other hand, it may be unfair because of the position. Hidden dangers, especially the higher the job, the greater the potential harm to the company. Even some companies or factories, such as haste departments, do not let two people who know each other to work together when recruiting staff. But Xuyong also said, we can follow this rule, but the boss can be an exception. Everyone says it is not. Everyone laughed and said, yes. Luo Sheng, hey, I said, brothers should be the first to stand up and support it. Are you supporting it? You are tearing down the stage on the spot. These words caused everyone to laugh and laugh. Irene came to the office just now, seeing this scene curiously said, what are you talking about? All the people secretly said that it was not good, but at this moment the studio's doorbell rang, and Erin did not ask to go to open the door immediately. Everyone was also relieved. Luo Sheng immediately warned, everyone is working for labor and management. This matter is stopped. Who is fooling into the finance office to settle wages and leave? Everyone suddenly worked honestly and dimmily, but I also heard that they were bluffing. But I also know that joking must have a degree, otherwise it will be counterproductive. After a while, Erin came to the office. Luo, Mr. Xu is here, and several people are here. They all seem to be VC investors. Oh, Liu Yuosheng was surprised when he heard it, and then ordered Xuyong to continue to develop the like function, and he went to see people. Before the company was unknown, not only did VC take the initiative to come to the door, they took the initiative to seek financing and also encountered various failures. But now the company has a good momentum of development. Instead of looking for VCs by themselves, they will take the initiative to find them. Liu Sheng thought about the company's financial situation and the future development speed. Indeed, a pre-round of financing is needed. Although it can still last for a while, it is only a short period of time. You can't raise funds until the bottom is reached. Brother Hahalo, we meet again. Xu Chengwu saw Liu Sheng coming and immediately laughed loudly, and Liu also indirectly told Liu Wen and their VC investors, I know this founder better than you. In fact, angel investors do have a certain comparative advantage. One of the Yu reading books is written into the contract. That is, Blue Star Technology will conduct subsequent financing. Xun has the right to lead and follow, unless it voluntarily gives up. For the entrepreneurial team, there is no reason to refuse to take the investment. However, the investors' struggle for rights and interests is indispensable. Even if it is useless, it is necessary to fight for it. There is a loss of welcome. There is a loss of welcome. Everyone please, Liu Sheng said with a smile, and immediately invited everyone to enter a meeting room. Well, it's actually a larger bedroom. After receiving the angel round financing, I rented another house, and this is the guest room. Otherwise, I have to look like Xu Chengwu last time, or I'll leave. Talk outside. I was understaffed. Ian's position was CEO assistant, but she also guested with the role of secretary and hosted some tea for everyone. The temple has a small room, and the hospitality is poor, and I hope everyone will forgive me. Liu Sheng said with a smile. Xu Chengwu, this is the second time they have met. They have an understanding of Liu Sheng and appreciate it very much, while other investors, like Liu Wen, have met for the first time. And Liu Sheng's first impression was quite deep. They found that this young man was not only humble but not overly humble, and even had a calm and cheerful feeling of laughing and laughing. The key was that he could not see anything from his face and eyes. Valuable information. These VCs have seen a variety of entrepreneurial teams, and college entrepreneurial teams have seen a lot more. Almost at a glance, you can see a lot of useful information from the expressions of the founders of young entrepreneurial teams. But Liu Sheng, they found that they couldn't see anything, and they couldn't make judgments. No wonder I will be appreciated and praised by Xu Chengwu. The young founder will be different when I first meet. Chapter 26 Business Betting. Anyway, at least it was better than when I didn't even have a guest room when I came last time. Xu Chengwu laughed jokingly. They are all very expensive, and they have far more configurable resources in their hands. Value. Compared to hotels and other high-end environments, these VC investors are more willing to go to the entrepreneurial team workplace. In this way, you can see more useful information. Although it is widely spread, it is not blindly spreading coins. Not everyone's money is the same as the big dogs and the wind blows. It's us who forgive us. We are uninvited guests, so we don't invite you. Liu Wen smiled. This group of VCs can be said to be impeccable, and people with little experience, especially young college students, may think they have encountered angels and bowl. But Liu Sheng is young, but he is a man of two generations. When dealing with VC, even if he is kind and angelic, he cannot change the nature of capital greed. I can't afford it early, Xu Chengwu said immediately. Brother Liu, let me introduce you. This is Liu Wen and Liu from Venture Capital Fund. This is Li Yan, then Vice President of SoftBank Capital in Greater China. This is Mr. Chen Tao from President IDG Ventures. The people who came this time, in addition to Xu Chengwu representing QQ, also came from 3 VCs, all of which are well-known venture capital institutions. After a few words of confusion, Liu Sheng opened his door and said, "You should come here for financing. It is not a secret. There is only less than 1/3 of the 1 million obtained from Mr. Xu. the company it's growing fast, and we have a new package, and we really need more funding. Erin Paper stood beside Luo Sheng. She said nothing quietly, but the worship and obsession of Luo Sheng was abnormally agitated in her heart, especially when she and the group were less than half a year old and nearly half 100 years old. Middle-aged people are laughing and laughing. Feel Superman. Here are chatting, there are employees chatting outside the reception room. A new programmer said to Xu Yong curiously, "Brother Yong, what kind of guest is the boss receiving?" Xu Yong said lightly, "The one who comes to send money." "Send money? Oh, I know. It's a venture capital company. I don't know if I can get financing." Feng Yi next to his wife glanced at the programmer. "Do you dare to question the boss' negotiating ability? After all, I'm too lazy to explain to your newcomer. You will know later why the boss of our team is named Luo instead of Feng." Xueyong immediately said, "Xiao Yizi, brother number 2 is still on the scene. You want to rebel?" Feng Yi, "What's my number?" Xueyong, "Look at the job number." Feng Yi, number 7. At the same time, the meeting room has been chatting for a while. At this time, Liu Wen spoke again and asked, "Mr. Luo, what I want to know is, do you have a corresponding solution to the future profit problem of blue space?" Chen Tao and Xu Chenghua also looked at Luo Sheng. Liu Wen didn't talk much but was concise. "Profit is the issue that investors are most concerned about." Profit. Luo Sheng spread his hand with one hand and asked a question. He immediately withdrew his hand and said lightly, "I will not consider profitability until blue space has 300 million users." What? Li Yan, an executive of SoftBank Capital, was shocked at first, and said subconsciously, "I should have heard it correctly. 300 million? Everyone else is still in a daze." Now the number of global internet users is only 600 million, and the number of QQ users is only 160 million now, and half of the 160 million real people are thankful. Luo Sheng looked at them and said, "What? Is there a problem?" Liu Wen seemed to remind him, "Mr. Luo, this is 300 million, not 30 million. The current social network company, QQ, has not yet broken 200 million. Do you say that there are more than 300 million users on blue space? This pie is too big, and it's too vain. I dare not talk about it. President Li, President Chen, or Xu, do you dare to talk about it?" It was also obvious that everyone laughed without saying a word. Luo Sheng did not care about their rather sarcastic attitude, and said slowly, "I wonder if you have been mentally shadowed by the internet bubble of last year. In my opinion, this is called a burst, and a bubble bursts through it. There is an Internet 2.0 era, a new era. In the next 5 years, domestic internet users alone will exceed 300 million, and become the world's largest single market with unlimited imagination. I can say that by then, in the industry, the market value of tens of billions of dollars is only a well-known company. Only when the market value reaches hundreds of billions of dollars can it be qualified as a giant." Everyone was speechless and had no confidence where he came from. I am even dismissive of Luo Sheng's optimistic attitude. They are all senior investors in the internet industry, and they dare not say that the future of the industry can be so optimistic. At this time, Xu Chenghua said, "Brother Luo, it is recognized that the internet will develop in the future. After all, the growth of global internet users continues to increase in absolute terms. We assume that blue space will reach the level of 300 million users in the future. Websites. The current growth momentum has indeed made the entire internet community look at it. So what I want to know is, when will blue space reach the 300 million user level?" Luo Sheng hardly thought, and responded confidently on the spot, "At most, it will be another year and a half, up to 2 years." I really don't talk amazingly. As soon as this remark came out, even Xu Chenghua was circulated. Liu Wen, they would like to question Xu Chenghua on the spot. This is the young wizard you don't want to boast of greatly admiring this mouthful of running trains. As investors listen to panic. Let the Blue Space website reach 300 million users in less than 2 years. Such remarks can no longer be described with arrogance. Even Xu Chengwa felt that Liu Sheng was drifting because of Blue Space's achievements. Indeed, the results were impressive, but Xu Chengwa could not help but say, "Brother Liu, I think you are too optimistic." Shen Tao said immediately, "Mr. Liu, I want to ask you, on what basis is this self-confidence? Whoever speaks big talks. You can't treat VC as a fool." When Yan Liu Sheng smiled indifferently, saying, 3 points, "I am optimistic about the future of the internet, and its development speed will explode, especially in the Chinese market. I am more aware of the potential of Blue Space than any of you. I feel the pulse of the times, it's beating fiercely, and you guys don't. Everyone stayed like a wooden chicken. www.untlenovel.com again speechless, because I no longer know how to describe this proud young man. However, in the eyes of Aile in my paper, it is another situation. At this moment she has fallen into it. The talks fell into a stalemate stage, and several investors stopped talking because they felt angry, funny, and a little helpless. If Blue Space's current development was unexpected, they really want to leave. At the end, Liu Wenru said, "Imagination is nothing but imagination without real foundation support. Let's talk about the reality. No one can say in the future the development of Blue Space is really good. This is beyond doubt, so for Mr. Liu we can't prove or falsify your description. And we don't want to prove anything. We want to invest in your company and share the risks and benefits, but we need some protection." Liu Sheng said briefly, "May I listen to you?" Liu Wen looked at it and said, "Since you are so confident, we signed a gambling agreement. If the number of users of Blue Space reaches 300 million within 2 years, there will be no punitive clauses for you, and if less than 300 million, 90% of your shares are shared by several of our investors in equal proportions." How? In other words, if it has not been reached, basically all of your own equity will be sold out. This is not a transfer but a direct sale. When I heard this, Liu Sheng hardly thought about anything and would never agree to any so-called gambling agreement. In his world, only when he proposed a commercial gambling agreement with others, not someone else. For recommendation tickets, collections, rewards, and lost the list. Reward a Helm Master plus 1 more, in order to defend the chrysanthemum. Chapter 27. Of course this pit will occupy a place. Blue Star Technologies' current shareholding structure has 3 major shareholders, namely Liu Sheng, Xu Yong, and Teng Xun as external shareholders. When the company was registered, it was an Epson Limited Liability Company. After the angel round of financing, it should be changed to a company limited by shares. However, Liu Sheng has not yet gone to the industrial and commercial office to do this. This time, he still decided to delay again for a while. In theory, there will be equity disputes, but as long as the VC is convinced, it is not a problem. Liu Sheng also has good reasons, open source and cut expenditure. Anyway, the shareholder agreement was signed in accordance with the contract law. When the company's articles of association are being revised, he is confident to convince VC investors. Before getting the QQ Angel round of financing, Liu Sheng held 90% of the company's equity and partner Xu Yong 10%. After getting the financing, it also ushered in the first round of dilution of equity. Liu Sheng's current shareholding was diluted from the previous 90% shareholding to 82.8%. Xu Yong was diluted from the previous 10% to 9.2%, and QQ became a new shareholder of Blue Star Technology and held an 8% stake. Blue Star's equity structure adopts the AB share system with the same rights and different shares. The co-founder holds voting Class B shares. As an investment shareholder, QQ receives Class B shares diluted from Liu Sheng and Xu Yong. These stocks are automatically converted into Class A stocks with only dividend rights. At this time, several investors looked at Liu Sheng. After Liu Wen finished speaking, They did not speak, indicating that it was tacit. Luo Sheng shook his head without hesitation and said, "I'm sorry, President Liu. I don't accept any business betting agreement. Since that is all, I will make it clearer. I only accept financial investors and do not share a vote of rejection rights, while the shares transferred are Class A shares." Everyone heard what he said, and they saw that Luo Sheng's desire for control of the company was strong, which was equal to Blue Star Technology, who had the final say alone, and no one could restrain him. Blue Star Technology is his own Blue Star Technology. Such founders are also too strong and overbearing, and do not give investors a little right to speak at all. Li Yanrong of SoftBank Capital said, "Imho, VC's mind can only accept your condition if it's crazy and caught by the door." Liu Wen and Chen Tao also smiled surprisingly, while Xu Chengwa remained awkward and elegant and remained silent. Luo Sheng didn't care, and laughed. "I dare to put forward this condition because I have the confidence and the ability to run the company successfully, and I don't need to show you anything to prove it. I have already proved the total investment of 1 million by Xi has created a social platform that now has a monthly user growth of more than 10 million. And it is only high or low. This kind of proof is enough once." Just then Liu Wen wanted to say something, but Luo Sheng directly raised his hand to stop him, and said, after finishing one sentence, "Invest in me, don't say, don't do it, don't think, lie quietly and count the money. Don't vote for me, there's no need to say any more." This aura was almost, Liu Wen swallowed it to his throat, and stumbled. At the end of the day, several investors looked at each other, and apart from that, they have now learned the strong and overbearing side of the young founder, especially the arrogance of the young man who showed the most in every word and deed. Strong founders, they have seen a lot of them, but like Luo Sheng, they have never met in their lives, never. If those so-called strong founders are compared with Luo Sheng, they are simply younger brothers. He hasn't invested yet. He is already like this. If he puts money in, will he still have it? I said that a good VC is the father. Brother Luo, how can you get investment like this? Then you must be scared away. Xu Chengwa smiled helplessly. Now he seems to be acting and muddy. Luo Luoxing grinned in his heart and refused to respond. But he is very clear and confident in his own judgment. These are all well-known venture capital institutions. They invest in the track. To put it plainly, they come to occupy the pit. As long as a project and an entrepreneurial team are not brain-drained, they will definitely put a sum of money, invest in 100 projects, and 99 failed. If one succeeds, you can recover all the previously failed investments. What's more, the current development momentum of Blue Star Technology is here, let alone, with the consistent style of SoftBank Capital, it will certainly not fall. Luo Sheng put away his strong side, relaxed a bit, glanced at Xu Chengwa, and looked around everyone seriously, saying, "I'm not crazy, but I'm responsible to investors, to myself, to what I do. My business is responsible, everyone." He paused for a while and added, "What I want is capital that trusts me and trusts me. I don't want any capital with skepticism to come in. If I think I can't succeed, what do I invest in? I think I can succeed, then give me the money. It's enough to make a profit." "What do you want?" Mr. Li, of SoftBank Capital, said lightly. "Mr. Luo, that's not investment, it's gambling." Luo Luoxing said that SoftBank didn't like this, and immediately looked at him and smiled. "You are not an investor or a fake investor." Li Yan frowned. "What do you mean?" Luo Luoxing spread his hand and said, "Isn't this obvious? If you think it's a gamble, then it's not an investor. If it's a real investor, you can only invest or not, and not gamble. Do you think?" After a few moments of embarrassment, Li Yan was also speechless, but after a while he concealed his embarrassment and said, "Nonsense, you sophistry." I at a big boring loss here at a hairy kid, which made Li Yan feel uncomfortable and very depressed. Ha ha ha. Xu Chengwa suddenly slapped his legs and laughed, and said after a while, "One thing is for sure, Brother Luo has not failed so far. As long as there is no failure, why should I question? Xu Chengwu originally accepted this condition in the angel round investment. The current round of pre-financing is still accepted. On behalf of Teng Xun, I would like to be the representative of this round of financing. Xu Chengwu glanced at Luo Sheng deliberately, but the latter kept his eyebrows low and could not see any expression. Luo Yuosheng's attitude made Xu Chengwu more reassured. The founder either soared into the sky or, even if he is a liar, he is a personal talent with this acting skill. This talent is also rare, so Xu Chengwu no longer has doubts. Even if he bets, he has to bet once. Even before and after the pre-round of financing, the losses will be fully affordable. Li Yan was scolding Xu Chengwu in his heart at the moment. He silently took the decent role, and he became a villain inexplicably. All the people present were human beings, and behind the smile were the calculations. Xu Chengwu knew Luo Sheng, but Liu Wen didn't know them, but now they also know that this young man can't fool, put pressure on him, or even control him. They conclude that Luo Sheng is even a man who is rather jaded than broken. People cooperate with such people. Yu reads www.yuukansu.com either ignores it or accepts passive status, because he has to take absolute initiative. Just like now. In fact, the 4 VCs who come here are all 100% invested in Blue Star technology. Yes, they have been determined to invest from the beginning because they are track investors. The reason is also very simple. Like Xu Chengwu, it is now a pre-round of financing. In any case, Blue Space's real development momentum and achievements are there. This is a fact that no one can deny. It is enough for everyone. They are in a hurry to occupy the pit. Mr. Luo, you said that qualified investors will not bet, but I want to tell you that I will bet on you this time. Liu Wen said with a smile. Luo Sheng, who frowned, couldn't help but look up at Mr. Liu, the venture capital fund, and immediately said with a smile, bet on others, it's investment in me. And wise investment, I promise. Ha ha ha. Chen Tao also laughed. General Xu and General Liu have already stated their positions, so I will follow them. What about President Li? Nonsense. How can you lack one bear? You don't dare to play in the pre-round of financing, then you must not be secretly joked about me. Maybe I will be fired by my grandson when I look back. Of course, this pit SoftBank will occupy one position. Li Yan is also unambiguous. When faced with such a strong founder and such harsh conditions, there is no difference between lead investment and investment, depending on who is willing to pay how much money. Eileen's sister, who has never said a word at the scene, is confused, and she does not understand the communication between these men. It is inexplicable. She just returned a posture that almost broke up. How did everyone make a 180-degree turn in an instant? So amazing. Chapter 28 77 million. At the same time, Xu Chengwu looked at Luo Sheng and asked neatly, Brother Luo, how much venture capital do you want this time? How much equity are you transferring? As for you, we nod or shake our heads. The others didn't speak. Obviously there was no objection. With the preparations in the front, they learned the strength of Luo Sheng, and they were too lazy to open the conditions on their own. Anyway, if they were not satisfied, they would be the same in the end. Then save this link. Let Luo Sheng speak on his own initiative, then nod or shake his head. When I meet this kind of founder, I want to take the initiative, or don't invest. Luo Yuosheng simply stated, based on the valuation of 1.1 billion after the pre-round of financing, I want 77 million yuan, which is 7% equity transfer. Xu Chengwu and the other 3 investors who came to Zhangking did not speak. It was the default. Now Liu Wen and the 3 of them are afraid to be a young founder. With a valuation of $1.1 billion, which is close to their highest valuation, Li Yan's valuation of Blue Star Technology ranges from 1 to 1.3 billion. When I heard this, Liu Wen couldn't help but regret once again that he couldn't rob Xu Chengwu first to get the angel round investment, so that the old horse took up the biggest pit and the least money was paid. I'm so angry. 1 million for 8% of the shares, now 77 million for 7%. However, Although it is too late to grab pits, it is not too late. The pre-round of financing is much stronger than the subsequent rounds of financing. As long as Blue Star Technology has a good momentum of development, the subsequent valuation will only get higher and higher. The same proportion of equity is not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions or even higher. Of course, the risk will be lower and lower. The sale of 7% equity financing of 77 million this time, the original shareholders' equity will be diluted accordingly. It is worth mentioning that Xu Chenghua, on behalf of Tengxun, signed an angel round of financing for Blue Star Technology Investment and signed a weighted average clause to ensure that the preferred shareholding ratio will not be diluted madly. Similarly, the 3 new shareholders will also request signed a weighted average clause to ensure that the proportion of stocks will not be diluted drastically during subsequent financing. Liu Yuosheng naturally agreed, everyone is the same. However, investors asked for the establishment of a board of directors and a board of supervisors as soon as possible. Liu Yuosheng temporarily compiled a bunch of reasons for the early stages of the company's development. He also made sense, and the investors agreed to him temporarily. Anyway, there is a shareholder agreement. It is not a big deal to make a special agreement to guarantee it. Liu Wen said, I agree with this valuation, and I am willing to invest. For the time being, there is no board of directors and board of supervisors. I can agree, but I have one last request, Mr. Liu, you must agree. Liu Yuosheng, please say. Liu Wen, Blue Star Technology has completed the angel round financing, but I find that President Xu does not seem to require you to set up an option pool reservation. Before the pre-round of financing, you must set up an option pool in order to prepare talents for future company recruitment. Stay, the option pool is from your founding team, and Tengxun, and we will complete the pre-round of capital increase and share expansion after completing this step. Xu Chenghua laughed. I forgot to mention this at the time, it was a big loss. The 3 new investors smiled as if to say, I believe you a ghost. I actually forgot. Xu Chenghua was helpless. Liu Yuosheng also did not object to this, and nodded, no problem. We have set aside 15% for the option pool, but I will hold the 15% option pool on my behalf and enjoy voting rights. Several major investors also expressed no objection to this. In fact, in the angel round financing stage, investors should request the establishment of an option pool, but Xu Chenghua did not mention this at the time. Of course, Liu Yuosheng would not have offered it silly. And now the 8% equity held by QQ should also be diluted into options pool. This is not included in the weighted average clause. After the overall situation was roughly finalized, the next step was smoother. It took another 20 minutes for the 2 sides to discuss the results and reach a consensus, which basically determined the equity structure of Blue Star Technology after the pre-round of financing. Already, after completing the pre-round of financing, the proportions of the major shareholders are: option pool reservation, 13.95%; Liu Yuosheng, 65.4534%; Tengxun, 9.124%; Xu Zhuoyong, 7.2726%; SoftBank Capital, 1.7%; Venture Capital Fund, 1.4%; IDG, 1.1%. The equity reserved by the option pool is held on behalf of the founder Liu Yuosheng. Due to the problem of establishing an option pool in this round of financing, Tencent suffered a loss. It originally accounted for 8% of the shares. The establishment of the option pool was diluted. However, after completing the pre-round of financing, Tencent's total shareholding increased to about 9.1%, became the second largest shareholder and the largest external investment shareholder of Blue Star Technology, and Zhuoyong became the third largest shareholder of the company. Several major investors invested in Blue Star Technology in accordance with their respective shareholding ratios, totaling 77 million yuan. It can be seen from before and after the pre-round of financing that the sooner you take up the pit, the less you invest, the more equity you hold, but the greater the risk. In turn, the later the pit is occupied, The more money is invested, the less equity is held, but the less risk it takes. Luo Yuosheng reached a consensus with several investors. The next step is the formal signing ceremony, but instead of signing at Blue Star Studio, he decided to go to Baiyu Hotel to complete the formal signing ceremony. When recruiting new employees, Luo Sheng did not recruit a lawyer because he couldn't afford a professional lawyer. Now that he has enough money, he can hire a team of lawyers to take charge of the company's legal affairs. As for the signing of this pre-round of financing, Luo Sheng will not rashly sign the contract. The contract was drafted by the VC. He needs to temporarily hire a lawyer to review the contract to avoid traps in the contract. He doesn't want to see these big headaches. The complicated clauses are best solved by professional lawyers, but the lawyer's fees can be included in the company's financial reimbursement. All of Luo Sheng's eyes are on the eyes of Xu Chengwu and Li Yan, some of his investors. He is very cautious. He will hardly let himself let go of any potential mistakes, even if the set is mostly set by him. In this regard, several investors were helpless, but at ease. There was a founder like Luo Sheng at the helm of the company, and their confidence increased a bit. After all, only if the company operates well, investors can have a profit return. After the interests were negotiated, several investors' attitudes towards Luo Sheng also changed. They all left the guest room with a smile and left the Blue Star Technology Studio to sign a contract. Xu Yong and a few of them saw Luo Sheng go out with several VCs, and quickly caught Irene, who followed. Xiao AI, wait a minute. How is the boss talking to that group of investors? It depends on the situation. How much money has been raised? Xu Yong said impatiently. 77 million transferred. The company's 7% equity, and you will ask Luoj when you come back. Aileen simply said a word and quickly followed him out. He is Luo Sheng's assistant. This time to go out to sign a formal contract naturally passed. When an employee heard this astronomical figure, he couldn't help smashing his lips. My God, 77 million. Actually only sold 7% of the equity. www.mtlnovel.com. Last time the angel round of financing 100 sold 8%. This time, 77 million is still 1% less. Are the VC's brains trapped by the door? I was wrong. I should not question the boss. Baiyu Hotel, a conference room. There are more than a dozen people in the room. Luo Sheng and the 4 investors are sitting at the conference table. Unconsciously, more than 3 hours have passed. Aileen Mai sits on Luo Sheng's right, while on the left sits a lawyer's team consultant he invited from the law firm. The conference room was very quiet at the moment. The team of lawyers who took the case was silently reviewing the contract just drafted. After a few minutes, they finally closed the documents. The person in charge looked at Luo Sheng and said, Luo sir, the contract is fine. Luo Wenyan and Luo Sheng nodded, and Erin, who was sitting next to her, thoughtfully understood, and gave Luo Sheng the official seal of the company. A total of 4 contracts and 8 documents. Luo Sheng swiped one by one and stamped the official seal of Blue Star Technology, and then the 2 sides exchanged documents. Li Yan and their respective contracts were also completed and signed, and once again exchanged documents. Each one share and shake hands with each other. At this moment, Luo Sheng is shaking hands with Li Yan, the investor in charge of SoftBank Capital, and laughs. General Manager Li, close the contract and wait for some money to lie in the future. This contract will be conservatively valued in the billions in the foreseeable future. Li Yan smiled, shaking hands. Billions? In other words, the future market value of Blue Star Technology will reach 600,700 billion? I really don't know how to get back to him, Li Yan said with a smile. Mr. Luo, the more you draw the bigger the cake, the more imaginary it is. Xu Chenghua, who signed the contract and shook Luo Sheng again, laughed. So, these 9 points are worth more than 50 billion yuan. Luo Yuosheng smiled. Look forward. Chapter 29. Heavy. Blue Space's startup company Blue Star Technology has just completed a pre-round of financing of 77 million yuan. with a valuation of 1.1 billion! Internet reference news. Winter has gone. Since the internet entered the cold winter, for the first time, startups with valuations exceeding 1 billion have appeared. Invest today. The social networking site Rookie Blue Space has received 77 million pre-rounds of financing. This round of financing was led by Tencent. SoftBank Capital, IDG, and venture capital funds followed suit. Finance news. The strongest founder in history is born. The founder of the pre-round of financing of Blue Space website allows capital to willingly accept the almost impossible conditions. Almost a legendary financing case. SearchArc Network. Blue Space website received 77 million financing valuation of 1.1 billion. Founder Luo Sheng. FUDA students, a rising internet rookie. Science and Technology Daily. After the news that Blue Star Technology completed the pre-round of financing spread, the company became popular in the industry, and Luo Sheng also became popular. The founder is a college student. A valuation of 1.1 billion, and the first billion-dollar valuation company after the internet bubble. These entries have attracted much attention from Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology. This financing is a critical date for the internet industry. More and more people in the industry, especially entrepreneurs, see hope. The cold winter may have really passed, and the internet is about to usher in a new stage of vigorous development. With the completion of the pre-round of financing, the company officially set up an option pool reservation. After getting this financing, Luo Sheng did not immediately consider expansion. The problem he wants to solve now is the company's operation management. Put simply, people. This problem is not resolved. Once entering the fast track of rapid development, the company will inevitably become chaotic in operation and management. Next, the company will enter the true development track in the true sense, and the follow-up staff expansion will be for adults, and the company's current bedroom culture must be removed. Development has entered a new stage and has to enter a new management style. It's not okay to just shout slogans. The current startup team is basically all students and fresh graduates. The enthusiasm is naturally high, but this enthusiasm will not last for a long time without a good incentive mechanism, especially with the company. Expand after recruiting adults. After completing the pre-round of financing, the company's option pool reserve has been set up, but how to use it effectively and how to use equity incentives in a reasonable way is really a headache. Obviously, the company urgently needs a professional legal person. Although Luo Sheng also knows a little about legal affairs, this is not his specialty. To this end, he called his mother for help. Luo Sheng did not forget that his mother was a senior practitioner in the lawyers industry, and he was the top elite in the industry. He had the idea at an instant, that is, he invited his mother to the company as the chief legal officer CLO, but did not give up decisively. When you think about it, this is no different than asking a Buddha, such as Buddha, to put yourself under the Wuzi mountain. Eventually Luo Sheng's mother came back to headhunting and recommended him a professional legal practitioner and her most proud student. Luo Sheng was overjoyed, and his mother's professional abilities were there, and she certainly would not pit her son. However, Luo Sheng's mother asked for an annual salary of 8 million plus 1% of the company's equity for the person she recommended, not because of the relationship, but because her student has the ability to match the treatment and can bringing the contribution far beyond this treatment to Blue Star Technology. If Luo Sheng didn't agree, his mother made it clear that she would not recommend her. Luo Sheng didn't care about it, as long as it was really worth the treatment. What would it do? The option pool just set up is reserved for real talent sharing. I was able to make my mother propose such a high treatment. The talent he recommended must be something. Luo Sheng waited for 3 days in anticipation. The party finally came to Shenxing and saw this talent that was praised by his mother. This morning, Luo Sheng went to meet at the agreed place. In a coffee shop, he already knew the name of the party, called Qin Weimu, a woman. After Luo met, Luo Sheng was still quite surprised. Qin Weimu was a high-looking urban beauty, with long partial hair, the lips not slick and red, intellectual and full of Yuji Feina. At this moment, The two were sitting in a private room. Luo Sheng was also very curious about her talents. You must know that Blue Star Technology now owns 1% of the equity plus 8 million annual salary. Even if it is an executive vice president, Luo Sheng also it is impossible to give such treatment, almost exceeding the treatment of all the executives of domestic internet companies. Luo Sheng looked at the beautiful lawyer sitting in front of him thoughtfully. Weimar reminded me of the myth of King Wei reclamation. Oh, it should be from Tao Yuanming's reading the Shanhai Jing middle. Qi Jing Wei. The title of Weimar will fill the sea. Qi Qin Wei Muxian held his jaw in his hands and stared at the man who was 3 years younger than himself and might become his own boss. He said, "I'm ready now, can I interview and evaluate now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng shook his head and smiled. "Even if the interview is assessed, you can trust my mother. In a word, you leave my startup company where the original law firm ran to, and I have no reason not to believe it. Will my mother still pit me? From now on you will be the company's chief legal officer." Qin Weimar pouted a smile, and after a while couldn't help but laugh. "In fact, I didn't know before. I did not expect that Teacher Li would actually recommend me to work in her son's company. Blue Star Technology is very famous in the internet community recently. I also heard something." Luo Sheng smiled and said nothing. After a while Qin Weimar added with a touch of confidence, "You can consult me with any questions related to legal issues, whether domestic, North American or EU countries. It also includes financial audit issues. Financial issues." Luo Yuoshing stared at the beautiful lady in front of her in surprise. Her words revealed her strong self-confidence in her profession. Obviously, she also had great trust in Luo Sheng's mother. After a while, Luo Sheng nodded and thought for a while and said, "The company has completed a new round of financing and has reserved an option pool. The company has also entered a new round of development from the initial stage. You can say that you are Blue Star Technology's first employee with work experience. Except for you, the other 20 or more employees were either fresh graduates or students at school. Previously, the management was flat and loose. But the new stage is obviously not adapted to this. Management tools." Qin Weimar nodded slightly, listening carefully to what he said. Luo Sheng continued, "With the recruitment of more and more adult employees with work experience in the future, how to keep the whole team up and down to stay focused and struggling is very important. This is my most concerned and troublesome problem recently. I think equity incentives are the best way. I also decided to implement equity incentives in the company, but the question is, how to do equity incentives? Is it appropriate to give to employees or sell to employees?" After talking about these issues, Luo Sheng looked at the lawyer and sister in front of her and asked her staff to analyze it before she could make a decision. "Sell." Wu Qin Weimar said without hesitation. Luo Sheng could not help but stare at her for a while, and Qin Weimar continued, "You must implement equity incentives, do not give them to employees. Or even if your company management is excellent, you are excellent, Blue Star Technology, the probability of failure has already occupied 50% in advance, and I can say that in packing tickets. Continue, listen and listen." Luo Sheng watched her wait. Qin Weimar quickly organized what he wanted to say, and after a moment, he came in an orderly way. "Equity incentives must be sold, because if you give them away, he will not cherish them. The purpose of equity incentives is to let employees, like shareholders, share benefits and share risks with the company. You give him equity, and the company good development. He shared the benefits, the company is bad. He will not share the risks with you. It is very easy to do the equity incentive plan. You can give as much as you want. But it is difficult to sell equity to employees. From the perspective of humanity and psychology, no matter what price they sell to employees, he will feel high. Therefore, if you want to do a good job of equity incentives, you must meet 6 core elements, all of which are indispensable: equity pricing, capping, waiting periods, instant incentives, security, and deep lock-in. Luo Sheng couldn't help but be interested. He decided not to be so transparent as to think of equity incentives. He was indeed a professional. Luo Sheng immediately said, Please elaborate on these 6 core elements. Qin Weimu took a sip of coffee, lowered it, and looked at Luo Sheng. He found that his eyes were looking straight at himself, but she did not see the lightness in the eyes of the other person, but listened quietly. Later, this makes Qin Weimu's favorability increase a lot. After a while, Qin Weimu slowly said, "The first priority for equity incentives is pricing." Take the case I have taken for example. Once a business owner also implemented equity incentives. He pressed 10% of the company's equity 50% off the normal valuation and sold it to employees, but no one bought it. I wasn't surprised at all, because employees first wondered if there was a problem with the company and the boss wanted to hold them in. That boss also doubted his life in the end. Why didn't any employee buy it? Did the company really have a problem? He was also a little self-doubt. Later he came to my law firm and just consulted and commissioned me on this case. I took it too. Luo Yuosheng curiously interjected, "How did you do that?" Qin Weimu Yanzan smiled and said bluntly, "I took this case and first looked at his business operation and financial situation. The next thing I did was to help him find an investment institution to invest 10 million, accounting for 10% equity, valued at 100 million. The purpose of doing this is to price the company's equity. At this time, 6 million, the employees are rushing to buy. At the same time, I also made a presentation to the employees of the company, explaining the equity incentives, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, and what are the benefits." Luo Yuosheng said, "So, my company has already completed the pricing, and the pre-round of financing has just been completed." Qin Weimu tapped lightly and continued, "The second element is to set a cap. Equity incentives cannot allow employees to buy as much as they want, such as the vice president level up to 5%, the director level up to 3%, and the manager level by up to 1%, etc., and make a weight coefficient based on the employee's age, position, performance, contribution, etc., to determine how much to sell. The third element is the waiting period. The so-called waiting period is also a test period for employees. You must never give a certain employee 3% or 5% of the stock right. You must give him a waiting period and a test period. The more you wait, the more you can test and assess what value and contribution he has made to the company through this stage. A lot of times you will find waiting for the employees to run away, because he feels that the waiting period set by the boss is to draw him a big cake, so the middle stage needs to let him taste the real sweetness. This is the fourth element. The fourth element is to set up an instant incentive. What should I do? Simple, use the dividend right to motivate. When setting options for employees, you must combine the dividend right. Although the shares are still options, at least they can get dividends. I don't think you redrawing big cakes. Wu Qin Weimu said that he paused for a while, took a sip of coffee and added, "The fifth element is a sense of security." Many companies fail in equity incentives because of their verbal promises, especially if they drink some wine at the dinner table. How can employees believe your promise at the wine table? Not only will you not work well because of your verbal commitment, but you will also doubt the truth of your performance. So companies must give employees a sense of security when doing equity incentives for their employees. Is also a legal guarantee. That is, signing complete legal documents for equity incentives must be complete, and at least one equity incentive must be formulated. The plan also needs to be signed with an equity incentive agreement. Many companies' so-called equity incentive agreements only have 2 pages of paper. Can this give employees a sense of security? Obviously not. It is like buying a house. The developer gives you a 2-page real estate contract. Do you dare to buy it? Luo Yuosheng shook his head. He would definitely not buy it, and then asked subconsciously, "How do I do that?" Qin Weimu replied, "What to do when employees are promoted? What to do if they are demoted? What to do if they are divorced? What to do if they are injured? What to do if they have a series of entry, exit and promotion? All situations such as demotion, etc. should be considered and written into the agreement, exhausting all possible possibilities. What if there is only a 2-page paper, What should go wrong in the end? The final interpretation power does not belong to the company. The employee is still a vulnerable group, no a sense of security. So, there must be complete legal documents in the equity incentive and sign the equity incentive agreement. After I formally enter the job, I can prepare a complete contract document for you to review. The last element is deep lock-in. That is, step-by-step lock-in of employees, requiring employees to pay money, time, and feelings in the company. Don't underestimate the amount of money that employees make. For example, equity incentives cost employees hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands to buy the equity of Blue Star Technology. After spending this money, his mentality will change. Finally, Qin Weimer said succinctly, because of whose money, who cares? I heard Luo Sheng stare at her in surprise here. With an annual salary of 8 million yuan plus 1% equity treatment, she was able to use her talents that she has initially shown, and her mother is really smart. Chapter 30 Long-term lockup is only possible for one day. I met Qin Weimer for the first time and face-to-face with questions related to her simple consultation. Not only did she see her talents, she was a treasure trove in terms of law, finance or corporate organizational structure, and top-level design. Let Luo Sheng firm the campaign's determination to build a professional and powerful legal team. Luo Sheng didn't keep asking these professional questions frequently. Legal issues were too complicated, and it wasn't clear in just a few words. At the moment in the private room, Luo Sheng looked at the beautiful lawyer sitting opposite and asked curiously, I am thinking about your knowledge of entrepreneurship, and I should know the risks, especially in the internet sector of the IT industry. An internet company may today the scenery is infinite, and tomorrow may be on the verge of collapse. You are not afraid that Blue Star Technology failed. Before the internet bubble burst, there were countless more internet companies than Blue Star Technology, but there were too many to collapse overnight. Wu Qin Weimer said without thinking, I'm not afraid. After speaking, I also looked at Luo Sheng. Qin Weimer immediately held the delicate jaw with one hand. After thinking for a while, he said, I came to Blue Star Technology based on 2 points. The first is my trust in Teacher Li. She can recommend me to work for a company, and I can trust her. The second is personal logical thinking. As long as the downside risk of a thing is small, but the upside benefit is large, things can be done without any hesitation. Qin Weimer paused for a moment when her eyes fell on each other's eyes and met with her. She looked at Luo Sheng and added, take a step back and say that if you fail to start a business and Blue Star Technology goes bankrupt, I can still go back to the law firm. Work, so my downside risk is small, I can completely accept it, but if you succeed, upside gain is obviously huge. Why not do it? After hearing what he said, Luo Sheng stumbled for a while, and then shook his head with a smile. Well, I'm speechless. You can take advantage of such a shrewd woman. The first time she met was less than half an hour, and she had already seen the talent of this beautiful lawyer from the verbal conversation. But Luo Sheng's emphasis on Qin Weimer is getting higher and higher. At the current stage of the company, she really needs talents like her to help her to sort out a set of scientific and perfect charter system and employee incentive system. Luo Sheng thinks that such a savvy and well-rounded woman wants to hold her around for a long time. Most equity incentives and the like are useless, and she just plays this. After thinking about it, Luo Sheng felt that he could only hold on to this savvy woman for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, this meeting was almost the same. When preparing to leave this cafe, Qin Weimer made a request, hoping to go to Blue Star Technology Studio to see. She also said she would like to see the campaign's entrepreneurial team. Just look at the atmosphere. Luo Qin's request, of course, from Qin Weimer, of course, readily agreed, leaving the cafe to take her to the current studio of Blue Star Technology. At the Blue Star Technology studio, Luo Sheng immediately summoned all the big guys. Everyone temporarily put aside their work and gathered in the living room. More than 20 people seemed crowded, and the environment seemed extremely rude to Qin Weimer, but she did not feel disgusted because of this. With her smart mind and good quality, she would not, so she looks down. Not to mention that she already knows that the company has raised more than 70 million in financing and has a valuation of 1.1 billion. More than 20 people, every team member is very excited. They are more and more convinced that Luo Sheng can lead them to success, and they are more and more convinced that the current vision and future are on the right path. Feng Yi, Lu Siming and other initial teams felt the strongest. They were the earliest members of the team. They also had the strongest trust and expectations for Luo Sheng. At this moment, Luo Sheng looked around and said, "Our company is considered to have completed the initial stage, followed by a very important and critical stage of development. Many things need to be changed to adapt to the new environment. Today is definitely a company to commemorate, a turning point, because we hired an adult employee for the first time." Everyone noticed a beauty standing by Luo Sheng. And after hearing this, they all looked at Qin Weimu in unison. Luo Sheng laughed. "That's right, Miss Qin Weimu, I have just been hired as the company's CLO." Everyone applauds. The people immediately gave warm applause to Qin Weimu, and she also educated her to pay tribute to the crowd and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Qin Weimu." She was surprised and had a novelty in her heart. It was also very interesting and different to think of working with these younger brothers and younger sisters in the future. In comparison, to some extent, Qin Weimu, who has achieved financial freedom, is more experiencing a different life. After simply completing the introduction of the company's 29th new member, Luo Sheng returned to the original topic. Before that, almost everyone was friends with colleagues in the company, even alumni, whether they were engineers or not. It's still a user support team, all fresh graduates and students at school www.mtlnovel.com. Even if our founding team moved the company from the dormitory to this studio, the dormitory culture is still popular today, but we will change from today. We need to behave differently. We also need to grow and grow together. The dormitory culture should be slowly removed. In future companies, as we grow stronger, more and more adults will start to enter our company in the future. And everyone will continue to grow after all, so we have to become real professionals to adapt to the future. Everyone was listening to Luo Sheng's speech and nodded silently. As their leader, Luo Sheng felt to the team members that they were real soul figures. His speech seemed to have a magic power that could bring everyone together and achieve a consistent sense of identity. Luo Sheng continued, "As for how to change, starting from the working environment, it is necessary to have a real office space, but it needs to be expanded slowly and gradually move to the new environment. So the next important thing for the company, the thing is to find an office building and rent a decent and comfortable office space. In the future, of course, we will have a headquarters building belonging to Blue Star Technology, believe me." The team members did not speak, but all smiled, and they were convinced that Luo Sheng's words would be realized. Luo Sheng's words were very contagious, and the team members were a group of young people who had just stepped out of the campus or even were still on campus. "Okay, let's work." There is no operation and maintenance officer, but the website is going to have problems. The team members finally calmed down their excitement, gradually returned to peace, and returned to their own positions, but their enthusiasm for work has been several times higher than before. Wallcrack recommends the new book My Items Can Be Upgraded, a guarantee of quality, which has been put on the shelf and can be killed. Chapter 31. General Zhao is very depressed. Tengzun, Rinran Project Department. At present, the number of users has reached 7 million. Today, the photo tag function was launched. The project leader Zhao Beng could have been relieved. The product features and competitors had been leveled out just when he was about to launch a counter-attack, and was depressed by the news of Blue Star's pre-round of financing. "I don't care about financing." What really makes Zhao Peng angry is that his company is not only one of the investors in this financing, but also the largest investor. Tencent's finances have become more and more abundant by the second half of 2003, because the company has found a very strong monetization profit point. That is, the QQ Show product. Xiaoma did not expect this product to perform so eye-catching. According to this momentum going forward, the financial turnaround will be completed next year. If it wasn't for the QQ Show, this investment in Blue Star Technology would not have spent more than 20 million. Now many people ridicule Tencent's operation on the internet, and people in the industry are surprised by this fresh and popular operation. Heavy money here to develop the R community, and the investment department over there invested tens of millions of dollars into rival Blue Space. Zhao Peng is now secretly bitter and bitter. On the one hand, the campaign's top management has given him a heavy task, and even the little brother himself told Zhao Peng that he attaches great importance to the R agency. The development momentum is good, and it will definitely be split in the future, come out and become a wholly owned subsidiary operating independently. At that time, I took this task with confidence and became a product manager. However, I did not expect that things would turn into this ghost. It's called Blue Space, and all kinds of God's assists are flying up there, and now General Zhao is stupid. Actually, Zhao Peng also knew that the company did nothing wrong to do so. In order to hedge the risk, no matter which side wins or loses, Tenzon will not become a loser even if he is not the ultimate winner. But 1 yard at a time, as a party is uncomfortable. Zhao Peng is more and more convinced that the labor and capital must have been brain-draining when he took over the project. He is more and more aware of his role as a cauldron. He has carried a cauldron for Ma Su. Anyway, President Ma is a wise decision-maker in the end. Our agency is up and running. Mr. Ma has vision. Our agency died but invested in the Blue Space very early. President Wang was too visionary. Thanks to the early investment, Mr. Zhao, who doesn't hold one's breath, feels that there must be a talk about MMP coming. I heard the knock on the door. Zhao Peng answered impatiently. His assistant came in and looked at the boss at the top of his eyes, but still truthfully reported, "General Manager, Blue Space website updated the latest version at about 7 o'clock this morning, launched a brand new function, and it's hot and hot again. It's a mess." Zhao Peng immediately turned his head and stared at the assistant, quietly snarling for a while. Really should. After hearing this news, President Zhao is not good for the whole person. He almost spit out the old blood. The R-Tag just launched the photo tag function, and Nemu immediately launched a new feature next door. Even if I use my toenails, I know that this is a counter-targeting strategy that Liu Sheng has deliberately made against R's imitation strategy, and it is simple and rude, which makes people even lose their temper. You imitate, then I will keep leading for a period of time with a continuous stream of new ideas. One idea leads for a period of time, and one idea leads for a period of time. So continue to lead. Always lead the industry in user experience. Giant RS user growth rate will increase with the gap between Blue Space over time. Eventually, RS agency can only lag behind. In the internet industry, especially in the social field, even the second often means failure. The internet is like this. The advantage of first in, first out is great. If you want to surpass, it is useless if you first occupy the ecological chain. The current QQ is a good example. In the virtual social network, QQ is now becoming more powerful, and some competitors are disappearing. At present, netizens recognize QQ when playing virtual social networking on the internet, and Blue Star Technology has developed a real-name social networking on the internet. In the end, it will only choose one. There are currently 3 main players in this field. One is Blue Space and one is everyone. The other is 51 Personal Space. Blue Space. Blue Space's advantages are also obvious now. Original, all kinds of popular ideas, plus there is still money. The market share is also the first and maintain a huge lead. Zhao Peng cursed and said, "Take the street. Immediately notify the development team to provide labor and capital." Oh, what are the new features of Lazizi? Assistant, like function. Zhao Peng, yes, like function. Copy it out for labor and capital immediately. Assistant Li left President Li's office silently, not wanting to touch the mildew of his boss, and began scolding and swearing. Zhao Peng, who was sitting alone in the office, yelled and whispered, "Take the street." I don't believe that Luo Sheng's little bastard's brain energy is constantly coming up with fire ideas. And your ideas will always dry up. It is worth mentioning that these ideas launched by Blue Star Technology have applied for patents, but they are not useful, and the imitation people are not directly copied 100%, and the lawsuit will not be left in the end. But the patent still has to be registered. In contrast to this, Blue Star Technology Studio is now a celebration. In the lounge of the living room, 6 or 7 people such as Luo Sheng and Xuyong sat together to chat, and Erin smiled happily. In the past half-month, the number of users in the blue space has grown rapidly and has reached 3,500. With more than tens of thousands of users, the praise function was really well received once it was launched. And it was another hot feature. Xuyong Qing leaned back on the sofa and tilted Erlang's legs, looking at the momentum of the crowd. "We have to use actual actions to explain the words of the boss to the industry. Has been imitated and never surpassed." This statement is indeed overbearing, and if you dare to claim it, you either have no clue or you have the competitiveness of the industry's dominant level. Obviously, Blue Star's Blue Space website is the latter. The members of the company are looking forward to each other day and day. I heard that the boss is planning to formulate an equity incentive plan, which makes every employee look forward to, and the company's current development trend will undoubtedly make employees more excited. As an early employee who joined Blue Star Technology, she knows how lucky she is. The sooner she joins a promising company, the brighter her future will be. Anyway, the veteran has no credit or hard work, not to mention credit. Like function. This small function can be said to affect the entire internet industry in the future. But I don't know exactly how much fire and how much effect it got after the end of the next day. On the second day after the function was launched, the user activity of Blue Space skyrocketed by 27% compared to the previous day. This is just the case when many users have not found it yet. After users share photos to the website, they will click back to see if anyone likes star, or there are many people who liked so the number of users is gradually increasing. User habits are changing quietly. Likes are becoming the habit of many users. Habit is the most powerful force. Now it is not just the R agency staring at the creative copy of the B agency. Once the like function is launched, many internet companies in the industry have seen its charm, and they have begged their respective technical departments to speed up the development and get the website online. District also likes, as long as websites with some interactive elements have chosen to go online. What makes Xuyong feel more depressed is that there are not a few websites that come to them to pay patent fees and use genuine features. Otherwise, this will definitely bring a lot of income for Blue Star Technology. This afternoon. Hey, since it's a bit good, why can't there be the opposite function? This is the most complete, right? Xuyong said suddenly. Erin and others in the lounge immediately joined the discussion. One like, one step, this is the most complete function, right? Everyone thought Xuyong's idea was good, and they turned to Luo Sheng, who shook his head and said, "Actually, I've thought about this, but I don't think it's a good feature. It spreads negative energy. Imagine that you share a photo and harvest a lot of steps instead of likes. Definitely it is going to be angry, or at least not happy. This feature is counterproductive and reduces people's motivation to share. The community in the blue space does not need the negative comment function, because as long as the content shared by the user does not violate the rules, he should not harvest the negative comment. You can dislike something. This is your personal right. But you should not take personal it is hurting others to release their emotions to others. If you weakens or cracks down on the motivation of users to share, it will hurt the company. Makes sense. Everyone listened to Luo Sheng's analysis and immediately changed his previous concept. Xuyong thought that he had thought of a wonderful idea and carefully considered that stepping on was indeed a very negative energy function. Only like is obviously the best. At least it is the best for the company. Even if you don't like it, you can ignore it, and you can avoid things like malicious bad reviews and make the overall social environment better. People like to be praised and want to be praised. No one wants to get bad reviews. This is a very simple human question. After a brief discussion, the negative evaluation function proposed by Xu Yong was rejected. The bad review function is not right or wrong, but it is not suitable for the Blue Space community. Some places need such a function, but the Blue Space obviously does not need it, and it may even bring back effects. It sounded like a goose. At this moment, some people in the creative department of our agency also thought of the bad review function by liking it, and have started to develop it. Everyone chatted for a while, and each went to take charge of their own work. Luo Sheng took Irene out of the company. Naturally, instead of going out for a date or something, he strolled around the major business offices in Shenqing. The 77 million per round of financing has already been credited to the company's account. Now that there are sufficient funds, the company's operation and development can also enter the fast track, and there is money for publicity and better operation. Another company is also going to enter a larger staff expansion stage. The situation of ordinary employees who have multiple roles in one person needs to be changed, so it needs to expand more staff. Recommendation tickets and collections for the new week. 6,000 recommended tickets this week and more. Chapter 32 Go or Stay. Luo Sheng decided to expand the company's staff to about 100 people. Now that he has sufficient funds, he will not waste it blindly. This money is used as much as possible for the development and growth of the company. Now he can save more with future financing. Money also sold fewer shares at the same time. I found an office space that afternoon and quickly signed a new contract in the building of Golden Trade Building. A 5A level office is located in the center of the city and its surroundings are complete in medical, transportation, and shopping facilities, with an area of about 800 square meters. At 16:45 p.m., the contract was signed with the owner. Luo Sheng plans to move the office from the original studio to the Jinmao building in 3 days. At about 17 p.m. at this moment, Luo Shengxing and Irene were waiting at a waiting station on the street. The office space was quickly finalized and they were planning to meet Blue Star Technology Studio. Luo Luoxing smiled. Our company now looks like a serious company. It's not easy to start a business. It's hard to do a lot of work. You also have to fight with VCs. You don't want VCs to die. You have to deal with them. I can't do what I am interested in. Although I am tired, I am also very fulfilled. In terms of travel, Luo Sheng also pondered the need to have a travel tool. It would be a waste of time to go out and do some things. Now it is good to say that in the future, the company's plate will become larger and the wasted time will be enough to buy a few cars. Luxury cars. The sister Erin standing next to her suddenly said, "Roger, it's almost time for dinner. We might as well have a meal outside and go back." Wu Wenyan. Luo Sheng replied without thinking, "I'm not hungry." Eileen, "Am I hungry?" The sister-in-law was so angry that he stomped his feet. After returning to the studio, Luo Sheng called Bai Ailang, Feng Yi, Lu Siming, Su Yali, and the grieving Irene to the living room lounge. Luo Sheng looked around at everyone. Everyone is a student, and there is a very important thing to discuss with you. Everyone listened carefully. Luo Sheng Dun looked at them sincerely for a moment and said, "I really appreciate your joining the team in the early stage of the company's most difficult business. Your participation is for the Blue Space website and for Blue Star Technology. It has brought tremendous help. The company is now on track. Daong and I have decided to drop out of school, but you are still students. Starting tomorrow, the company will move to Jinmao Tower. For the 5 of you, you have to make a choice. Did I drop out of school like Xu Yong to become a full-time entrepreneur or stay in school? If you choose to stay in school, I will pay each of you a cash payment of 280,000 yuan to thank you for your contribution in the beginning of the company. This money is the after-tax amount. If you choose to drop out of school and continue to stay, in the company and become a full-time professional. There is no such money, but each of the 5 of you will immediately get 270 options shares in the company. You certainly can't afford so much money to buy these 270 shares. I can give you an exercise period of at least 10 years is a special treatment for the initial team. After speaking, Luo Sheng looked at the 4 of Bai Lang and Feng Yi. As for the girl Ai Lin, this Luo Sheng had a little headache. The girl was chasing in secret. She just pretended to be a silly act. The girl came back. Along the way, the rather resentful gaze could still be felt. At this moment, a few of them calculated in their hearts. This may undoubtedly be a major choice to change their lives and the value of 270 shares. With the pre-round of financing, the completion of this round of capital increase and share expansion, Blue Star Technologies shares increased to 220,000 shares. That is, the current valuation of each share is 5,000 yuan value. 270 shares is 1.35 million yuan. This is an option stock to buy with money. It costs 1.35 million to buy. In the future, the company will grow stronger. Even if it is successfully listed on the IPO in the future, the value will be even higher. The future of these 270 shares is not a dream, even higher is not impossible. The greater the contribution, the higher the option reward. Everything is possible. Feng Yi, they thought of these hearts could not help but flutter. I am willing to stay with the company. At this moment, Erin Yan's aunt smiled and took the lead in making a decision. I also drop out of school. I stay with the company. Same. I believe that following the boss can make a big career. No more reading, drop out. Soon, everyone made a decision quickly, and no one chose to continue studying at school. Luo Sheng still looked at them solemnly. Of course I am super happy to be left behind, but as your leader, I need to be responsible to you. Don't make a hasty decision. This decision may have a huge impact on your future life. Impact. The company's current development momentum is very good. I also believe that the future can be successful, but what will happen in the future, we do not know. IT Internet is an industry that will change dramatically every year or even month. Whether Bai Lang and Feng Yi are excellent or not, it is still not completely clear. If they are simply measured by their current capabilities, Bai Lang and Lu Siming can only be regarded as excellent programmers. Take one. The monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is extremely high, and so is Su Yali. I am also young. However, it is really hard to say what the future achievements will be. Youth is the greatest capital. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely grow. Feng Yi is pretty good. However, Luo Sheng still reserves 270 shares from the option pool for each of them, because they are members of the initial team of Blue Star Technology. Without them, the company would not be able to operate as well in the early stage of development, and this directly as a result. Luo Sheng had a greater say in the negotiations with VCs, because the company had a good initial development, high valuation, and less equity for investment. Conversely, the valuation will inevitably decrease, and the equity transferred after receiving the investment may be 10% or more. It is also possible Luo Sheng only allocated shares to Bai Lang and Feng Yi, some of the initial team members. This was also a decision after consulting Qin Weimu and asking her to help staff analysis. Lu Siming said firmly, "Boss, I already think about it, this is my decision, and I am willing to take potential risks for this." Others also nodded to indicate the resolution. They have reached the age of 18. They have made it clear that Luo Sheng will not say more, and laughed. This will be the wisest decision in your life. Believe me. Everyone inexplicably believed his words and nodded heavily. After finalizing the questions of a few of their students at school, everyone returned to their respective jobs. The next 3 days, the company began an orderly relocation. From the birth of the 407 dormitory, to moving into this studio, and now to the commercial office of Jinmao Tower. The relocation of the company's office also symbolizes and witnesses the startup and growth of this startup. 23 days later, Golden Trade Building. In the early morning, Liu Sheng took the company's last batch of people to the new office space. Today the company has completed all the relocation work. There are several companies on the floor where I am. Two of them are also internet companies. One is a game company, and the other is an animation company. They already know that they have moved to a new company next door, and they are all very curious when they see the faces of all college students. What company is the next door in the end? Why are they all student faces? Blue Star Technology. Blue Star Technology. Technology company? You don't know about internet technology companies? Blue Star Technology. It seems your mind needs to be updated. Don't look down on them as college students. I tell you that the internet industry has been lively these days, and Blue Star Technology is the internet. The focus of industry news is that the Blue Space social networking site was developed by this company. This is currently the hottest social networking site on the internet and is used by college students. Can you guess how much this company is valued? How many? 1.1 billion. www.mentalnovel.com. Yes, you heard that right. It is 1.1 billion. Which is the news that just came out a few days ago. It has been a while in the industry to swipe the screen. If you don't believe it, you can go to Google. My God, valuation is 1.1 billion. This is not the most exaggerated. According to media reports, several VCs invested 77 million in the pre-round of financing, and only received 7% equity. A few VCs in the pre-round of financing only add up to 7%. Are their brains amused? Or are they spending too much money? Who knows? There are employees in several companies next door chatting and talking, but Liu Sheng doesn't know or care about them. Wow, is this where we work in the future? Lin Maya looked around the office space and could not help but shine. After entering the office space, the team members who came for the first time were curious to take a walk around the office lobby, and some also looked out to the side of the windowsill, with a good view, and could have a sweeping view of Shenqing. The team members are very satisfied with the new office environment. Frankly speaking, everyone was embarrassed to talk to their friends about their work before, but now it is different. At least they work in Jinmao Tower and say they are decent. Everyone walked around. Liu Sheng immediately came to his CEO office, and now also has an independent office. The venue has expanded, and there are several independent offices. For example, Qin Weimu, as the company's CLO, also has an independent office. An LCD monitor is attached to the desk, which is still very backward for Liu Sheng. Blue Star Technology has now ushered in a new stage of development. Recommended ticket. Favorite. Chapter 33. 30 years of deep lockup in a flash of time. It has been 2 days since I moved into the new office space. Compared with the first day, the excitement of the big guys has now receded a lot, and he is immersed in focusing on work. Liu Sheng is clear about the company's operation and management logic, and it is very clear what problems should be dealt with first. The next important thing is to remove the dormitory culture left by the company's internal team and build a technology-oriented engineer culture. Coming. Liu Sheng, who was sitting at his desk, looked at the door and moved into the new office space. Naturally, as CEO, he also has an independent office. Qin Weimu was the one who walked in. She was wearing an all-work uniform. A white tight top was clean and tidy at first glance, and a tight hip skirt was placed on her lower body, which perfectly reflected the perfect figure. She feels like an elegant and personal working woman. This aura feels like huge Ifana. Qin Weimu joined Blue Star Technology and started to work on his own work. In the days when he officially started work, he fully played the role of Liu Sheng's chief lawyer and the company's chief legal officer CLO, and he no longer accepted any outside cases. Became a core-level executive of Blue Star Technology. She was also very surprised to see the documents provided by Liu Sheng. The company's app system and innovative veto power and other equity structure settings were quite perfect. What surprised her even more was that the equity held by the company's major VCs was simply there is no right to speak within the company. In Qin Weimu's career, although it is not long, he has also received many cases, including many classic cases. However, the equity structure of Blue Star Technology, especially the external investment shareholders, has almost completely given up control of the company. In fact, even the annualized business has no gambling. She has seen such a shareholding structure for the first time, and she is more and more curious how Luo Sheng made VC willing to sign such an agreement. At this moment, after Qin Weimer came in, he closed the door smoothly and walked slowly towards Luo Sheng. The latter sat at her desk and stayed a few more eyes on her body to see the beautiful things in the world. It will always make people involuntarily appreciate more. However, Luo Sheng did not take a light look, and immediately smiled. "Sit down." Qin Weimu nodded gently, sat down in the chair next to him, and placed a document held in front of him on the desktop, saying, "I have sorted out the company's top-level design in the past few days. Some potential legal risks have been sorted out, and a complete equity incentive plan has been established for our company's current actual personnel situation. Mr. Luo, please take a look." Luo Wenyan Luo Sheng's eyes immediately fell on the desktop folder, opened and couldn't help looking at it. "I'm going to go so thick? How many pages?" Seeing Luo Sheng's exaggerated expression, Qin Weimer smiled and replied, "A total of 271 pages, including the company's core management, middle and senior management, and grassroots employees' incentive plans. There are also technical posts, management posts, and rank divisions. Corresponding treatment, the company's pre-IPO incentive plan, post-IPO incentive plan, pre-profit incentive plan, post-profit incentive plan, etc. Okay. Luo Sheng was convinced and discouraged. He glanced again at the text and closed it again and looked at Qin Weimu. "I haven't seen my brain wide. I'll give you a verbal report. I'll take a look at it when I have time." Zhuangzi has a specialization. If Qin Weimu were to see those codes, he would feel the same. "I noticed that most of the current graduates in the company are fresh graduates, and the initial team is still students, including you. But not everyone can be as unique and leadership as you, so it is targeted at young employees. I recommend this equity incentive plan." After talking, Qin Weimer has taken the document back again, and skillfully opened it to find one of the materials and handed it to Luo Sheng and told him, "This is a comprehensive incentive plan that I have sorted out, and it is also highly recommended by individuals. The implementation of this plan allows an employee to join the company from the age of 25 to the age of 55 and bind to the company for 30 years. At the same time, his growth has not the ceiling, allows him to provide opportunities, provide platforms, inspire him, grow him at different stages, and then the company can do better, bigger and stronger." Luo Luosheng paused for a while, then looked up at Miss Lawyer and said, "You said from 25 to 55? Binding him for 30 years to work for the company? Can this be achieved?" "This is a bit cruel." Qin Weimer pouted and smiled, nodded and glanced at Luo Sheng. Seeing his expression, could not help but said, "Don't look at me like this. This plan is a very scientific and reasonable plan, which can achieve the company and employees to complete each other's plan. This scheme is also divided into multiple stages, and the incentive method of each stage is different. It is not required that every employee of the company can go through all stages. Which step can be taken depends mainly on himself." After talking about Qin Weimu, he turned to page 22, which is a reference template. Luo Sheng immediately carefully browsed a complete set of Qin Weimu combing. 25-30 years old. An employee graduated from a 25-year-old master's degree and was hired to work at Blue Star Technology. Employee incentives at this stage cannot use equity incentives. For employees in the 2530 age group, incentives are based on bonuses, not options. Employees now need more cash to buy a house or car or travel. However, it should be noted that if the employee is given a year-end bonus, he may leave the job after receiving the money. Usually he is chic, and then finds a job again after spending If the company does not pay attention to the potential problems, once the bonus is paid directly when he left. To avoid this potential problem is to split the employee's bonus into 2 points. For example, his year-end bonus is 50,000. And 30,000 cash is issued. The remaining 20,000 is left in the company. The company sets up a bonus pool to use employees and other employees. The bonus to purchase the company's dividend rights is equivalent to the company helping employees make investment and financial management. Most of the company's net profit is about 10% to 20%. Which is definitely more profitable than depositing banks or investing in other financial products. It also guarantees risk. Since Blue Star Technology is not prepared to make a profit for a long time, you can set a margin guarantee based on the profit value of relevant companies in the industry. At the same time, there must be a lock-up period of 5 years, that is, employees cannot leave the company during these 5 years. If he proposes to resign in the 3rd year, he must leave. People can leave, but the bonus cannot be collected until the lock-up period ends, and the dividends from the previous 3 years must be returned to the company. If an employee needs money for reasons such as getting married, buying a house, or a family member who is ill and needs money, the company will not approve the money. But the employee can take the loan procedure from the company. The company lends money to the employee, the amount and the bonus amount of the lock-up period are the benchmark, but he must not be allowed to take out the money. As a result, most of the company's young employees have been locked for 5 years, aside from individual exceptions. 30-35 years old. When an employee reaches the age group of 30 to 35, he most wants to go out and start a business at this age, because of the pressure of life. There are old and young, small loans, mortgage loans, milk powder money, life pressure, wages are not enough, so want to go out and start a business to create better and more income. Employees often want to start a business at this time, but he has no funds, no resources, no channels, no platforms, no connections and no experience. The company can help him and let him start a business inside the company, and Blue Star Technology can set up a departmental company system inside. An employee with an entrepreneurial idea can be the head of a project department, and the company can let him contract this project as a virtual company. Employees bring several members of the department. If the project requires about 1 million funds, the company can contribute 600,000. The employee and his team make up 200,000, and other departments of the company can invest 200,000. The employee has the independent personnel, financial and operational management rights of the project department, and he has the final say on the project department. The project department earns 40% of the profits of the company, the employee and his team take 40%, and the investees take 20%. The employee team invests less but more, and the company invests more but less. But it needs to set a premise, that is, there must be profit. For example, this year's profit is 200,000. The profit before 200,000 is divided according to the above proportion. The employee's department will receive 50% of the profit if it exceeds 200,000. The more the profit, the more he will be divided. At the same time, they get extra income from the project. People in other departments of the company feel that the project is good. They can also invest some money, which reduces the company's financial pressure and improves employees' income. However, it should be noted that employees may spend money arbitrarily after receiving funds and sufficient operating rights. In view of this potential problem, the money invested by employees can be inferior. That is to say, lose money first, lose the money invested by the employee and his team, so that the employee and his team will be attentive. The company only does one thing, providing logistical support and accountability issues. If there is a problem, accountability but full authorization will continue. The establishment of a departmental company system not only satisfies the employee's idea of entrepreneurship, but also provides employees with funds, platforms and other resources. It also keeps employees inside the company, and the performance of the company's departments can also be achieved. 35–40 years old. When an employee reaches this stage in Blue Star Technology, his mentality may change. Now that he has successfully established an internal business, he now has certain management capabilities, has accumulated certain capital, and has certain qualifications. If you accumulate these, you will basically have a strong solo intention. Once you leave the company, he is likely to become a competitor. The company should let go and let him run away and start a new company that he runs independently. This new company must be a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology or a related independent branch. Shanfi's employees become the heads of the company or branch, and are already a vassal of one party, so Blue Star Technology, as the parent company, should hold 51% of the company's equity of the employees, which can either be relatively controlled or consolidated financial statements. 40–45 years old. When the employee's age reached this stage, he managed to run the subsidiary very well and the performance was dazzling. The better and better business at the same time, it will inevitably become more and more distant from the parent company. To solve this problem, the parent company should work with the employees to agree on a two-party business gambling agreement. If the employee changes the subsidiary from 10 million to 20 million, the parent company is rewarded with 1% of the dividend right. When it reaches 30 million, it is awarded 2% of the dividend right. When it reaches 70 million, it is awarded 3% dividend rights. The goal is to let him have a relationship with the parent company, so he must consider both the interests of the subsidiary company and the interests of the parent company, because the interests of the parent company are closely related to him. 45–50 years old. When an employee has successfully reached this stage under Blue Star Technology, he cannot be allowed to continue to do it in the subsidiary. He can no longer improve his career. Secondly, he may really never return. At this stage, the employee should be promoted to the parent company to arrange a vice president position. Now that he can do a good job of this subsidiary, has been fully trained, and other subsidiaries of Blue Star Technology are not a problem, let him manages all the subsidiaries of Blue Star Technology that go out to do solo. 50–55 years old. When the employee reaches this stage of life, all he has to do is to use the performance to realize the 3% of the dividend right he previously owned into real shares. That is, when he is 50–55 years old, the employee has the right to he owns a 3% dividend right and purchases it into real shares at the price 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, he has done a good job in the company's performance, and the greater the room for appreciation of equity prices 5 years ago and now. As a result, employees became Blue Star Technology's real shareholders, and they could work together with Blue Star Technology. 55+ years. Well, Sister Waimu, what is the content of this last stage? Did you miss it when printing? Luo Sheng, who carefully browsed the template, found that there was no postscript, and he was looking at it vigorously. Qin Waimu immediately explained, General Luo, this is not an omission. The template I combed is like this. In the final stage, you, the founder of Blue Star Technology, make flexible decisions. Luo Luoxing stared at her curiously. How do you say this? Qin Waimu said, in general, an employee who has worked in the company for more than 30 years and reached 55 years of age, that is, after becoming a shareholder of real power, should not let him continue to do so. To prevent his ambitions from expanding, anti-clients are fighting for control and dominance of the company. Yu Kanzu. In addition to this consideration, it is also necessary to vacate the position for young people. The resigned employee has become an old employee. Just retire and go home and lay down and count the dividends. In this way, it can also avoid the embarrassing things of the company's senior management. This is not the company to kill the donkey. Blue Star Technology was not his. The company just deprived him of his power and did not deprive him of the ownership of the company. He is still a shareholder because he has worked for the company for 30 years. He deservedly deserved it, but if it exceeded his contribution to the company and his deserved return, it would inevitably lead to chaos. So the best way is to let him be fired. And the company did not apologize to him for this approach. He joined the company after graduation and had nothing, and eventually became a shareholder of the company. During this period, the company allowed him to develop without any bottlenecks in the 30-year development process. The company has been helping him, providing him with opportunities, providing platforms, providing resources to grow, and the company has become bigger and stronger and mutually beneficial. At this moment, Liu Sheng noticed a slight reaction from Qin Weimu, and suddenly, he got up and took the initiative to get a glass of water for Qin Weimu. "Thank you." Qin Weimu smiled slightly, and then he drank elegantly. At this moment, Liu Sheng reset back to the boss chair and closed the incentive plan documents with great emotions. The woman has a routine everywhere. The key is that you know that this is a routine and you will jump in willingly. This is the most precious thing. Liu Yuoshing watched Qin Weimu with a smile. "Wonderful. The so-called Qianjun is easy to obtain, and I can get Sister Weimer for my use. It is definitely better than thousands of horses. Just this plan." Chapter 34. Eat goose. As time passed by 1 minute and 1 minute, Qin Weimer came to the CEO's office unconsciously, and it had already passed 40 or 50 minutes, and both of them were basically discussing the issue of the company's equity incentive. I have to say that with the joining of Qin Weimer, she provided a complete set of equity incentive plans to make Liu Sheng a lot easier. Before she joined Blue Star Technology, all legal matters were found by Liu Sheng throughout the company. If no one can communicate, you can only go to a law firm for consultation. Legal affairs is the calling that Liu Sheng attaches great importance to. He regards legal issues, management issues, technical issues, and sales issues as the company's wind forest volcano. The lack of any of these four major elements is not a big or strong company. Only when all four aspects of legal affairs, management, technology and sales are in place, can the company achieve the state of it is like a wind, it's like Zilin, its encroachment like fire, its immovability like a mountain, which is the basic element to become a supergiant. What Liu Sheng didn't know was that he was communicating with Qin Weimer for a long time, but it made another person jealous. Eileen was anxious. A sudden feeling of urgency and anxiety suddenly appeared for a love rival. She noticed that Qin Weimer had been in the CEO's office for almost an hour, and she hadn't come out yet. She was alone in a room. What could I talk for so long? For about an hour and 20 minutes. Qin Weimer finally left the office. As soon as she left, Liu Sheng heard another knock on the door. "Coming." As soon as the voice fell, the office door opened again. The person who came in was Irene. She closed the door and secretly locked the door. At this moment, Liu Sheng is in a good mood. Finally, the company's incentive plan does not have to worry about itself. It can be handled by professionals such as Qin Weimu. She said that the details considered are definitely more thoughtful than herself. At that time, it only needs to be reviewed and approved, and the stamp and approval is the correct way to open the helm. "What's the matter, Xiao AI, you are?" Liu Sheng saw Eileen paper standing opposite the desk, and did not speak. Staring at herself. Liu Sheng was a little stunned, a little confused. Aileen twisted her eyebrows and bulged her face, staring at Liu Sheng's undisguised expression of dissatisfaction. She finally ceased to be silent, and suddenly said with a sullen expression, "You have ignored all sorts of crazy hints, but you turned a deaf ear and pretended to be an elm head. I originally planned to get along slowly and maybe I could get love for a long time. But the exchange may not be the end. They became dependents, but were cut off, so I decided not to be silent anymore. I showed up." Liu Yuoshing looked at the girl with a grimace. "Take a showdown?" "What showdown?" Aileen bit her silver teeth, and then walked around the desk and came inside, standing in front of Liu Sheng and staring at him, both eyes facing each other. At the end of the day, Irene immediately grabbed his swivel chair and turned it at an angle, then rushed straight up, sitting on the other's leg, holding the other's neck. Liu Yuoshing was caught off guard. He continued to stare at the young girl in front of him. Erin stared directly at him, and said, "Liu Sheng, I like you." Let's fall in love. Miluo always sweated in his heart. Eileen suddenly saw his pitiful and affectionate whisper when he saw him not saying, "You won't refuse, you promise, right?" The faint scent of women was around. Luo Sheng sniffed his nose subconsciously, and finally recovered. How do I? Luo Sheng said motionlessly, looking at the girl with a bitter smile. I have no plans to develop a relationship now, and my career currently accounts for an absolute proportion in my heart. I am afraid I will leaving to the other half, hurting the other half, and afraid of hurting the business being done. I am planning to formulate a new charter to write down the prohibition of office romances. If we are in love, wouldn't we let me be the founder and Helm is the lead fowl? Liu Washing again said, brother is not ready for two fronts. Eileen didn't care, and said, what's this? We can secretly develop an underground relationship. Just don't make it public. Besides, the company was originally created by you. You can fire other people's squid, but no one can fire you. Liu Washing looked helpless and seemed to be a statement. Although not strict enough, she was right, he could fire others. I just spoke at Liu Sheng, and Iron's body leaned forward, and put a hot kiss to stop his mouth from talking. This situation, Liu Sheng secretly said, do you really when I dare not eat you? At the end of the day, Irene flinched back and opened a distance from the other side. The eyes of the two sides converged again. In this situation, each other did not actively speak to break the quiet atmosphere. After the kiss, Iron's eyes moved slightly away with her eyes slightly, and she seemed to have recovered some sense. She was also very panicked. As the emotional side was spread by reason, she got up subconsciously. But at this moment, Liu Sheng quickly reached out and grabbed his slim waist and pulled back, causing the subconscious panic and soft voice of Erin to breathe lightly. Liu Washing stared straight at her, then said, suddenly the identity of the hunter and the prey reversed. Okay, Xiao AI, in that case, I'd like to invite you to a meal of goose, and I'll talk about it later. Eileen looked at him with a blank face. At the end of the day, somehow, Irene was heading towards the door of the office. She swallowed gently with her small mouth, opened the door locked by her, and then left the CEO office casually. Liu Sheng, who was sitting on the boss chair at this moment, looked at the direction of the office door where Irene left, and naturally compared Qin Weimu with it. If Qin Weimu is likened to a juicy peach, then Irene is a green apple with fresh water. After a while, he quickly cleared these thoughts out of his mind, and reorganized into work again. Blue Star Technology has finally transformed from a studio into a serious internet technology company and moved to the Golden Trade Building. Liu Sheng's focus is not on the product for the time being, but to remove the dormitory culture that was popular in the company, then develop a complete equity incentive plan for the company's development. With the company's team in place, other problems will be solved. During this time, the development and expansion of the Blue Space website is also very pleasing. At present, the number of registered users has reached 43 million, and the number of active users has reached 29.5 million. The launch of the like feature has made website users more active. Blue Star Technology was founded in February this year, and it is now in mid-May. In just 3 months, its Blue Space social networking site has exceeded 40 million users. It is the hottest new website in the internet industry, and it is also growing fastest website. In the following days, Liu Sheng's main energy was temporarily transferred from the polishing of the product to the design and improvement of the company's management structure, and Qin Weimu played a very important role in it. Advice: not only is Liu Sheng more relaxed, but also the planning of the company's articles of association is more scientific and reasonable. At least there is no major hidden danger. Now I am not in a hurry to develop new products and get a pre-round of financing. The company also has the money to promote the Blue Space website. If you have the money, you can invite more people to launch promotion in various ways. Before, Blue Space website and Runrun website did not compete directly, and they were trying to grab blank users. Many universities have either B community or R community. Nowadays, Almost 90% of universities across the country have websites like the B Community. You must know that not only the B Community, the R Community, and the 51 Community, but also various other imitation websites are online. Now it is time to compete directly. www.intelnovel.com. This is inevitable. That is, there will be multiple similar social networking sites in the same university. BlueSpace's ability to seize users is significantly higher than RunRun's website. After expanding to the R Community, users soon abandoned R and switched to B. However, it is worth mentioning that this also allows many people to have accounts on two social networking sites, B Community and R Community, and even 51 space account. The R Community is also expanding on the original site of the B Community. But Luo Sheng is not afraid. At present, almost every university has corresponding intra-school social networking sites, scattered across major websites such as the B Community and the R Community. Among them, the BlueSpace website of Blue Star Technology currently occupies 47% of the market share, and the share is gradually expanding. It is currently the leader in the industry, after all, the pioneer of this social model. Second is the RunRun website owned by Tencent, which currently has a 21% market share. Then there is 51 Space, with a share of about 8%. The rest are a few other popular cats and dogs. Luo Sheng classifies these as other competitors. At present, in the field of social networking sites, the real competition is between the B Community and the R Community. At the same time, both the industry and the investment community now agree that the battle for social networking sites will eventually succeed in highlighting either the RunRun website or the BlueSpace website. There is little hope for 51 Space, but there is still a bit of hope. The current situation is obviously that BlueSpace is in a leading position, and it is far ahead. Most investors are relatively optimistic about BlueSpace website over RunRun website. Chapter 35 Give you a waiting period. Chapter 035 Give you a waiting period. After 2 days, Luo Sheng received notices from several major external investors. 15 days later, an extraordinary shareholder meeting was held to vote on the resolutions of the company's board of directors and the board of supervisors. This matter was shortly after the pre-round of financing. In addition to Xu Chenghua, who represented Tencsun, 3 other external investment shareholders have verbally urged Luo Sheng to set up the board of directors and the supervisory board as soon as possible, and adjusted the company from an Epson Limited register for a company limited by shares with the Industrial and Commercial Office. At the same time, Luo Sheng found some reasons to temporarily quit, because there were too many things involved, and the company's operations could not be dropped. So he moved out of dragging the word first. But it is impossible to drag on. There are 2 paths for the 3 major external investors. One is to persuade Luo Sheng to reorganize quickly, and the second is to bring legal proceedings. It is best not to leave this article. It takes too much time for 6 months in the first trial and 3 months in the second trial. Attorney fees and litigation fees are also required. But in the end, Luo Sheng was convinced. Because of Qin Weimus joining, he has great confidence. 15 days later, the first shareholder meeting of Blue Star Technology was held as scheduled. General Luo, in the past few days, I have systematically reorganized the company's equity structure. In addition, the company's shareholder meeting will be held tomorrow. In order to avoid leaving some potential for control of the company after the shareholders meeting ends, the loopholes and vacuums, I think it is necessary to sort them out with you first. He first heard his voice before seeing it. Luo Sheng knew that it was Qin Weimu. When he looked up, a pretty urban lady wearing a short-sleeved white shirt came into view. Qin Weimu did not tie a bow today. Still the iconic partial distribution type. Luo Sheng looked at the beauty who came and smiled. The loophole of control? This is impossible. I designed the company's shareholding structure as an ab-share system, plus a vote of veto, not to mention this vote of veto. As long as my equity remains at the 10% line and still has absolute control over the company, as soon as the words came out, Qin Weimar smiled and glanced at Luo Sheng. "You are exactly like what I expected." Luo Sheng shuddered for a moment, and then quickly asked, "Is it true that there are loopholes?" "The legal issues are too complicated." Luo Sheng is not a professional. Now that this professional is making such a speech, he is hesitant. Qin Weimar walked back and forth in the office a few steps before looking back at Luo Sheng, saying, "In theory, you do have absolute control over Blue Star technology, but if you handle it tomorrow at the shareholder meeting, you will not handle it well. In the future, it may be very uncomfortable and even have major consequences. Since you have been given such high treatment, of course, I have to help you eliminate the hidden dangers." Luo Sheng looked at her suspiciously. "Really? You have the same misunderstanding as many business owners. That is, you are too fancy about the control of equity." Qin Weimar took a chair and sat opposite Luo Sheng, and continued in an orderly way. "For example, if you hold 67% or 51% of your equity, if you can't reach this shareholding ratio, you can use the AB share system or concerted action agreement to think that absolute control can absolutely control the company. Actually, it is not true. You need to control the three committees at the same time. Now you just get the shareholders meeting, but more importantly, you control the board of directors and the board of supervisors." Luo Sheng listened very carefully, because the main resolution of tomorrow's shareholder meeting will be related to the establishment of the board of directors and the board of supervisors. Qin Weimar was able to join the company at this time, and Luo Sheng couldn't help but thank his mother silently again, and invited a top legal person to his son, still a big beauty, and so caring. There is such a woman who silently supports behind her. She will definitely take a lot less detours and pay less tuition in her future career. At this moment Qin Weimar took a sip of water and continued to say, "Controlling the board of directors is more important than the shareholders meeting. When you vote at the shareholders meeting, you say nothing. Even if all shareholders object to it, you agree that the general matter can be passed. But one person can pass. A board that passes more than half of a vote will lose control if you don't control more than half of the seats." The Articles of Association of the company stipulate that the shareholders' meeting is usually held only once or a few times a year, and the board of directors holds n times a year. When the shareholders' meeting is not held, even if you have a 99.99% stake, you can open the door of the company and even a cleaner cannot be fired. Shareholders do not have personnel rights in the company, there is no administrative area, there is no company management right. Having said that, Qin Weimar looked at Luo Sheng with a smile and said, "So young boss, if you only control the shareholders meeting, you will have to say so several times a year, and you usually do not count. Another is the right of veto you have is also incomplete. It can only be effective in the shareholders meeting, but it is not effective in the board of directors. The company law requires one person to one vote to vote on board resolutions. So the little boss you hold a vote of veto may actually have much less effective exercise than you think." Listening to her talk, Luo Sheng felt a sense of awakening. There are so many potential hidden dangers. The issues related to the control of the company must not be ignored by him. The company has introduced VC capital. He can help you develop, but there will definitely be opportunities kick you away without hesitation. After a while, Luo Sheng looked at Qin Weimar with a smile and said, "Since you have combed so clearly, there should be a solution, right?" Qin Weimar nodded. "It's not difficult. The board resolution requires more than half a vote to pass. On the major matter resolution of the shareholders meeting tomorrow, you must agree with all shareholders in the shareholder agreement and the company's articles of association at the same time. In the board of directors, you to have the right to nominate more than half of the directors." Luo Sheng nodded involuntarily and murmured, "It makes sense that although the power is divided out, the company is still controlled by me. Which means that the whole world belongs to me, but all the world belongs to me." "Good." Qin Weimar laughed, "Unless unexpectedly, the four major stocks of Tencent, Venture Capital, SoftBank and IDG will require a seat on the board of directors to represent their interests. By default, you can set up 9 director seats. In accordance with the agreement, you can get the nomination rights of 5 directors and hold a board vote in the future. Whether it is for or against, you have one more vote, which is equal to it's all up to you. After Qin Weimar sorted it out, Luo Sheng's thinking became clearer and easier. The seats on the board of directors are usually 3, 5, 7, 9, and so on. They are all singular and not even. If it is an even number, it may result in the same votes as the negative, and the resolution is deadlocked, which means that the vote is invalid. Obviously, the important means to control the board of directors is to control the right of directors to nominate. Listening to Qin Weimar's words, Luo Sheng could not help leaning back to the boss chair, staring at the ceiling with emotion. I was thinking, in case you didn't join the company in advance before the shareholders meeting, maybe I was the VC. It's not necessarily secretive. I suddenly feel that every time you tell me about legal issues, feels more and more inseparable from you and deepens your dependence on you. Qin Weimar looked at him with a smile and said, "What are you going to reward me this time?" After hearing that, Luo Sheng's eyes fell into her sight from the ceiling. After pretending to be thinking, she smiled and said, "There is also equity, and the salary is 8 million a year." Slightly. Qin Weimar gave him a white look. "Little boy, you are not your sister's food." Luo Sheng was unhappy when he heard it, and said, "No, it's only 3 years younger than me, and it seems to be too big." Qin Weixian embracing his hands, holding his jaw in the other hand, watching Luo Sheng raise his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "How, little boss, do you want to bind me deeply to you in this way?" "Are they together?" Luo Sheng shrugged helplessly. "Truthfully, I really have this idea. When you chatted a few days ago, I really agreed. You said that in the world, 2 people or both sides can be firmly bound to each other. Together, at least one of 2 relationships must occur. One of these 2 relationships is the interest relationship represented by money, and the other one is the marriage relationship represented by the flesh. I think I want to be deep with a savvy person like you." "Hold up, one relationship is probably not enough. There are 2. After talking, Luo Sheng looked at her silently with a smile. Qin Weimar took the initiative to retract her gaze and turned her head to pretend to be a thoughtful look. In Luo Sheng's sight, the angle of her side face was even more beautiful. After a moment, Qin Weimar Qian smiled, turned around and stared at each other again, and said, Then give you a waiting period." Chapter 36. Just arrange it. On the morning of the next day, Shenqing, the 4 major external investment stocks, sent a representative to Blue Star Technology, and the first shareholder meeting was held as scheduled. The 24 largest external investment shareholders really made a request at the shareholders meeting and took a director's seat to represent their interests. After a 2.5-hour meeting, the company's first shareholder meeting was over. The board of directors of the highest decision-making body of Blue Star Technology was set up at the shareholders meeting, and Luo Sheng made special agreements with other shareholders to be included in the company's articles of association and shareholder agreements. That is, Luo Sheng enjoyed nomination rights for more than half of the company's board seats, and revised the agreement terms require 2/3 of the company's vote to pass. In other words, it is basically impossible for this special agreement to be modified, because according to Blue Star's equity structure, even if Luo Sheng's equity is held at 10%, the voting rights still exceed a 2/3 majority, and he wanted to prevent the modification of this special reservation, and only needed a minority of more than 1/3 to prevent the resolution to amend the clause. The shareholders meeting passed this resolution. The company's board of directors was established with 9 seats. According to the agreement, Luo Sheng had more than half of the nomination rights of the board of directors, so he took 5 of the 9 seats, and the other 4 seats were made to 4 external shareholders. Tencent, IDG, Venture Capital, and SoftBank each took 1 seat. Then came the resolution of the Board of Supervisors. At the shareholders' meeting, the establishment of the company's Board of Supervisors was voted through and 5 seats were established. Among them, Luo Sheng was appointed by the company's internal staff, but according to the company law, the supervisors of the company's board of supervisors must not at the same time. He also held related positions of Donggao. The so-called Donggao is a director, chairman or senior management of a company. So far, the board of supervisors is also controlled by Luo Sheng. According to Qin Weimu, the board of supervisors is the last line of defense of a company, and its power is even greater than that of the board of directors. Judging from a series of powers of the supervisory board, this is indeed the case. 4 of these powers can show that their power is greater than that of the board of directors. The first is the right to check the company's finances. The second has the right to propose corrections to the company's Donggao behavior. The third has the right to chair the shareholders' meeting without the board of directors, and the fourth has the right to submit proposals to the shareholders' meeting vote. It can be seen that the power of the board of supervisors is greater than 1, so large that it can remove the company's chairman, directors, and executives to vote on resolutions. Because of this, after many investment institutions have invested in a startup company, even if they cannot get a seat on the board of directors, they will retreat to the second place on the board of supervisors. Because the board of supervisors has the right to check the company's finances, and shareholders want to check the account, they need to apply to the company's senior management for audit. But at the same time, the company's senior management has the right to reject such requests from shareholders, such as those that may harm the company's commercial interests. Reasons for refusing to provide shareholders with financial rules. If shareholders are dissatisfied, they can bring a lawsuit to the court, but the problem is that it takes 6 months for the first trial and 3 months for the second trial. It takes so much time to bring a lawsuit against the company. Even if the lawsuit is lost, the company will still not have any losses, and the cost of printing documents will be incurred when it dies. In contrast, shareholders may spend 1 year in order to check the account, and lawyers and litigation costs must be paid by themselves. Therefore, the board of supervisors has the right to check the accounts and has the right to ask third-party audit institutions to check the accounts. This is very important for investment institutions, because they invest money, at least to know where the money is used. Luo Sheng has done a good job. After receiving the financing, he will actively provide financial details to external shareholders every time. If this is not the case, shareholders have long called for a shareholders' meeting to put the supervisory board together instead of delaying. Until now, after the shareholders' meeting was over, everything had been arranged so clearly that Luo Sheng could finally rest easy. Blue Star's 3 meetings and 1 layer is now firmly in his hands, and Qin Weimer has filled him with potential control loopholes and hidden dangers such as vacuum zones. Luo Sheng has a veto right and ab-share system in the shareholders' meeting. On the board of directors, he has the right to nominate more than half of the directors. In the supervisory board, Luo Sheng's person serves as chairman of the supervisory board. As for the senior management, that is the highest executive body, the board of directors decides, and the senior management is responsible for the implementation, and Luo Sheng is now the CEO, or the general manager of the legal sense. The next day, CEO office. Luo Sheng took a form and sat on the boss chair thinking about it, all of which were the names of company employees, and he was a candidate for director selection. He has the right to nominate 5 directors, owns 1 seat, and serves as the company's chairman, leaving 4 seats left. Luo Sheng did not hesitate to draw a hook next to Qin Weimer's name. His professional ability is unquestionable. He is also a major shareholder of the company. He holds 1.95% of the shares and is definitely a major shareholder. Come here, rely on and trust. Then Luo Sheng drew a hook on Xu Yong's name. As the company's co-founder, the company's number 002 employee is also the company's 3rd largest shareholder and 2nd largest individual shareholder. The technology development capability is only 2nd to Luo Sheng. Nominated for a seat decisively, Luo Sheng not only asked him to sit on the board of directors, but also decided to let him assume the position of Chief Technology Officer at the senior management level. www.untilnovel.com. As for technology, when he was out, Xuyong would not care. Qualification is still the most appropriate technical strength. Liu Washing is technically more powerful than Xuyong, but as the company's head, he can join the technology development sequence, but he cannot be the Chief Technology Officer himself. After I decided, there were 2 seats left in the 5 seats. Liu Washing was a little bit upset. The other current members of the company really meet the requirements, and if they go through the personnel list, they can't find any qualified directors. As Liu Sheng pondered the last 2 places, the knock on the door rang. Coming. She looked up and saw that Irene had entered the office, and Liu Sheng could not help but browse her profession again. Erin was originally a student at Fudan University of Economics and Management. Her grades were quite outstanding, and her ability was still to be considered. However, her first career internship came to Blue Star Technology. Liu Sheng could not help but recall Erin's time. Working performance, compared with Qin Weimu, is definitely far away, but it is also remarkable. At the moment, I can only get taller from the short and get the seats on the board of directors. Anyway, I just need to vote with myself. After the decision is made, Liu Sheng immediately looks at Irene. Xiao AI, do you want to get a promotion and pay rise? Wu Wenyan and Irene entered the desk, and dared to sit on each other's legs, and looked at each other's neck and smiled. I don't care, just arrange it, I listen to you. P's, referrals. Collections. By the way, technology competition and business competition are the core of this book. The emotional drama is more excessive and serves the core of the front, without much space. But it is also impossible to write the numerous protagonists as a monk. Chapter 37. Don't make trouble, it's time to work. Liu Sheng said helplessly. I can't hear anything from her. Liu Sheng has decided in her heart. I just wanted to push her down. But Erin girl pursed her lips and tightened her lips tightly, saying, I locked the lock when I came in, so that's what it feels like. He. After a while, Liu Sheng gave up and said directly, I'm going to let you into the company's board of directors and serve as the company's director. At the same time, I intend to let you serve as the company's chief financial officer. If you can make me happy, you can turn it around, and conversely, even if you are my woman, you will still be fired. Erin, who was lazy in appearance, heard Liu Sheng give her such an arrangement, and suddenly Xing was stared at him. No, we will expose our relationship in the future. I will be told 3 things behind my back. 4th, say that I use my physical upper body. I don't want to. Liu Washing said without hesitation, isn't it now? Eileen. Liu Sheng looked at her with a smile and embraced each other's waist, saying, I will say hello to Qin Weimu. She is also qualified for the CFO position. Legal affairs is her specialty, but at the same time in auditing and finance I am quite accomplished, but I don't decide to make this arrangement. I need her to build a strong legal team for the company. I mean, you can ask Qin Weimu a lot of work questions during this time, which is very helpful to you. Help. I heard Liu Sheng's words praise Qin Weimu in a row, and Eileen heart became jealous, and she said noisily, can I refuse? Liu Sheng immediately said, people are better than you. You can't deny it. Of course, you can refuse, and I won't force it, but after 3 months, if I can't meet my assessment standards, I'll take care of you. Mistakes, including the position of director, are still agents now. You can't avoid relatives, but you can't match your morals or not. Whether you can turn smoothly depends on how well you are performing. So, if you don't want to be in the future, you have to be capable of persuading others, otherwise you will come back to me and do the secretary job honestly, you know. Eileen nodded silently, but secretly refused to accept that she might not be worse than Qin Weimu, not just to enter the workplace a few years ago. Liu Washing smiled slightly, patted on the rounded hips, and said, well, you will immediately notify Qin Weimu, Xuyong, and Feng Yi, and hold a personnel change meeting 5 minutes later. 25 minutes later, Everyone came to the meeting room, calling the big guys, that is to say about the company's personnel changes. The shareholders' meeting has passed the establishment of the board of directors and set up 9 seats, and I have 5 seats to nominate. Luo Sheng looked at them and said, after consideration, I decided to refer you, Xuyong, Feng Yi, Xiao Ai, and Qin Weimo as directors of the company. Everyone heard that Xuyong was okay with this arrangement, and everyone didn't feel anything wrong. He was the co-founder of the company. Eileen already knew that Qin Weimo seemed calm, except Feng Yi was the exception. Boss, I was promoted to the director of the company. I am afraid I can't handle such a high position, Feng Yi said in support of himself. I heard the news and he was shocked. Luo Sheng was not surprised to see him behave like this. Feng Yi was just a college student without management experience. His dream was to be a programmer, but Luo Sheng felt he had the potential to be a manager. For you, this is a rare opportunity to experience. I will observe you and promote you to the position of director. Currently, I am also an agent. Like Xiao Ai, I will continue to stay on the board if I am competent. You kick out. But now, no matter if you can or not, you have to come in and take a pit. No matter what you are responsible for, you will hold a board meeting in the future, and you can vote with me. That's all. Luo Sheng decided to take the decision at the beginning. Seeing that the boss was so strong, Feng Yi had to accept it honestly. He is still a little confused now, and Erin was busy maintaining the website when he did not notify him. Then, it became one of the 9 directors of the company. Only Feng Yi and Irene are temporarily acting as agents, and Qin Weimo is a formal director, as is Xuyong, and Luo Sheng is both a director and chairman of the company. The company needs to become more formal. After the pre-round of financing, our finances are ample and our employees must be recruited further. First of all, the management structure of the core layer must be improved. My CEO now has only one O, that is Qin Weimo served as the chief counsel CLO. Several important offs were added today. The company's chief financial officer CFO was temporarily represented by Xiao Ai. There was no way and there were not enough people. Xuyong, who was technical, was the CTO, and Feng Yi was the chief information officer. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng couldn't help looking at Qin Weimo and laughed. Mr. Qin, the company urgently lacks a chief operating officer and director of the personnel department. Do you have a suitable candidate for this? Can you help the company dig some executives? Come here. No way. You are reading www.uukanzu.com has developed rapidly, and it is impossible to train a senior talent in-house within 4 to 5 years. It is impossible to train all of them from internal staff because it cannot keep up with the company's development speed. Luo Sheng is actually more inclined to train talents internally, but this tendency is also premised on the premise of not affecting the company's development and expansion. Qin Weimo replied and looked at the other party, and said, I know a lot. Some senior talents are also industry elites engaged in the internet field, but I don't absolutely guarantee that they will come. Mr. Luo, who needs urgently, has to spend some Kian commissioned a headhunting company to help dig people. Luo Sheng nodded and smiled. That's natural, but if you can call some talents, it's better to call them as soon as possible. To understanding. Wu Qin Weimo nodded. Luo Sheng believed that with her business ability, there must be a great workplace circle, and the industry elites she knew must not be in the minority. Qin Weimo was able to join the company, not only allowing the company to have a top legal talent, but also indirectly owning her resources and connections. After the temporary meeting, Luo Sheng held another general meeting of employees to announce the Blue Star Technology Equity Incentive Plan that he and Qin Weimo had worked out. If you want a horse to run, you must feed the horse first. All employees of the company immediately started excited discussions. Luo Sheng not only announced the incentive plan for the first time at the general meeting of employees, but also raised the issue of treatment. Before Qin Weimo joined, the treatment was not clear enough, but after Qin Weimo joined, he sorted out the company's treatment immediately, and provided the relatively most scientific salary system that is also in line with the company's development. Chapter 38 Announcement of Round 1 Option Incentive. A week later, Blue Star Technology officially announced the equity incentive system and its first round of incentive plans, which is a major concern for all employees because it involves their own vital interests. The set of incentives announced now is limited to middle and low-level managers and grassroots employees. The core layer's incentive system is different and is not public. It can only be known when climbing to the core layer. At the break, almost every employee opened the document in front of the computer to browse carefully. An employee in the office area stared at the computer and muttered, "Virtual Equity Guarantee Bonus System." When I saw the title, he suddenly came up with 2 words in his mind, and then carefully browsed the contents of the document. This employee incentive system developed by Ken Weimer for Blue Star Technology refers to the virtual equity of YY, because only YY is the most classic and successful case at the moment, and it is also most in line with Blue Star Technology, because Luo Sheng decided to let the company is not profitable for a long time. This incentive system is a variant of virtual equity. Ken Weimer has made some appropriate fine-tuning to better adapt to Blue Star Technology. The biggest difference is that Blue Star Technology is not profitable, but it also pays dividends. So when the shareholders meeting was held some time ago, the vote was passed. The shareholders meeting agreed to authorize the board to flexibly arrange and jointly agreed to assume profit during the company's non-profit period X. At the same time, Article 2 stipulates that only ordinary management and employees who hold a dividend share of not more than X% can enjoy virtual dividend rights. This special agreement can prevent large shareholders from taking the opportunity to obtain dividends, and also prevent large shareholders from dispersing their equity in the hands of employees. Dividends are available to management, and unified audits are performed before dividends are distributed. This method seeks dividends and then fires the employee. Because non-working employees do not meet the second agreement, they are not eligible for dividends, and all potential loopholes are blocked. It can be operated according to this incentive mechanism. For example, Blue Star Technology, which has not yet made a profit, assumes a net profit of 5 million this year, multiplied by 5 to 25 million, and the virtual dividend stock is valued at 25 million. Virtual dividend shares require employees to buy money, but not everyone is eligible to buy, but also must meet the job level requirements to qualify for rights placement, and qualified to buy. Blue Star Technology's positions are divided into technical posts and management, from P1 to P10 from bottom to top, and then to the core executives, and the core has another set of incentives. The minimum level of P6 is required to meet the qualification requirements for share placement. The level corresponding to the management post is the department head and the level corresponding to the technical post is the senior engineer. However, the virtual shares are allocated and cannot be converted into real shares. If you want to convert into real shares, you must be qualified at P8 level or above. For P8 employees, the level corresponding to the technical post is a senior expert and the management post corresponds. Level is senior manager. If a P6 employee buys 1% of Blue Star Technology's dividend right for 250,000 yuan, this can be split into 2 parts, of which 150,000 yuan of employees cash out, and the remaining 100,000 yuan goes through the company's borrowing process. So this in fact, only 150,000 yuan was paid by employees to buy 250,000 yuan worth of virtual shares with dividends. When the company's second person's net profit has not changed, it is still 5 million, and he receives a 50,000 yuan dividend based on a 1% ratio. He invested 150,000 and multiplied by 5. Because the 5 million net profit multiplied by 5 equals continuous dividends. After 5 years, the proportion of 1% actually paid 5% at the end of the year, and the return rate was about 33.3%. Can also be multiplied by 10, but it cannot be less than 5. If multiplied by 10, the net profit is multiplied by 10 times, and the return rate is about 16.6%. With such a large percentage of a fixed rate of return, all employees browsing the file at this moment have almost no need to think about it. They must be buying it as quickly as they can, until the upper limit is reached. Because the 150,000 yuan savings bank's return rate is generally a little more than 3 percentage points, there is no need to count it, and it is definitely a loss. Because of inflation, even if you buy related private wealth management funds, the return rate is about 5%, and the maximum is no more than 8%. After this, proportion of investment and financial management projects will basically make people lose their money. However, there is a lock-up period of 5 years. Within these 5 years, employees cannot leave the company, and they must meet the performance evaluation standards every year. If they leave the company in the 3rd year, the dividends received in the previous 3 years will be returned to the company. Employees will automatically recover the dividends as soon as they leave the company. At the same time, the virtual shares will also be recovered. The employee's virtual shares will be returned to him at the original price, but the lock-up period will end. If the company's net profit is 5 million in the first year and 10 million in the second year, the 33.3% return rate will become 66.6%. The more the company earns, the more dividends the employees will receive. Naturally, everyone will fight, so I raised a group of wolves. This incentive system can also be said to be equity crowdfunding, but there is no such concept in China. All equity crowdfunding is only one step away from illegal fundraising. But it is exactly this step. It's called illegal fundraising, and when it's done well, it's called equity crowdfunding. Qin Weimu naturally helped Blue Star Technology to prevent all legal risks in this area. The red line is that it must not go beyond half a step in any case. Being a business, it is very important to understand the law, otherwise you will put a detonator under the bed yourself, which may explode at any time. But often it explodes at a critical moment and becomes a fatal blow. Blue Star Technology's virtual guaranteed bonus is now officially implemented. P6 employees receive a guaranteed return of 8.8% on virtual rights distribution. This is based on the minimum annualized debt or equity financing. The company is not profitable now, which means that no matter how much it loses, the minimum guarantee is 8%. If employees buy 100,000, the minimum dividend at the end of this year will be 8,000 yuan, and the profit will be more than 8% in the future. P7 employees enjoy a 5% guarantee floor, because higher and higher positions mean that the company's profits are more and more affected, and the greater the impact, the greater the responsibility. Therefore, P7 employees only give a 5% guarantee floor, but the return is still greater than the existence of banks. The rate is high, which is still a guarantee. There is no guarantee for P8 to P10 employees. P8 is already a senior manager level, and P10 employees are senior directors who are senior executives of the company. Because of the management level, the responsibility is bound to be greater. As an executive, if you want to share the same fate with the company, you will not be lazy without a guarantee, and you will pay more attention to the development of the company than to hang around. Qin Weimu not only reflects the savvy side of the equity incentive plan she designed, but also reflects the more delicate side of being a woman than a man. Overall, it is extremely well considered. She also considered the potential disputes that may exist after the company becomes profitable in the future. The employee of purchasing power virtual shares only has the right to dividends, and is not a shareholder of Zena Beijing, so he does not have the right to vote, the right to know, etc. The company's net profit cannot be told specifically, and it may not be believed, even if it is said, with a net profit of 5 million this year. Some people may feel that it is understated by 2 million. Qin Weimu can find no less than 3 ways to solve this potential problem. She chose the company's current account and took 12% of the current account as the net profit. This is not a random number, but it is based on the general data of the industry. The values taken in aggregate. Then you don't care if the company has earned or lost. Just pay dividends according to this number. LOSUE is publicly known. From this number, you can roughly predict the company's net profit, which is written into the agreement. However, it is worth mentioning that this agreement will not last for a long time. It will always end, because Blue Star Technology will eventually choose to go public, and it will not be needed after the company is listed, because listed companies need to publish audited financial statements. The net profit must be published. At this moment, hundreds of people in the company are talking about it. As for the 27 members of the startup team, most of them have no intention to work hard today. 5 people, Bei Lang, Feng Yi, Su Yali, Lu Siming, and Irene, have already allotted shares. There are 270 shares per person, and the remaining 20 people are the most excited because they did not meet the P6 level of rights allocation standards, but since they were early members of Blue Star Technology, absolute veteran employees joined at the difficult stage of the company, so they enjoyed second-tier treatment as a startup team and did not reach P6 level, but has also been exceptionally qualified for rights issue, with a limit of 15 shares. Blue Star Technology now has a total share capital of 225,000 shares. www.metalnovel.com valuation of 5,000 yuan per share. 15 shares is 75,000 yuan. The company provides 45% of loans for employees who purchase virtual equity, that is, 33,750 yuan can go through the company's borrowing process, and the rest of the money must be worked out by the employees themselves. After the rights issue, it means that there is 6,600 yuan in dividends at the end of the year. Even if the dividend return is 8.8%, the more than 6,000 yuan is now a year's salary for an ordinary worker, and some don't even get that much. What makes employees even more excited is that once the company's profit goes up, it is a lot more than this. As for how much it will increase, there is theoretically no upper limit, and there is no more than no more. At this moment, the employees who are eligible for the virtual dividend right are all chatting and thinking about how much money they can prepare, finding parents, borrowing from relatives, etc. Even if the company borrowing process is 45%, the remaining 4 they may not be able to get more than 10,000 yuan. It is important to know that most of the employees who have been qualified for the rights issue this time are young fresh graduates, and they really don't have a few deposits. The employees who just came in are also stimulated and envy, but they are not only envious, because they have also read the company's just announced incentive system document. In theory, every employee of Blue Star Technology only needs to work hard to climb up. There must be a chance to get such treatment. This trick of Luo Sheng, or this trick given to her by Qin Weimu, has basically killed the company team. Old employees have enjoyed tangible treatment, and those who have just entered have seen the actual situation. Real benefits. Only then can I look forward. Everyone comes to work to make more money. Only when the interests are guaranteed and there are expectations can we further talk about ideals. Chapter 39. 300 million users are just small targets. Yes? How much can you collect? I don't know. I don't know if I can find some money from my parents at home. What I worry about now is that my parents don't believe me. Brothers with the same illness, buddy, I want to buy 15 shares. But even if the company provides 45% of the loan, I can't get nearly 40,000 left now, and I don't have much money when I just go out to work, and I don't have any at home. I'm so angry. What makes Lajia sad? I finally realized it. Intuition tells me that if this opportunity is missed, the cliff will regret it forever. At this moment, the members who have been allotted rights are talking about it. From the initial excitement, they gradually become frowning, and their work mood is almost gone. After 10 minutes or so, Luo Sheng came out of his office, along with Qin Weimu. The two had just talked in the office for a long time. They talked about the financial burden of employees. To put it plainly, it was a routine problem. However, this was a well-intentioned routine, and it was also a routine between the company and employees. Everyone stops. Liu Yuoshing came to the public office lobby, heard the boss' speech, the noisy discussions gradually quieted down, and everyone turned their attention. I see that most people are worried. Most of them are worried about the money. The company provides 45% interest-free loans, but many people still have trouble collecting the rest of the money. Those who have obtained this round of optional allotment are graduating. Health, no income. I understand. A lot of employees who are short of money have heard Liu Yuosheng's words in front of them. Could it be that the boss wants to help pay for it? Liu Yuosheng said again, people who decide to buy all shares but have insufficient funds, please raise your hand. When the words of the cricket fell, more than 10 people raised their hands. Liu Yuosheng counted a total of 16 people. Liu Yuosheng motioned for them to put their hands down. The company is in the development stage and urgently needs funds for development, so the company's maximum limit is to provide interest-free loans of 45%. However, I just exchanged with Lawyer Qin for a while and thought of a solution that can let you guys. There is no need to find embarrassing loans to relatives and friends. How much fund gap do you have for the 16 of you? When you go to Lawyer Qin for reporting, the company will talk to the bank and ask the bank to give you a loan. Under normal circumstances, the bank will definitely not grant it to you. You must be able to get a loan. I strive to talk about 10% of the interest, and those who are willing to find a bank loan go to Lawyer Qin to report. Some people may think in their hearts that the 10% interest rate over the bank and the return rate here are only 8.8%. Doesn't it mean that the 5-year dividend is not only given to the bank, but also 1.2% of the money will be discounted? This situation is theoretically correct, but if this happens, it means that the company will not be profitable for 5 years. But I can clearly say that the company must be profitable for at most 3 years, and it will inevitably lose money. I have no absolute guarantee for this statement, so I decided to buy the company's virtual equity dividend. I hope everyone can think about it. The company's virtual equity dividend cannot be lost, but it does not mean that it cannot be lost. There is no absolute money in the world. Investment. Liu Yuosheng made clear all the problems. In fact, they can still get dividends. At least 45% of the company's borrowing is interest-free. After saying that, he signaled everyone what to do, and he returned to the office to handle his work. This set of incentive plans is basically completed by Qin Weimu and submitted to Liu Yuosheng for approval. In fact, the set of incentive plans she designed looks very complicated, but the core elements can be highly summarized in one sentence. Who spends money worry. The downside risk is small, and the upside benefit is large. Employees spend money, knowing that the company can earn more if they are good, and they will not worry about the loss of capital. So the downside risk is small, but to a large extent, they can make big hair, so the upside income is large. As Liu Yuosheng explained the words, 16 people with insufficient funds went to Qin Weimu's office for reporting, and all the employees of the company bought out 15 shares. Time passed by day, and the company moved to Jinmao Tower. This time finally put the company into full swing. Now the company's top-level design has been completed, and a complete internal incentive plan has been completed. Liu Yuosheng was relieved, and these things laid a solid foundation for the company's future development. In the following days, Blue Star Technology began to officially recruit employees. This time, the newly expanded employees are no longer restricted to recruit only fresh graduates. Liu Yuosheng arranged these tasks, and he finally shifted the focus of his work to the product. 1 week later, in the morning, the company executives met. Liu Yuosheng was sitting in the chief position of the conference room. There was also Irene, who had been promoted to CFO, Xuyong, CTO, Qin Weimu, and a professional executive who had just joined the company. Qin Weimu invited Zhang Boyin, who is now the company's chief operating officer. Feng Yi is also in the conference room. For him, He never thought that he could one day sit in the executive conference room of a billion-dollar company. You are reading books. Sometimes opportunity and luck are also very important. Feng Yi did not forget what Liu Sheng said to him that day. If it does not work, he will be withdrawn one day. Feng Yi cherishes this opportunity and strives to make progress and change until being recognized by the boss. However, he still has the word agent in front of his post. If he is qualified, Liu Sheng will definitely remove the word agent. If he cannot wait for a professional executive, they will leave the class. It has been a month since the company moved into Jinmao Tower, and the users of Blue Space's website have increased by 8.2 million in the past week, which has refreshed the growth rate of users again. It's no surprise that the Blue Space's user incremental award breakthrough this month 15 million. This is a new record. At present, there is no website in the entire industry that can increase the number of users with Blue Space, including QQ. In the conference room, Xuyong took the lead to speak, and everyone was excited about it. The bright growth data of the Blue Space website also made the industry look at it, and the outside world's attention to Blue Star technology was also getting higher and higher. The news of the pre-round of financing broke out before, which caused a sensation in the industry and the investment community. At the same time, many people in the industry questioned this. Most people think that the valuation of Blue Star technology is too high. But as time goes by, the growth of the Blue Space continues to strengthen, making this kind of questioning less and less. And now the number of new users is growing by more than 2 million, and the billion company is worthy of the name. Liu Yuoxing said without a second thought, it's still a bit slow. According to this growth efficiency, it will take a few years to reach a user base of 300 million, which is just a small goal. As soon as these words came out, Xuyong and they were all in a daze. The boss who was so crazy about growth was not satisfied. How about heaven? Chapter 40. Why do you always have such a good idea? None of this yet. Xuyong couldn't help but talk, and his heart is too big. At present, there are more than 600 million internet users worldwide. Want to make 300 million of them become Blue Space users within 2 or 3 years. Or is it a small goal? I think this is already an illusion. Liu Sheng leaned on a wheelchair and smiled calmly. You just have this imagination. The growth of internet users in the future will blow out. Now there are less than 100 million internet users in China, but there are still more than 1 billion people in our country without access to the internet. With such a large population base, the future has endless imagination. The growth momentum of the Blue Space website comes from the photo tag function, and the like function is currently the best feature to maintain user activity. How big is the small like function? Not only does the product decision of the Blue Space website change, but also other websites. Liu Sheng said, with the like feature taking off, for the first time, we have a real fundamental change that changed the user's habit of using the B community. When I raised the pre-round of financing, I once told investors speaking of 3 billion in 2 years, in fact, I was thinking that it could be faster. Xuyong and Feng Yi, who were present at the meeting, secretly murmured. Seeing their lack of confidence, Liu Sheng immediately said, it seems to be an impossible feat to achieve the goal of 300 million users of the Blue Space website in 2 years. What we are fighting for is to make the impossible impossible. It became possible. When you first joined the company, who of you can imagine that our career will develop to this degree? Who can think of the Blue Space website has reached more than 40 million user registrations in just 3 months? So far, can anyone think that Blue Star technology is currently valued at more than 1 billion? I said here. Liu Sheng looked around and pointed to himself. I thought of it, I did it, and I can still do it. With these words, a few young managers in the conference room were immediately mobilized, and confidence was raised inexplicably. Yes. No one would have thought that Blue Star technology could be valued as a billion-level startup company. This is a miracle in itself, and Liu Sheng is the core creator of this miracle. Why is there any reason not to continue to believe that he can do new miracles again? You are the leader. We all believe and firmly believe. Xuyong laughed. What shall we do next? At the meeting, Irene and others also focused their attention on Luo Sheng. He thought about it and said, to achieve this seemingly impossible feat, the attitude of the Blue Space website should also be some. It has changed. Before, we only served college students, but there were only a limited number of freshmen entering the university each year in more than 1,000 universities across the country. Therefore, our products can not only focus on universities, and it is sufficient to expand beyond the campus. Reasons: expansion beyond campus. Everyone nodded silently, and everyone remembered what Luo Sheng once said. The ideal and mission of the Blue Space to be injected is to connect all human beings. Although it was born in the school, it will not be limited to the school intranet. Eileen said, after the company moved into Jinmao Tower, it has purchased 3 business-dedicated vehicles, purchased servers, and corresponding hardware expansion. The total expenditure is 3.3 million, and the book fund has more than 74 million surplus funds for expansion. Irene, who served as the chief financial officer of Blue Star Technology, soon played the role of CFO and was fully responsible for corporate financial audit management. Okay, we will develop according to the current established strategy and complete the expansion of the company's staff to 100 people within this week. In addition, the finance office will spend another 10 million on the promotion of the Blue Space website. Luo Sheng ordered methodically. The management attending the meeting also took over his task requirements, and then ended the meeting. Luo Sheng looked at Irene and they were all going to leave this conference room, and then said, Xuyong, Feng Yi, you stay. The two sat back again, and the last one to leave, Irene, closed the door of the meeting room. Luo Sheng said a moment later, just turning the expansion target from the university to the whole society is not enough to meet my requirements. To grow, we need to develop new products to maintain the product advantages of the Blue Space website. Competitor Inran.com, backed by Tencsun, also intends to copy it to the end. Luo Sheng calculated that most of the time the R community will be launched in June, and it will also look away from the campus. Now the two sides have begun to face the competition, grab each other's users on each other's site. The competition has entered the next scene, and the money-burning war has begun, which will undoubtedly intensify the fierce competition. It may not be enough. Don't look at the pre-round of financing, which got more than 70 million. Once this began to seize users, the two sides entered a money-burning mode, and more than 70 million really did not cost. Moreover, Blue Space not only faces direct competition from Runrun.com, but also indirect competition from QQ. Although the two parties have different models, they do not seem to conflict. Many users now have both QQ accounts and Blue Space and Runrun accounts. And with continuous expansion, more and more similar users will overlap. So for both Blue Space and QQ, there will be fierce competition in terms of opening product use time, that is, competition for activity. When users browse the Blue Space, the time spent using QQ will be relatively reduced, and vice versa. The user's activity in using the product is very critical, and the most obvious is that it directly affects revenue. Boss, I guess you must already have new creative ideas. Xuyong heard Luo Sheng said that developing new products could not help but shine. No need to guess, there must be. Feng Yi laughed. The two looked at Luo Sheng in unison, and the latter nodded with a smile and said, I decided to make Blue Space complete a big facelift. The new idea, which I called the stream of news, was the latest. The launch of the project was completed before the end of the fall, leaving us only about 3 months. We will start the News Flow project at the end of this summer. Xuyong said curiously, Message Flow? What functional product is this? Wen Yan said with a confident expression, if photo sharing is the core of the Blue Space www.mentalnovel.com, then the message flow is fundamental. This is a disruptive product, a viral marketing concept, Let users have avatars. This product is simply a series of messages. It contains everything that happened on the Blue Space website. It just collects status updates and personal homepage changes. It should be an aggregator that collects all stories. Of course, there will be a set of new logic algorithms. It is impossible for us to show all content to users. Although Luo Sheng is the company's CEO, he has not forgotten his identity as a technology developer. This is the biggest competitive advantage. The CEO of such technology is currently rare in the industry, but in the original world, if the company founder does not have the ability to develop technology, he will be embarrassed to start a business. The times are different, the world is different, and there is no need to compare them. Luo Sheng took a sip of saliva and said, "There are two main streams in it. One is what you are doing, and the other is what others are doing online. It is not static, not boring, not useless. It should be a continuously updated newspaper, that is, it can tell you what is happening on the Blue Space website, and we think there are some things you might care about." Xueyong couldn't help but marvel. His thinking was also very agile, and he immediately realized the role of this news flow, and could not help but inspire. "This idea is so great. Why do you always think of such a good idea?" Peas, Wallcrack recommends a good base friends book. Author ID Zisuyisu Science and Technology Monopoly Giant. See the name to know that the same type of scientific and technological articles. The shelves the next day will be fine. Wallcrack recommended. Chapter 41 School break. Luo Sheng put forward new creative ideas, and everyone started brainstorming. Xueyong thoughtfully said to himself, "It really looks like a continuously updated newspaper, but it is more special than newspapers. When you think of newspapers, you should think of carefully edited content and express what you want to express in the newspapers. The content of the newspaper is then given to countless people, but the content of the newspaper is single. And the content of this news stream function is richer than the newspaper. I don't know how many times. Everyone can have their own customized newspaper." Feng Yi said, "If we are going to make 10 million different newspapers, I will go, and it is definitely a super project. There is a lot of data to be processed, including all changes, and how to push the data out at the personal level." Luo Sheng nodded, and continued to communicate along the line of thought. "The main problem is to solve the intelligent push problem. For example, how to display the content that the user cares most." Smart push? Xueyong shook his eyebrows when he could not help but immediately spread his hands and said, "This creative praise is super good, but it is not easy to achieve, boss. From an engineering perspective, massive data processing, intelligent push, these issues are quite tricky. It has really been achieved, and it is definitely the largest software distribution system in the world at present, which is quite advanced." Having said that, Xueyong couldn't help but look at Luo Sheng. "Boss, this is obviously a huge project. It can really complete the development of the news flow project in 3 months. I don't think it is possible, and the staff is not enough. At least 100 engineers are required. And 1 year." Luo Sheng was confident. "I joined the development sequence and I was there. 30 or 40 engineers plus 3 months was more than enough." Xueyong said with a look of surprise, and laughed and said, "I almost forgot, although I am the CTO, but you freak and abnormal are the hidden big technical boss." Luo Sheng laughed. "Let us go, organize your staff as soon as possible, and officially start the development of the news flow project the day after tomorrow at the latest. Remember to keep it secret." Both nodded, and both left the meeting room when the communication was in place. In the following days, Luo Sheng set out on the company's operation while developing the news flow project. When the company moved into the Jinmao Tower, Luo Sheng spent 3 days spreading out all the company's development issues. After completing these tasks, he also set about solving his personal affairs. Luo Sheng had to discuss with his cheap parents in the world. He hasn't met them yet, but he was still impressed by the 2 parents in the memory picture he received. "I accepted this world and accepted the identity of Luo Sheng in this world, and naturally accepted network of relationships. including family relationships. Liu Yuoxing still stayed in Shenqing, but just called his parents to discuss the matter of dropping out of school. When the company hadn't made a name for himself, he kept hiding from his family, but now it's different, it can be said, and his mother already knew about his own business. In his proposal to drop out of school, his parents had already expected it. The communication between the dropout and the family was very smooth. The parents were very enlightened people, respected the choice of the son, and said a lot of encouragement. Well, Liu Yuoxing dared to swear, if Blue Star Technology has not made a name, Dad and Mom will definitely be another tone. Absolute. It is worth mentioning that Xuyong also made a phone call back to his parents, and learned that he was so angry that he would drop out of school. This is expected by Liu Yuoxing. Xuyong's parents are ordinary workers. They have no chance to read any books. They hope that their son can receive higher education and have a better future in the future. Don't follow the path of his parents. Reading is one of the few ways to go. It's no wonder that he is out of school. For this reason, Liu Yuoxing's solution to Xuyong's problem was very simple, and he was given an annual salary of 500,000. As the company's CTO and technical executive, this treatment is reasonable. Then he gave him an advance of 150,000 yuan in advance and let Xuyong fight back the money. His parents learned that he was now hired by a large company and offered such a generous remuneration, but also had shares, and his attitude immediately changed. There is no objection to his dropping out of school. It's as simple as solving this problem, and special arrangements for specific situations. What am I calling? Aileen entered the CEO's office with a cheerful face and a clever smile. Liu Yuoxing said casually, the finance office gave me an advance for half a year's salary. I will use it later. Qi Wenyan and Irene couldn't help but watch him, curiously. What are you doing to advance your salary for half a year? Liu Yuoxing said casually, of course it is for personal use, daily expenses. Yes, you don't need to give me cash, just remit my card. Aileen looked at the other party. What do you want so much money for? You must explain your intentions, otherwise I don't agree with the approval. I am now the company's chief financial officer and is fully responsible for all the company's financial expenses, including your personal salary. I said. Erin pouted and continued to watch him with a smile. Liu Yuoxing couldn't help crying. Personal finance. I don't need your CFO to use it. Besides, in my control. He heard that Erin came to him, and Aozhao hummed, the CFO can't manage it, but his girlfriend can manage it. Liu Yuoxing looked helpless. You are quite competent, okay. I have dropped out of school. And I can't say that I have dropped out of school. The school refused to approve it but gave me a break. It doesn't matter that I can't live in the school dormitory anyway. Place, you can't let me live in a company. I have to say that Fuda is also a chicken thief. Liu Yuoxing's salary to other senior executives of the company is based on industry standards, and some even higher than industry standards, such as Qin Weimu. She is currently the company's highest paid person. www.mtnovel.com. None. Liu Yuoxing's annual salary for his CEO is only 180,000, which is 15,000 per month. Relatively speaking, the salary is far lower than his CEO's position. Not only that, he will use the company to complete the IPO in the future. His annual salary fell to 1 yuan. To give myself such a low salary, Liu Yuoxing's purpose is actually very simple, that is, to give investors confidence. In theory, he is now a billionaire, holding more than 65% of the company's shareholding. But the company's money and personal money are two different things. Another method is to use equity to cash out, but investors who raise money, the founder will not be allowed to cash out, but is for the company to develop. The assets of the company are for the company to develop rapidly. If Liu Yuoxing wants to cash out before the IPO, the investor may open his eyes and close his eyes, but really, the crime of embezzlement of company assets is subject to legal liability. I naturally wouldn't do that, and cashing in from the company now for his own enjoyment and extravagance would frustrate the investors' confidence in him. I can make investors willingly accept his harsh conditions and smash a lot of money, The most important reason is that investors think Liu Sheng is reliable, have confidence in him, and the company can make a name for itself. Okay, give me the money quickly, don't believe it or not, I fire you and cry again. Liu Sheng gave a slap on the round and tender buttocks, causing Xiao Ai to frown in a low voice. Call. Aileen blinked those blue eyes, annotated the men in front of her, and suddenly whispered playfully, "I'll give it to you again." Liu Sheng. Suddenly a thought came to mind in a moment, and he felt that he had discovered some hidden properties of Irene. Chapter 42 Cross-Border. The establishment of a second Oleand company. Liu Sheng looked at him in the quiet office, and Irene stared straight up at his eyes. After a while, Liu Sheng stepped away from his eyes first, and stopped looking at the rounded buttocks. Liu Sheng, as you wish. After speaking, he put it into action, and a sudden palm attack struck the sky. Eileen. Huh? Well, go and give you a reply. Eileen gave a playful smile, threw a charming wink, and turned gracefully away towards the office door. Liu Sheng did not expect that this little Nizai could still have the side of this wild road. No wonder her eyes are blue. I remember when she chatted that her grandma was from Europe, and she had a quarter of cricket bloodlines. After a short episode, Liu Sheng also put aside these thoughts and devoted himself to his work. In the future, there will be time to explore. Maybe this girl paper will have more hidden attributes. The next day, Liu Sheng got the half-a-year salary paid to him in advance by the company's finances, a total of 90,000 yuan. Every expense of the company must pass the verification of the audit. In fact, less than 80,000 yuan is in hand. This is the tax. After the individual can dispose of wealth, he rented a house in a community, not too far from the office. To and from work, Liu Sheng drives the company's commercial vehicle. After getting financing, he also has a special mobility tool. It is not a luxury car. Currently he is expanding enrollment. There is no special car driver. He can only drive by himself. Have obtained a driver's license. The residential area where Liu Sheng is located. The rented house is in the 5th building and 20th building in the residential area. Each floor has 3 houses. The house number of Liu Sheng's residence is 53A. Living on the 3rd floor. Not long after returning from work that day, Liu Sheng received a phone notification that a grand piano he had ordered was delivered, which cost 48,000 yuan, which was not super expensive, but the price was not cheap. The salary for half a year go for most of it. At this moment, Liu Sheng was sitting in the living room thinking about the company's affairs. And soon he heard the knock on the door. I went to open the door and saw 5 or 6 people at the door, and there was a grand piano. The staff moved the piano into the room. The house was divided into 3 rooms and 2 living rooms, divided into a large living room and a small living room. Several staff members placed the piano in the large living room according to Liu Sheng's request, and then left, leaving 2 men. One of them is a piano tuner. 25 hours later, all the commissioning was completed and it was confirmed that there were no problems. Liu Sheng completed the signing and the 2 men also left. This life is a habit that Liu Sheng developed in the last life. He concentrates on work, and when he is free, he also plays the piano, capsizes, or enjoys outdoor life. With the passage of time day by day, it quickly entered the end of August, and Blue Star Technology also developed rapidly under his management. The company's scale has now expanded to 137 people. The development of the News Flow project has been completed by 90%. The product has been initially formed, and internal testing has begun. These 2 months are also the 2 months when the number of users of the Blue Space website surged. After getting the pre-round of financing, it was not bad to have Qian Liu Sheng. In just 2 months, he spent more than 55 million. Such extravagances for the expansion of the Blue Space, and to seize user resources with major competitors Rinrun. This money is mainly used to explore the markets of neighboring countries. In addition, The increase in the number of users brings the expansion of servers and the increase in bandwidth costs. Paying high network fees to operators has become a major operating expense. The current BlueSpace website has been launched successively in foreign university campuses in the past 2 months. So far, it has been successfully launched in 42 overseas universities. However, the focus of development is still domestic. But Luo Sheng is very clear that the greatest potential is still abroad. From the beginning of the company, his vision is to look at the world. The product going abroad also benefited from the country's entry into the WTO. Americans are now very confident, so they are still tolerant. This is the reason why the BlueSpace goes to sea without being stuck. In addition, the old American is now basically, instead of focusing on the East, they are focusing on Silly Bigwood and Deng, and their eyes are focused on the Middle East world. On the morning of August 27th, Blue Star Technology officially announced that the number of user registrations of its BlueSpace website reached a new high, reaching 87 million, and active users reached 51.5 million, accounting for about 58.8% of the market share. Blue Star Technology was founded half a year ago, and its BlueSpace website was born half a year ago. In just 6 months, the number of user registrations has reached more than 80 million. The purpose of publishing this data is naturally to give investors confidence and to get more investment in the future. The entire capital circle is excited about it, and the BlueSpace has become a new outlet in the industry, and its attention is getting higher and higher. When people think that the basics of the internet can be done, the BlueSpace appears and rises at an alarming rate. Blue Star Technology has become a rising star in the internet industry, and Luo Sheng's name has already been in the industry frequently mentioned. His rise is also very topical. Now the big BlueSpace social networking site is a work of a group of college students. Now it is under 19 years old, and its value is valued at hundreds of millions. It is very hot in itself and the media is natural. I like to report enthusiastically, and even report Luo Sheng's personal story more frequently than the social network he created. The media knows that the public prefers Luo Sheng's personal rise, so he naturally launched a hype on this topic. The pursuit of the outside world is very exciting for the company team. Many people are a little bit drifted. But Luo Sheng has not been affected by media reports, but is still urging team members. He is very clear that when the number of registered users of the website exceeds 80 million, it is still far from being successful. When will he become an oligarch in the industry and occupy more than 80% of the market share? He can be regarded as successful. Moreover, the domestic economic environment is a real problem. It is also 80 million users. If it is 80 million users in North America, the potential commercial value of each user may be 10 times higher. There is no way the consumption level of developed countries is there. In the early morning, Luo Sheng came to work in the company and was sitting in the CEO's office alone and constantly thinking. These days, he is almost thinking about the future. Several major investors in the industry have positioned him as an entrepreneur in the internet industry. But Luo Sheng himself does not think so, and it is impossible for Blue Star Technology to be just an internet company. I also have to get involved in hardware technology. Luo Sheng observes the world and the trend of technology in this era. Although there is still no concept of mobile internet, or even buds, he can feel strongly that the Earth is about to emerge. Luo Sheng doesn't want to miss this outlet, but it is not easy to get involved in hardware technology. The arrival of the mobile internet is a matter of recent years, and he has no foundation, so he can only plan early. I thought that Luo Sheng could not help but nodded secretly. But the new question came: how to raise money, play hardware development, not only to hurry up, but also to have enough financial resources to burn to play. With the current unparalleled development speed in the BlueSpace, Luo Sheng can allocate some funds from the finance for hardware research and development, and he does not have to doubt that once the hardware is transcended from the internet, investors will definitely be fiercely opposed. The follow-up financing is basically slim. Although it has already invested money and investors cannot manage it, VC cannot invest it in the future. Right, failure has become a bad debt, and the number of users in the blue space has skyrocketed, and operating costs have risen. It will definitely require a lot of capital financing. Actually, this is not where Luo Sheng really hurts his mind. Yu reads www.yuukansu. What really hurts is how to raise R&D capital while sharing less benefits, so VCs don't have to do anything to pay for it. In the future, an internet blue star technology will be enough for them to make money. Divide them into hardware technology. I took too much. What troubles me is how to raise this money. I can't take Blue Star's money. Otherwise, I have to share the income with investors. If I use Blue Star's assets to do other things, it's a crime of misappropriating company assets. Luo Sheng thinks about it. What he can currently get is the equity of Blue Star Technology. After the pre-round of financing, he currently holds about 65.45% of the equity of Blue Star Technology, and can only transfer part of the equity to raise it. Startup fund. Set up another 100% wholly owned technology company to do hardware technology research and development. And this company is undoubtedly a real black technology company. The technology products developed must be at least 5 years ahead of the world. Luo Sheng decided to take the road of doing things and choose not to go public or raise funds. It is worth mentioning that the transfer of equity and financing are two concepts. Under the condition that the overall equity is unchanged, the original shareholder transfers his own shares to others, so that other people can obtain shareholder rights, which is not involved. To increase the company's capital, only the company's shareholders have changed. In short, Luo Sheng sold a part of his equity, and the funds obtained from the sale were his personally controlled property, not the company's money. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Sheng temporarily held these ideas in his mind. It is still too early. At least this year, I don't need to consider it. The main energy is still spent on Blue Star Technology, making the company's valuation up, and then transferring the equity. Cash out can get more funds with less equity transfers. Chapter 43. Xuyong's worries. Time entered September. Blue Star Technology, coming. In the office, Luo Sheng, who heard the knock on the door, lifted his head and glanced at it. It was Irene. The two secretly determined the relationship. Xiao Ai in love is now moisturized, her eyes are brighter, and her face becomes more ruddy, more beautiful skin, even the appearance is more spiritual than before. The girl's temperament gradually faded, but her face temperament was even more exciting. Luo, Xuyong of the technical department called you to pass. Aileen opened the door and stood at the door, but didn't come in. When she looked at Luo Sheng, she naturally showed a sweet smile. She is now both the CEO assistant and the chief financial officer of Blue Star Technology. Her job is undoubtedly heavier than ever, but she is not tired at all. After all, Luo Sheng helped her to promote blood circulation. Aileen stood at the door and notified her to leave. She also has her own work to do. She is extremely satisfied with her current life. Her work and life are extremely fulfilling every day. After a while, Luo Sheng got up and left the office to the technical department. Blue Star Technology was valued at a company valued at more than 1 billion. But now the company has only 1,000 square meters of office space and only 200 employees. Luo Sheng came to the technology department and Xuyong served as the company's CTO. It has been more than 2 months since the company recently developed the NewsFlow project. The engineers involved in this project, including Luo Sheng, have more than 40 people, and have completed the development of the project in less than 3 months. In fact, it was completed last week and has used this function internally. What is it? Luo Sheng said as soon as he came. At this moment Xuyong was embracing his arms next to a programmer looking at his computer screen and saw Luo Sheng immediately said, "Boss, we have been using it for almost a week internally." To be sure, the NewsFlow project really makes the blue spaces different. Luo Sheng asked, "Since the development is complete, if you are sure there are no problems, then you are ready to go online." "What other problems?" Feng Yi in the technical development department heard Xuyong talking to Luo Sheng. and he immediately came over. Boss, I think there are still problems. Of course, I am not referring to technical problems. Internal testing took 1 week. The technical problem has been basically solved, I think. Whether it should be postponed for about 10 days and a half months before I decide, I think we should study the users carefully. It is better to bring some users to the development room and let them hear to see how users use the product. Liu Yuoxing looked at Feng Yi. How do you say? Feng Yi hesitated for a while and said, during the time of participating in the development of the NewsFlow project, with the continuous improvement of the product, I was thinking, what would the user see when he saw it? From my personal perspective, absolutely it would be a surprise. I shouldn't see these. It doesn't feel right. Because I can see others changing his profile picture. I see some people make this adjustment. Some people make that adjustment. Everyone can actually see these things related to me. Everyone. It feels like knowing everything I do on Blue Space. When Feng Yi was hesitant, Xuyong said succinctly, the feeling of being peeped and being followed. Feng Yi nodded immediately. Yes, this is the feeling. As a Blue Space user, this feeling is a bit bad. It seems that privacy is violated. It may be privacy invasion. As far as our development team is concerned, they all like it and the message flow is quite meaningful. Liu Yuoxing laughed. Nonsense. Secretly peeping at others, this is due to human nature and curiosity. You don't like to see a ghost. Feng Yi scratched his head. At this time Xuyong looked at Liu Yuoxing and said, there is some controversy inside the development team, or rather, but I think the NewsFlow project may not go well. The changes it brings to the Blue Space are too big. We should slowly exit and let users warm up first. Liu Yuoxing shook his head and said, it's not like going to the hotel with a woman. It's still slow and must be rolled out, just like tearing off the band-aid. The people in the development team gathered in a development room, and there were 2 sisters. Hearing Liu Yuoxing's words could not help but hesitated for a moment. This metaphor is too good. But why do you think it feels like man from his mouth? Liu Yuoxing said firmly, in general, according to our iterative development philosophy, as long as 10% of users oppose an application, we should abandon the application. But the message flow is no less important than photo sharing. Everyone knows that photo sharing is the core social of the Blue Space. Feng Yi couldn't help but said, what if users object? Privacy is always a very sensitive issue in the industry. Of course, it may be much looser in China, but our goal is globalization. This problem is not good in Europe and America. Will be blocked. Liu Yuoxing said indifferently. This is a trivial problem. We only need to add a privacy function. We can design a privacy slider function. Just like an audio mixer, you can turn on some features or turn them off. Xuyong and Feng Yi couldn't help but shine, and they struggled for a long time, and found that Liu Yuoxing was at ease. This idea is quite wonderful. www.mentalnovel.com. Why didn't we think of it? It's been here for a long time. It's worthy to be the boss. Generally, you don't take a shot, you know if you take a shot. When Liu Yuoxing shook his head and smiled, this design looks pretty and gorgeous, but it is not very important. It really is not important. I even wonder if anyone will use it. But it does need to exist. People are very strange creatures. You can leave them alone, but you can't tolerate them. The social core of the Blue Space website is sharing. If a user hides himself, he will lose the most enjoyment of using the Blue Space. However, Liu Yuoxing also knows that some users will pay great attention to personal privacy issues, but then, they will find out what to do afterwards. In the internet era, unless the internet is rejected, some privacy issues will always be abandoned. Although the invisible slider function is a chicken rib that users don't use very much in Liu Yuoxing's eyes, it still needs to exist. At least it can prevent the rhythm of competitors and the Blue Space from the trouble of negative public opinion. Okay, Xuyong, you are responsible for developing the stealth function. Liu Yuoxing made a decision with the decisive clapper, and added a moment later, but the message flow function must be online, and the message flow function must be promoted. There is not much left, and a new round of financing is imminent. Before that, More user base and activity must be obtained. When negotiating with VCs, they will have more voice, more money and less equity. Transfer ratio. Boss has made a decision to make a decision, and given the privacy slider function is a perfect solution, there is no objection. BlueSpace officially launched the message flow function at around 3 AM on the same night. Don't forget to vote for recommendations. Favorites. Chapter 44, The Fierce Resistance of Users. Feudor, 303 Dormitory. Since the appearance of the BlueSpace website, it has almost changed the way the university socializes. Almost all of the current students have registered their own BlueSpace account, and everyone has shared various fun things on it. For the students at Feudor, they know this social networking site best, because the founder is a student of Feudor. Luo Sheng has already become an idol and legend in the minds of most boys in the school. Brothers, there are new features in BlueSpace. After a sophomore student in the dormitory logged into his BlueSpace account, he immediately received a short letter and put a button. I glanced at the scene and couldn't help but whispered, "I'm going." The official BlueSpace is now expanding. This button window displays excellent instead of the traditional confirmation, which seems a bit impolite. After the message flow function is launched, every user will see this function when they log into the BlueSpace. Another student in the dormitory also logs into the BlueSpace account. At a glance, he can't help but vomit. Take a look. This is a bad news flow. This new feature actually aggregates the user's whereabouts on the home page of Friends, not just scattered on their profile pages. This feature is too like tracking habit. When we register for an account, all the real data is uploaded. Doesn't BlueSpace officially consider the privacy of users? So far, the number of registered users of the BlueSpace website has exceeded 80 million. And there are more than 50 million active users. There are already tens of thousands of users who habitually log into their BlueSpace account to share content every day. No one likes it. It has become a fashion subtly. With the launch of the message flow function, every user logged into the BlueSpace account will see this function. Fengyi, their concerns appeared. Users were very shocked after learning about this feature, and were all angry, thinking that their privacy on the BlueSpace has been violated. The reason why users are angry is that they can't see the information before. They could only see it when they visited their personal homepage. All of a sudden, a large number of users blasted on the blog forum, and even a lot of users went to the official website forum of BlueStar Technology to leave a comment, all of which were angry, blasting news flow functions. As time passed, the voice of opposition not only abated, but became more and more fierce. After a week, Tengzun, the news flow function on the BlueSpace has been messed up. It is estimated that Luo Sheng's company is a mess now. Zhao Peng, sitting in the office, heard the assistant's report and immediately blossomed. Seeing a large number of BlueSpace users on the internet arrogantly blaming BlueStar Technology, causing some comfort for a while. Let me just say, even if the kids' creativity continues, it's impossible to guarantee that the red will take off this time. There will always be a time to play around. Zhao Peng was in a good mood, and he felt a sense of anger. After BlueStar Technology got the pre-round of financing, Rinrun.com immediately opened a gap with BlueSpace. Although the number of users of our agency was increasing, compared with the growth rate of BlueSpace, the gap was already increasingly. The internet industry is a winner-takes-all situation. Failure to do so is a failure. Zhao Peng is very much looking forward to the news space launched by BlueSpace. It is best to play with it. Can rise to the ground, maybe it will be slumped. Luo Sheng's success is too smooth. The rise of BlueSpace has not encountered any setbacks. There is no experience to follow, and young founders are generally very difficult to clean up the chaos. It is likely that they cannot be cleaned up, which is best for Zhao Peng. Jinmao Tower, the headquarters of BlueStar Technology Corporation. At this moment, there was a noisy scene outside the company, and even the people in the next few companies were shocked, and many people came out to see the excitement. Most of these people are homogeneous young people. Well, Basically they are the ones who are full and have nothing to do. Among them, there are a dozen or so students in Fudan University, bringing together a total of 50 or 60 people. In the public corridor, there are still people filming, and several media reporters also came. Back to the old version of Blue Space. We don't need a news feed. This feature ruins the Blue Space. The campaigner's door was closed at the moment, and there were boycotts outside. Students organized petitions, and some people lined up outside the office building to protest. The atmosphere in the company up and down was tense. Just after a violent incident happened, everything was normal in the company, and suddenly someone hit the office. At the same time, in the conference room, Luo Sheng, Xu Yong and other managements are conducting a temporary emergency meeting. Ailin said with a worried expression, users' opposition is too fierce, and they threatened to boycott the product. A group has been organized on the internet to oppose the news flow function, and more than 2 million people have joined this organization. Luo Yuoshing pondered again. Did they not play online games? Why are you so free? Wu Sueli also nodded and said, a large number of users have expressed dissatisfaction through customer service, and there are also thousands of emailers. Xu Yong looked at Luo Sheng, who was sitting silent in the chief position, hesitated for a moment, or said, boss, should we change back? Return to the old Blue Space for the time being, and wait to complete the invisible slider function. Development went live together. Development is complete in about 3 days. The management at the meeting was very young. More than half of them were promoted by the initial team. They were panicked when they faced this kind of scene. Now they are sitting in the conference room, and the protesters are outside the office. It was not Luo Sheng who was here. In the face of such fierce resistance, I'm afraid it would have been chaotic. When everyone waited for Luo Sheng to speak, he suddenly looked at Erin and said, Xiao AI, you will notify the head of HR after the meeting. The company should recruit some security guards. Ah? Erin whispered, nodded silently for a moment. Chi Qinweima looked at Luo Sheng and proposed, should you call the police? As long as you call the police, these people will leave soon. Luo Yuoshing shook his head and rejected the suggestion. No, this is the worst plan. To some extent, these people really like our product very much. The key is to call the police and the competitors will make a big splash. Luo Sheng looked around at this moment, and he could clearly feel that everyone's mood was relatively low, and they were greatly affected by what was happening. A moment later, Luo Sheng said, yes, the protest is fierce, and the users have shown strong dissatisfaction and resistance. www.mentalnovel.com. Don't be fooled by the things in front of you. Has anyone seen the data of the last week? It's not false to resist here, but at the same time it is true that a large number of users are using the product in depth. They are really using it, and the frequency of use is twice as high as the week before the news stream was launched. But boss, how should we deal with the situation now? Said Feng Yiru at the meeting. Everyone also focused their attention on Luo Sheng again. At present, everyone is okay. They have never encountered such a thing, and can only rely on the person at the helm. Calm. Luo Sheng still smiled. He added, everyone should do things as usual, check the records, see me to settle down, let's break up. The team is still very young. Being young also means that there is still a lot of room for growth and growth. This kind of thing will be very common in the future. Luo Sheng also hopes that the startup team can experience these earlier and accumulate experience. Everyone left the table. When Luo Sheng was about to get up, his cell phone rang and it was Xu Chenghua's call. Brother Luo, I heard that your company has been in trouble recently. I heard the voice on the phone, and Luo Sheng laughed. I have no trouble here, everything is normal. At the same time, Xu Chenghua, who was far away from Tencsun's headquarters, couldn't help frowning when he heard such a reply, and said immediately, it's not a good idea to conceal investors so much. If I'm not mistaken, most of your company is now petitioned. The user blocked the door. Luo Yuoshing, General Xu, I have not concealed anything. If the trouble you are referring to is the people who are currently blocking my door, I can tell you now that it is not trouble at all. Xuchengwa, isn't this trouble? Chapter 45 Batch of Panzhao. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Xuchengwa rationalized his thoughts, and then replied seriously, I have roughly understood the cause of the matter, and the introduction of the message flow function in BlueSpace has angered users. On the issue of privacy, you really deal with this matter. It is open to question that privacy is the most sensitive issue in the industry. This is not just a nuisance. It may also expose the BlueSpace to a crisis of trust. Brother Luo, according to the agreement, I have no right to interfere with the operation of Blue Star technology, but now I am not talking to you as an investor, but as a friend. In response to this crisis, your response is too slow. It should not be delayed until now. On the other side, Luo Sheng in the conference room leaned back on the boss chair with his legs resting on the conference table, and responded slowly with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Xu, for telling the truth. I had expected it before the news stream function was launched. It will be so. Xuchengwa heard this for a while, then subconsciously replied, How do you say this? Luo Sheng laughed. Test. Xuchengwa doubted. Test. Luo Yuosheng nodded and responded, Yes, it's almost over now. The result is very satisfactory. It's time to end. President Xu can just watch it change. Xuchengwa, who was sitting in the office on the other side, didn't know how to answer the conversation for a while, and just hung up a few words and then hung up the communication. What kind of gourd is this kid selling? Xuchengwa wanted to ask, but he gave up. He heard from Luo Sheng's tone that he didn't want to reveal anything, and even if he asked it, he probably wouldn't say anything. But the call made him feel unexpected. This guy is actually doing testing? Since I had known that such negative factors would occur, I was still stubborn. Is it a big heart, or is there enough self-confidence to turn the tide? Xuchengwa didn't know how to say it, but he didn't care too much. It's useless to worry anyway. Although Teng Xun is the second largest shareholder of Blue Star Technology, he basically has no right to speak. A powerful founder like Sheng can't tolerate others, and no one can control him. I thought that there was an R agency in QQ, and Xuchengwa didn't have to worry too much. Taking a step back and saying that Luo Sheng had messed up the BlueSpace was not necessarily a bad thing. For Teng Xun, even a good thing gave the R agency a great opportunity. Xuchengwa had to admit that the current development momentum of R agency is facing the BlueSpace. If the other party does not make mistakes, it is too difficult to catch up or even surpass. BlueSpace has occupied more than 58% of the market share, while the R agency is only a little more than 20%, and the gap has further widened over time. If there is a big heal this time, R may be able to seize more opportunities to grab more market share. At the same time, at the Golden Trade Building, the campaigner's door opened again at this moment. When Luo Sheng appeared in front of a group of petitioning students outside, the scene suddenly noisy. Luo Yuosheng pressed his hand gestures, and then he was quiet for a while. Some reporters on the scene immediately squeezed into the front row from the crowd and began to snap or shoot. At this moment, Luo Sheng changed the attitude of the previous conference room to everyone. It was a 180-degree turn, and he saw that with a sincere attitude. Sorry, we really messed up this time. I'm very sorry. We didn't expect that the news flow function would cause such a fierce resistance. During the time when everyone resisted the news flow function, our team has been reflecting internally. Now look back. We found that we want BlueSpace to take a big step in the social networking space. We are reflecting. We should have taken a more easing approach. Instead of forcibly imposing this feature on users, we are very sorry for that. I hope that the majority of users can give us 72 hours. The development team is working overtime. We are developing the privacy slider function. This is an option to increase privacy control. This is a new feature. Users can choose not to let some of my actions are displayed on my friend's homepage, such as changing relationship status, such as personal dynamics stealth. At this moment, Luo Sheng is very patient, trying to tell everyone that this feature is very good. A fierce boycott was so easily resolved by him in a few words, at least temporarily. Everyone saw Luo Sheng's humble attitude, and the anger in his heart had dissipated a lot, especially when they learned that they were working hard to improve. Many people had temporarily forgiven in their hearts and returned to reason. They quickly blocked the company's main resistance. They all dispersed. Most of the people who came to petition or resisted this time were college students, and other groups did not have the time and emotion, because 99% of the users of Blue Space are college students now. All of them have received higher education, and they know that their current behavior has already a lot of people were affected, so they dispersed quickly. I saw that the crowd was gradually dispersing, and all the members of the company were relieved. Luo Sheng settled the matter and walked towards the CEO's office. Everyone couldn't help but have a cult. No wonder he was the head of Blue Star Technology. It wasn't unreasonable. When he shot it, he smoothed out the problem lightly and happily. As soon as Luo Sheng returned to her office, Irene came. After entering, she closed the door and locked it. I suddenly discovered that you are really a big slipper. In the meeting with the boycotts and in the meeting room, you were judged as two people. Irene came to him with a smile. Luo Sheng said calmly, "This is a public relations technique, and it is the most basic public relations technique. Apology is easy to use. Apologies, even if they do not work, will definitely not be wrong in dealing with this situation." Eileen looked at him and said, "I seem to see." Luo Sheng immediately interrupted her, "Say it later and say it later, don't waste time. It will inevitably make people suspicious for too long." As Luo Sheng personally responded to users who came to the company to resist the petition and was also reported by the media in the industry, the Blue Space is in full swing and is now the focus of the internet industry circle. Especially the News Flow project has led to thousands of people. Tens of thousands of users have resisted, and there are many people who are not too disappointed to see the excitement, and their competitors expect that the Blue Space will follow suit. With Luo Sheng's sincere apologies and requests, the majority of users have temporarily understood and given a certain buffer time. If the privacy issues brought by the message flow cannot be solved, they will continue to resist. If Blue Star Technology turns a deaf ear to this, it will still do not want to go back to the old version, then delete the number completely. This is the idea of the majority of resistance to users. Anyway, there is our agency. But after Luo Sheng's response was spread through media reports, Tencent's senior management received the news and immediately attached importance to it. President Ma quickly convened the company's senior management for an internal meeting. "I have to say that this privacy slider function is the finishing touch. The privacy issues brought by the message flow function are likely to be resolved as this new feature comes online." At this moment, Mr. Ma at the conference praised this, and then he turned to his CTO. QQ can also launch a similar function, called the stealth function. This function is also very useful for QQ. "I understand. I will deal with it immediately after the meeting." The company's chief technology officer immediately responded. "Hurry up." Mr. Ma nodded and reminded him, and after a while he couldn't help but said with emotion, "The Blue Space is full of wonderful ideas." Luo Sheng seems to have been born for the social network. "Chenghua, you said Blue Space will become my QQ's biggest competitor in the future, and now I am convinced." Xu Chenghua glanced at Mr. Ma, and looked away with a smile, and couldn't help but sigh. "The day before yesterday, I called Luo Sheng to ask about the negative impact of the news flow function. If he is okay, he doesn't care about the current negative public opinion. At that time, he thought he was deceiving me, but he told me that it was an internal test. And it dawned on me. How could I say that? The negative news lasted for a week without any reaction, and I have to say that I dare to play like this. This young man is really brave. But what surprised me even more was that the news of this stealth function broke out, and I still feel that I underestimated Luo Sheng as a young man again. You reading book has such courage and can have such overall control and work. Don't be alarmed, don't panic when things go wrong, and be organized. Even this veteran can hardly pass, even a veteran who has been in the mall for more than 10 years. At the meeting, Zhao Peng heard that President Ma and Xi Chengwa both praised Liu Sheng fancily at the meeting. Xi Chengwa was very upset in his heart, and was desperate to die. Isn't this realizing that the operation of our agency is not good? The key is to be angry and afraid to say anything. What is the comparison of the page views before and after the blue space launches the news flow? Said Mr. Ma, who looked around at the participants. At this time, the Chief Operating Officer immediately replied, General Manager Wang, through the display of third-party data, has reached 1.25 billion, which is a full double compared to the week before the news flow function was launched. Everyone was shocked by this remark, even Mr. Ma was very moved. Blue Space, with more than 80 million user registrations, actually has such a horrible active index. Isn't the user a lot of objection to the message flow feature? How can it be used twice as often? We have carefully investigated Liu Sheng's personal resume and found that in addition to his computer major at the university, he also chose a number of majors, including psychology. He seems to understand internet thinking and users very well. Now, the privacy slider function complements the privacy concerns of users, and the message flow function is bound to take off. Zhao Peng, who was sitting in the conference room, felt like he was sitting in a pinch at the moment, and his heart was faint. The more the senior executives said that, the more he panicked because he did not follow up the development of the news flow function. Xu really was afraid of what came. At this moment, Mr. Ma's gaze moved over and fell on Zhao Peng. Chapter 46 Reverse. When is Mr. Zhao? When our news flow project will be online, and the privacy slider function. This word passed into Zhao Peng's ears, and the whole person lingered for a while. After a while he hesitated and said, Mr. Ma, that may take a long time, as short as 8 months, and as long as 1 year, currently being demonstrated. He didn't dare to lie. After talking, Zhao Peng couldn't help but secretly glanced at Mr. Ma, and saw his eyebrows frown instantly. His heart was half-hearted. Xi Chengwa suddenly looked at him. 1 year. Wait a year, daily is cool, a month is a huge gap. Do you know what Liu Sheng once said? Blue space users for 2 years 310 million, the current development momentum of 300 million is inevitable. What competition does Rinran Network take? Zhao Peng weakly explained. General Xu, the launch of the message flow function by Blue Space was immediately strongly resisted by the users. In addition, the research of the development team found that it was very difficult to develop the message flow function. Among them, the design and solution of the distribution system with the smart push problem. Our engineers were at a loss, so we didn't follow up immediately. Mr. Ma said relentlessly, the company has burned 100 million yuan on the Rinran project, and the related resources such as internal drainage have been tilted to no less than 150 million yuan. The profits earned by the QQ show business have basically burned into this field. But the creativity is better than the technology development. Even copying is not good. It's really not fun to eat feces. Zhao Peng was embarrassed at this moment. He was crying without tears in his heart, and everyone else was silent, for fear that President Ma would withdraw Zhao Peng and replace him. Now everyone does not want to pick up Zhao Peng's mess. Whoever picks up the hot hands has previously thought that it was a good job. Now it is good. The hot potato is properly, and the competitors are 10 times more difficult than expected. After the meeting, President Ma left Xi Chengwa. The Rinran project is mostly a competition, but Liu Sheng, you just saw it in the meeting just now. All the people in the operation department were silent. This is to treat the Rinran project as a hot potato. I dare not take it. No one dares to graduate from the university. Even Liu Sheng, a newcomer to the internet, competed. Mr. Ma shook his head with a grinning smile. In fact, he also knew that even with QQ's current market share, it is very difficult for QQ to go all out to recover the situation. Now the Blue Space's market share is about to break through 60%. The August 2nd effect of the internet industry will become more prominent, and the longer it will be difficult to be shaken, unless there is a disruptive model. How can this disruptive model be so easy? Before the Blue Space came out, No one thought that social networks could still play real. Unfortunately, the company has received Blue Star's angel round of financing, and it is now the second largest shareholder. President Ma could not help but take a deep breath. If it is not the second largest shareholder of Blue Star Technology, Tencent may face the result of losing both ends. The number of internet users is growing rapidly in absolute terms. Now the industry generally believes that the internet bubble winter is warming up and the general environment is developing in a good direction. By the way, Blue Star's funding estimates are almost bottoming out. A new round of financing is estimated to be launched. Zhao Beng can't play Luo Sheng, so he can only invest in Luo Sheng. A round of financing QQ cannot fall. Luo Sheng is now it's already a citron in the industry. Mr. Ma said, I will maintain the status of the second largest shareholder as much as possible. Xu Chengwa nodded. This is his responsibility, and after a while he couldn't help but said with emotion, Luo Sheng does have a set. In the A round I played such a big game before the financing, and if the news flow function is a big success, his chips will increase greatly, and this round of financing is expected to shout sky-high prices. As long as there is solid data to support it, investors are willing to throw money willingly. The reason is simple, 2 words, solid. But for Tencent, it feels pressured by capital, which tens of millions can be used to bite your teeth. But if the unit is 100 million, now Tencent can't get it, but it's not just this year that it has found a strong one. Realizing the business. The previous round of financing could not lead the investment. This time Tencent no longer has the expectation of leading an investment, just eat a bit. After the 3-day time limit has passed, Luo Sheng's team put the privacy slider function on the BlueSpace website on schedule. Every user who logged into the BlueSpace saw that the website had been updated. At the same time, investment circles and industry insiders are also watching. Slowly, industry insiders and investment circle people are surprised to find that the anger of users has begun to fade. In a blink of an eye, the privacy slider function has been online for 5 days. And college student users who had fiercely resisted before usher in a 180-degree reversal. I really like it. This has shocked many people in the internet industry, especially those who hope that the BlueSpace website is bad. Users don't object. Facing such a big crisis of user trust, is it because of a privacy slider function? A week later, the message flow function completely took off. Luo Sheng and his management team once again told the industry that BlueSpace easily turned to safety and entered a new round of takeoff. My admiration for the boss is like a torrent of rivers that is endless. Ha ha ha. Feng Yi, when did you lick it like that? Drag. This is the fact. Without the wise and judicious judgment of the boss, the Fire's news flow function may have died, and months of hard work were put to naught, and the loss is incalculable. The privacy slider function was launched to solve this crisis perfectly. Luo Sheng rarely approved the use of some public funds to invite the company up and down for nearly 200 people to have a luxurious celebration dinner. The negative news during this time made the management team's morale low. In all, this is a thing of the past. Young teams always need to grow with the company. The current team has adored Luo Sheng to the point where it can't be added. The earlier a group of people who followed him became stronger, the more the boss felt the backbone. Luo Sheng said with a smile, well, don't blow, be humble and humble. Everyone has a share of credit, but I account for 90%. After a few moments of stunned people, they suddenly laughed when they reacted, and Xuyong suddenly groaned. Do you have any solution to the word humble? Just come here, toast. The celebration was divided into 2 groups, and the company also needed people to operate. The gathering must not delay the development of the company, and the operation and maintenance were indispensable. Company executive meeting. The privacy slider function has been launched for 10 days, and the voices of opposition and resistance have disappeared. Users find that the message flow function is exactly what they say they need. This function greatly enhances the practicability of the BlueSpace. Feng Yi smiled at the meeting, said that now everyone is very optimistic, and the previous tensions are gone. Xuyong nodded and said, just like the photo sharing function. The message flow is also a disruptive function, which greatly raises the product to a new level. When combined with the photo sharing function, the effect is 1 + 1 2. Although the news stream function has just been launched, it has been strongly resisted by users, but the usage rate has skyrocketed since the day of launch. www.intelnovel.com. Now the privacy slider function has been added, which is undoubtedly more perfect. The management team also found that Luo Sheng's prediction is almost completely correct. 80% of users basically do not use the privacy slider function. Everyone is keen to share. Gossip curiosity will drive them to see what's new in the people they follow. Sometimes it is so helpless that some users may not use it, but it must be there, otherwise it will give you something. Luo Sheng, the chief sitting director, also spoke, saying, "The size of the Blue Space user base has basically covered all the college students. It is time to open it to people outside the school, and it must be so." Everyone also nodded in agreement. The rate of growth has slowed in the recent week. Obviously, the time has come for the site to find new user growth points. They did not forget the mission. Luo Sheng once said, "Let Blue Space connect all humans." I used to think this was just a loud slogan. But after the users in Blue Space sprinted towards 100 million, the team members who followed Luo Sheng became more and more convinced that it was not just a slogan. Luo Sheng added, "After opening to the public, one thing will become clearer and clearer, which is to make the Blue Space a directory index for all people around the world. Photo sharing and message flow functions let the Blue Space usher in a new turning point and become a product used by countless people. Before that, we only made a niche product for college students. After that, we will be a mass product for the world, all mankind." Okay, we're going to go here. We will go to our own affairs. Starting from today, the Blue Space will be officially open to the public. Firepower is full. Chapter 47. Just tell me how much it costs. After the meeting, Feng Yi and others left successively. All of them were full of enthusiasm. Working in a startup company with full potential in the future, it is difficult to think of no motivation. Aylin stayed and reported to him about the company's current financial situation. The company's 77 million per round of financing so far has less than 7 million. Even if it saves a little money, it can only last for a month. The company has now accumulated 90 million users. Is it right? Can you consider making small ads profitable? If you can generate income, you may not need capital financing. Luo Sheng didn't want to shake his head when he heard it. When will the number of users exceed the QQ or the cumulative amount of 300 million? Let's say that if they do not meet any of these two standards, the Blue Space will not accept any advertisers. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng has never been worried about the realizing ability of the Blue Space, and VC investors also know this. That is, precise advertising push brought by RAL Name Social, which is not comparable to QQ. But Luo Sheng is not likely to choose to harvest the flow of cash at this time to realize profit, when the profit is the most critical issue. In fact, the purpose is also very simple. Luo Sheng just wants to get users to be obsessed with Blue Space and develop user habits. After that, he will place advertisements, so as not to cause a large number of users to lose. After all, for users, what is a small advertisement? Very bad experience. Although the Blue Space has now become the industry leader, it has not formed an oligarch position that is difficult to be shaken. It is short-sighted to rush to cash now. Luo Sheng laughed. "Don't worry, I will solve the problem of money. I will definitely not let your CFO run out of accounts and make a detailed audit financial form as soon as possible." Eileen nodded. "Well, give me about 3 days." The next day, as the end of autumn approaches, Blue Space website launched the privacy slider function, and immediately began to open to the public, so that Blue Space is not limited to college students or high school students, but all internet users. As the company's funding pool bottomed out, the related work of series of financing should be put on the agenda. Luo Sheng directly called Xu Chenghua in person. "Brother Luo, let me guess. Are you short of money?" Xu Chenghua, who was at Tencsun's headquarters, said with a smile. He was standing in front of his office windowsill and was communicating with Luo Sheng at the moment. Okay, then it will be a week later? Yes. Okay, I'll come to Shenxing in a week. The two parties ended the communication after less than a minute of chatting. Xu Chengwu gave a clear reply. This round of financing, Tengzon will not be absent, but will not lead the investment again because there is no cash flow. This point Xu Chengwu did not hide from him. Blue Star Technologies' development momentum is placed there. Plus Luo Sheng as the founder, major investors have increasingly recognized him. After all, performance is placed there. Luo Sheng contacted the other three major VCs who invested in the company during the pre-round, and all of them responded without exception to participating in the A round of financing. The news that Blue Star Technology is about to raise financing has spread in the industry. None of the four major investors, Tencent, SoftBank Capital, Venture Capital Fund and IDG Technology Investment Fund, were absent. In addition, it has also attracted 6 other investors, one of which is the investment institution Goldman Sachs, which is like a thunderbolt on Wall Street and globally. Among the 4 major investors of Blue Star Technology, venture capital funds and IDGs are both VC capital from the United States, and SoftBank is also foreign, including Tencent. In fact, Tencent itself has overseas capital investments. The investors introduced are basically overseas capital, mainly Wall Street. There was no way Luo Sheng found more than 30 in the early stage of entrepreneurship. None of them were willing to invest in him. Even though there are still few domestic investors, they actually want to invest, but they have missed the early stage, and financial resources are no longer allowed. Tencsun is the best example. They are shy and weak. In fact, for Luo Sheng, the introduction of Wall Street capital is also necessary, which is also beneficial to the company's future globalization. It is Luo Sheng's biggest goal to enter the European and American markets in the Blue Space. Blue Space is a social networking site. It is okay to enter the European and American markets to make a name for itself. Once the name comes out, it will inevitably be suppressed by Europeans and Americans, but it will be much easier with Wall Street capital in it. When it comes to other people's land, you must pull some local airhead snakes, otherwise you can't play at all. Wall Street is undoubtedly one of the strongest airhead snakes. The venue for this round of A financing was not at the company, but instead it was chosen to negotiate at a 5-star hotel called Baiyu. Financing consultations rarely take place on the weekend. At about 9:30 a.m. on the same day, Luo Sheng took Qin Weimu and his legal team to the Baiyu Hotel. At the same time, the representatives of the major venture capital companies also came as promised. Arrived at the meeting place. There are 10 popular institutions coming this time. A few people from Luo Sheng came to the hotel, and led by the hotel staff to the conference room for consultation. As soon as they came in, they met the old acquaintance Xu Chengwu. After chatting for a few minutes, the heads of investment representatives such as IDG, Goldman Sachs, SoftBank Capital, etc. also came. At around 9:37, the door of the meeting room was closed, and the round A financing consultation officially started. Luo Sheng and the heads of several major venture capital agencies sat at an oval table in the conference room, and the people they brought in were second. Qin Weimu and others sat behind Luo Sheng. Li Yan, a senior executive of SoftBank Capital in China, took the lead to say, "I still remember the arrogance of Mr. Luo when the pre-round of financing was launched. The number of users in the Blue Space has increased, and within 3 years, 300 million. At the time, I didn't believe it at all. I think President Xu, President Liu and President Chen, who were also present at the time, were also the same." Liu Wen, Xu Chengwu and Chen Tao didn't say anything. They looked relaxed, which is the default, which surprised the 3 new investors. Li Yan continued with a smile and said, "However, from now on, the number of users in Blue Space has exceeded 90 million today, and it will soon exceed 100 million. The monthly growth of users has reached 15 million plus million. and the development speed is that no one in the industry can match it. This is the fundamental reason why Luo Sheng made a phone call in the past and the investors did not hesitate to promise to send money immediately. Luo Sheng calmly said, "Blue Space is moving in the direction that the internet wants to go. We must know what users really want. If people want only a huge echo room, or an unreal world, someone will satisfy their wishes and become a winner." www.untilnovel.com. As for those who have not provided, they will become losers. Luo Sheng added, "The key is that Blue Space is not a service, not a simple website. It should be a basic platform. The scale of the future will be as huge as the internet itself, believe me." Meng Ku, the head of Goldman Sachs Capital, has quite a glance, while the representatives of the other two major domestic investors look in astonishment. As big as the internet itself? This tone is really. It was Xu Chengwu who was a few of them, and it was not strange to see this, and they all took an unwilling attitude. I can't help it. When I was in the pre-round of financing, I learned the tone of this young man and it was crazy. But the real growth data of the Blue Space website is now in front of them. But Li Yan and their several faces are very comfortable. They don't mind this kind of face. The more the better. I'll mention one thing. I don't need to tell a story. I know you're best at it. You have already been taught about it. There is nothing more convincing than increasing the number of figures. You simply say this directly. How much money will be raised secondarily? Li Yankee said calmly, almost happily. Several other newly introduced mainland investment leaders were overwhelmed because they were just asking Luo Sheng's blueprint for the future development of Blue Star technology, and found that it was not just Liu Wen, Tengzun and SoftBank Capital. The leaders of IDG are also in a position to give as much money as you say. He did not even speak Meng Ku, who represents Goldman Sachs. Can't I think about the feelings of our group of small investment institutions? RPs, recommended votes and collections for the new week. Should VC bosses also follow suit? Chapter 48. Bald for giant investors are so refreshing. Luo Sheng has no hesitation, and quoted on the spot, based on the valuation of Blue Star technology after the financing of $5 billion, the sale of 12% of the equity financing of $600 million, which is $72 million US. When I heard this number, Xu Chengwu sighed with a sigh of anger in her heart and smiled bitterly in her heart. No money. A group of investors quietly checked in their hearts. Luo Sheng's valuation of the company was almost less than their estimates, a little higher, but it would not be too expensive for VCs such as Goldman Sachs and SoftBank. More tangled. At this time, Chen Tao looked at Luo Sheng and laughed. General Luo, I have no opinion on the valuation, but can you sell more shares for 20%, 1.2 billion? And a valuation of 6 billion. After hearing the words, Luo Sheng smiled and shook his head. Even if you are willing to give it, I can't spend so much money. This is not a waste of money. For the time being, it will be 600 million yuan. If it is spent in advance, President Chen will follow up. Round financing cannot be absent. Chen Luochen also said casually that he knew Luo Sheng was the master of personal ghosts. He was a rare and extremely sly little fox. It was harder to get a price from him than to climb the sky. The others in the meeting couldn't help but feel defamatory in their hearts. It was a real hell. Before that, there was a horse boss who had a raccoon, and now another one has emerged. This year, there are still investors who think they have given too much money. What's more terrible is that the founder over there still thinks that there is too much money. If this is spread out, how embarrassing it is for those entrepreneurial teams who are looking forward to attracting investment all day. I should know that the current market, although the industry is saying that the winter has gone, is picking up. But just look at how many companies have raised funds in the capital market. It's still cold, and many companies' loans and financing are more difficult than ever. As for Blue Star technology, that is the exception. There weren't many accidents. After watching the audited financial statements prepared by Luo Sheng, the major VCs checked the third-party audit team they sent, and everything was exactly the same. Luo Sheng didn't fool people. and the investors also without doubt. Consensus was quickly reached. This time the series of financing was led by the newly entered Goldman Sachs Capital, and the efficiency was also much faster than the previous pre-financing. The 6 newly added VCs except Goldman Sachs Capital are basically inaccessible. It is so simple to take money to take equity. They do not agree. Li Yan must wait for one to share this piece of cake. Blue Star Technology is now the capital of the capital. Alas, the kind that is not too much to come is the most dazzling star in the current depressed market. After the A round of financing, the shareholding structures of Blue Star Technology are: option pool reservation, 12.28%; Luoyu Washing, 57.59%; Zhuoyong, 6.39%; Tengxun, 9.37%; SoftBank, 4.45%; Goldman Sachs, 3.35%; Venture Capital, 3.13%; IDG, 2.8%; others, 0.64%. The 12% equity transferred from the series of financing will also be automatically converted from Class B equity to Class A equity without voting rights. The major investors will contribute capital according to their shareholdings. About 2 hours later, Luo Sheng completed the agreement signing with the major investors, and the funds will be credited into the company account on time after 10 days. The $600 million fund is not a small amount and naturally takes a little time, but the efficiency is also fast. With the successful completion of the A round of financing, the news has spread in the industry shortly after the signing ceremony was completed. Blue Star Technology successfully obtained 600 million yuan. Excluding exchange rate changes equivalent to approximately $72 million in financing. The company's valuation is $5 billion, and is currently the only internet company in the domestic internet industry with a valuation of more than $5 billion. Unlisted companies. It's just a few days since the news of the act was swiped on the screen. Then another well-known internet company was also revealed to have completed a superlarge amount of financing. That is, Alibaba successfully obtained a third round of financing of $82 million. Blue Star Technology has $10 million more. The news passed into Luo Sheng's ears, which made him quite surprised, because he remembered that the third round of Alibaba's financing should start next year, and it is obviously more than half a year earlier. Luo Washing found that most of it was because of his appearance that this world has quietly changed. The birth of the 2 huge financing rounds almost occupied the front page of the industry news. Among them, people paid particular attention to SoftBank Capital and found that SoftBank Capital participated in these 2 huge financing incidents. SoftBank's investment in Blue Star Technology exceeded $15 million, which is the second investment in the series of financing after Goldman Sachs Capital. Among the $82 million in Alibaba's financing, the SoftBank family has smashed $60 million. A few days later, the third financing news broke out, and that was Shanda. The VCs involved in the financing had the shadow of Goldman Sachs and SoftBank Capital. Wall Street is particularly keen to invest in domestic internet startups. The birth of these 3 investments has once again heated up the internet industry. The 4 most well-known unlisted companies in the mainland are Baidu, Tencent, Aiju, and Blue Star. The media in the industry have been accustomed to categorizing these 4 companies as BALT, which are called the 4 unlisted domestic internet companies. The big giants are all optimistic about the investment community. Among them, the most talked about is Blue Star Technology and its founder Luo Sheng. From the start of the company in February to the current round of financing of $7,200, it took less than 8 months to complete. The other 3 internet companies have a history of more than 3 years. Blue Star Technology's lightning rises on the one hand, and on the other hand, the cause that attracted worldwide attention is the founder Luo Sheng, who dropped out of FUDA to start a business and is still about 19 years old. At this age, everyone else is gilded on the college campus. Love is in love. And he has founded a company with a valuation of $5 billion. Do not be too topical. However, For Luo Sheng himself, he did not pay attention. The media wanted to interview him. Many media organizations issued invitations to interview him, but apparently, he did not have any time to accept such meaninglessness. Interview. In early October, the Golden Trade Building, Blue Star Technologies internal high-level meeting. Luo Sheng held a meeting, and senior management of more than 10 companies including Ziyong, Feng Yi, and Qin Weim arrived in the meeting room on time. Half of the current core management team of Blue Star Technology was promoted internally, and half professional executives identified through commissioning headhunting companies. Most of these professional executives are under 35 years old. There are domestic people and foreign executives who joined only a few days ago. From the beginning, Luo Sheng's structure has been focused on globalization. The company has grown and expanded, and overseas employees must be indispensable. As the meeting started, Chief Operating Officer Zhang Bowen took the lead to make a brief report on basic data. As of now, the global user volume of BlueSpace overseas BlueSpa has exceeded 100 million 3 days ago, of which overseas users it reached 6.5 million and the North American market reached 4.75 million. Luo Sheng, the chief of the meeting, nodded, facing everyone. Everyone present here is the core management of the company. We can't treat BlueSpace as a service, a simple website, but a basic platform. The scale will be as huge as the internet itself, which is also the ideal we are fighting for, linking all humanity. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng looked at the only foreign executive who attended the meeting and said, "So, the expansion of the overseas market cannot be slowed down, it can only be accelerated. The investment cannot be reduced, and it can only be increased." A round of financing earned $72 million. The company will not be short of money before closing this year. Pay attention to the localization of products in the local area. Overseas expansion is mainly based on hiring overseas employees. Cross-sectoral divisions are established to respect localization and local cultural practices. Either requirements are simple, dominant. Luo Sheng also addressed to all the participants, adding, "The company's next core strategy is still to expand and open to the public." It happens that instead of receiving a lot of user feedback, then college students are allowed to send high school students at the request of users, add them as their friends. The company's expansion plan is mainly based in Greater China and taking into account overseas markets. Our company is positioned as a global internet technology company. If we only focus on a single regional market, what else can we talk about connecting all human beings? At this time, the only white executive of the company, named George Charles, spoke to Luo Sheng and said in English, "Forgive me for interrupting your words, boss, but I think there is something worthwhile to ask you." Report. Speaking of, it's not easy to land in North America in the BlueSpace. But anyway, it is also a successful trip across the ocean. This time, Goldman Sachs Capital is behind it. Many Wall Street investors led by Goldman Sachs. Its endorsement is even more powerful for business development in the North American market. Luo Sheng looked at George and naturally stretched out his hand. "Please speak." George Charles nodded, and then said, "According to what I have obtained, last month or so in September, Silicon Valley launched a website that closely resembles the BlueSpace social model and received a $2 million venture capital investment." When Luo Sheng couldn't help hearing a brow, he immediately emerged Facebook in his mind. Shouldn't it be Xiaozen that jumped out? A moment later, Luo Sheng asked, "What is the website name? Who is the founder?" However, even if he jumped out, Luo Sheng was confident to rub him on the ground. George Charles immediately responded, "The domain name of the website is, and the founder is Chris DeWolf. I have visited this website, and it can provide users with multiple functions such as making friends, sharing personal information, and instant messaging. An integrated interactive platform. By creating a private community on MySpace, you can share photos, diaries and hobbies with common friends, see who those friends are, or how everyone is connected." Ziyong and Feng Yi, who were in the conference room, could understand English, and all of them were dull when they heard George's words. After being quiet for a while, Xiong said helplessly, "Well, there is one in the country, and one in 51. Now North America, the largest singular overseas market, has also emerged. The industry is preparing to be iron-hearted and want to touch me. Xing technology crosses the river, this group of people are behind us, and you accidentally hit a knife on your back. Mara has a hip." Chapter 49 Cloud Song Plan. Luo Sheng could not help but hesitated for a while. His own prediction was wrong. It seems that Xiaozhou was mostly deleted by the world. It turned out to be MySpace, a social networking site created by Chris. Think about it, too. Originally, Xiaozhou officially launched Facebook next year. After all, this world has changed a lot. But no matter how Luo Sheng has full confidence, even if it is Facebook or MySpace, even if it comes out, he is not afraid. The advantages of Blue Star technology have begun to take shape. I have the advantage of knowing the direction of the future era, and I have the complete information to defeat it. Putting away his thoughts, Luo Sheng looked at George Charles and said, "George, you are the president of Blue Star Technology Americas from now on. You will return to North America tomorrow, and I will give you $20 million to establish the Americas division. The address will be set in Menlo Park, California Bay Area. There will be no branch in Europe. You will take care of your business in Europe." Luo Sheng paused for a second and then said, "Before closing this year, Blue Space must win 10 million users in North America. And in addition to the Greater China market, it must win 15 million users worldwide. What I want is the dominance of the regional market, and we must pay enough attention to the potential opponent of MySpace." After he finished speaking, Luo Sheng stared at him motionlessly. "Yes, boss." George Charles, in his 30s, did not mind that he was instructed by a boss who was younger than his 10th. He had not been in Blue Star Technology for a long time and had not been in contact with Luo Sheng for a long time. However, several contacts included during the interview and assessment. He made him feel that this Chinese boss is unusual, and even gave him the feeling that he is not too lenient with an experienced entrepreneur. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. No one objected to his decision. He also showed a vigorous side. I only saw the whole person leaning back in the chair and glanced at the professional executive who had been entrusted by a headhunting company from Silicon Valley and said, "Complete the goal. Increase the salary by 20% plus the option placement, and I can only ask for another bright." Originally, professional managers who had come at a high price came with money. If the development was not good, for these professional managers, they would pat there and leave. For George Charles, Luo Sheng would not be like a domestic person. Talk to him with emotion and reason. Useless, and foreigners don't eat this set. Simply put the money to do things. Do a good job of sharing more surplus value, and it's not easy to get fired. Is very direct, so it's actually good. The financial steward Erin, who was present at the meeting, also made silent notes. With the 600 million funds just raised, Luo Sheng opened his mouth and Xiao Ai thought about the real-time exchange rate. The ratio of 8.277, which is equivalent to $20 million. Budget scale of about 124 million. George Charles soon said, "Boss, I hope to be able to sign an agreement in the form of business betting." Xiong, Feng Yi, and other people who were present wanted to say something when they heard this. The foreigners' affairs had not been done yet, and they were bargaining on the spot. It was too, because of the work of colleagues. Everyone said nothing and looked at sitting in the chief Luo Sheng. "No problem." Luo Sheng looked at George with a smile in one hand, and agreed very quickly, and let Qin Weimer handle it immediately, and an agreement was made on the spot. 25 hours later, George confirmed that there was no problem signing the agreement, and he was instantly energized. Luo Sheng was commissioned to recruit a Silicon Valley executive from a headhunting company for the purpose of business expansion in overseas markets, mainly in North America. After signing the agreement, George Charles left contentedly in advance to fly back to North America. Before leaving the meeting room, Luo Sheng also explained to him that BlueSpace's international version of the BlueSpace website has now expanded to a larger scale in North America. Universities and colleges, such as Berkeley, Harvard University, Purdue University and other prestigious universities. Next, the international version of BlueSpace's overseas expansion strategy is to target most of the smaller universities and colleges in North America. In addition to Europe, it will expand to 21 universities in the UK, items in Mexico, and the University of Puerto Rico, and the University of the Virgin Islands, including next year's goal is to launch universities in Australia and New Zealand. Also to launch BlueSpace website. Luo Sheng hopes that by next year, a total of more than 2,000 college and high school students abroad will be able to use the social product BlueSpace, and the number of users will exceed 50 million. As soon as George Charles left, Luo Sheng looked at the participating Feng Yi and others with a smile. When dealing with Westerners, we must follow the Westerners' thinking. Our goal is to get things done. As for the method, this is the second time. Yes, the goal can be achieved. Everyone couldn't help but smile. They certainly didn't dare to make such a request to Luo Sheng, nor would they do so. After all, the culture and customs of one party were very different from the East and the West. But the biggest advantage of the Orientals over the Westerners is that the Easterners can also play in the West, because they can quickly accept the Westerners' gameplay. But many Westerners will encounter soil and water dissatisfaction in the East, because it is difficult for them to accept the Eastern thinking play, and even simply arrogantly refused. As a result, many European and American companies burst into confidence before entering the Greater China market, and eventually failed. The meeting moved on to the next topic. After the A round of financing, the company is bound to usher in greater development. Then there will be a shortage of human resources. How many employees does the company have now? Luo Sheng turned to the company's human resources director. Zhang Bowen said, at present the company has 288 full-time employees, and the HR department is still expanding. Luo Sheng nodded. The conference has lasted for more than 40 minutes since it was held. Basically, Blue Star Technology has confirmed its strategic policy and concrete expansion operation ideas in the last quarter of this year. Luo Sheng said, the domestic and foreign markets of BlueSpace are advancing according to the original plan. At the same time, I decided to set up a brand new project to enter the domestic search engine market. Everyone is curious as a search engine? Luo Sheng continued. There is no need to think globally. Google search has dominated the global market, but although the whiteness of the domestic search engine market has the largest market share, the pattern is still uncertain. Yahoo search, Google search, etc. In the end, who can highlight the siege? In fact, everyone has a chance. The crowd did not object. Xuyong and Feng Yi, who started the company with him, blindly admired Luo Sheng, and the professional executives they hired would not object to it. There was no objection when he objected. Luo Sheng said nothing in the company. People www.intelnovel.com. In the long run, this is not a good thing for the company's development, but in the long run, it is also far away. Luo Sheng is not yet 19 years old. On important decision-making decisions, Luo Sheng is arbitrary. But other places are still very willing to discuss together, such as irrelevant naming issues. In the end, everyone agreed to decide the name of the search engine Yanj. I confirmed the search engine project and handed it over to Feng Yi. Luo Sheng occasionally participated in the development sequence. He is undoubtedly the #1 strongest developer in the company, followed by Xuyong. However, Xuyong is the chief technology officer, so it is best to hand over Feng Yi to the development of search engine projects. Luo Sheng is optimistic about him, but 1 yard at a time. Feng Yi does not have the ability to lead an important project alone, so find a headhunting company to dig someone, and this person Luo Sheng has already identified. Obviously, Luo Sheng is a family who has focused on cultivating Feng Yi as the core personnel of the company. As the company's CEO, he needs more experience to steer the big ship of Blue Star Technology. After all, I am also a person, and if I can bring out a group of capable professionals who can be alone in the future, this is the most desired result of Luo Sheng. Because it is related to the future expansion of the company. The internet is not Luo Sheng's main energy. Blue Star Technology is finally going to be listed. It is no surprise that it is going to the United States, and his heart has begun brewing another technology company focused on technology research and development and high-end manufacturing a few months ago. This company is equally important to the future of Blue Star Technology. He has not revealed this idea to anyone. If Blue Star Technology is a branch of a sky tree, then the company brewed in Luo Sheng's mind is the trunk and root of this sky tree. Readers of this book must read it. I accidentally saw the chapter review of chapter 48, and found that some readers did not understand or misunderstand Blue Star's financing and equity structure. I may have more than one or two readers, so Zhao Ling thought about it and opened a single chapter to explain it. But before talking about this, borrow this single chapter to talk about the theme of this book, and finish everything you want to say. Try not to open a single chapter in the future. The core theme of the global monopoly of science and technology is business plus science and technology. In the early stage, it is more commercial and entrepreneurial. The main character is set to come in 2003. There is nothing. If you want to play high technology, you have to save money. It is difficult to make a breakthrough in large-scale investment in technology research and development, because the main character has not obtained the system dad or the like. Only a future super genius came to 2003. If you want to watch the protagonist come out with a 7nm chip in 2003 and hang on plots like Intel and IBM, this book will not have such content, but this is 2003. Therefore, this book will be more realistic. In this era, the protagonist is leading the technology and business model of this era by about 5 years with his advanced vision and his own genius and wisdom. In this age where the ingredients will not be too far from reality, it will be more reasonable. For example, protagonist financing, in addition to starting from scratch, is also for the purpose of globalization. If you want to enter the North American market and bind Wall Street through financing, social networking sites such as BlueSpace can smoothly enter the local market. If in real life, Blue websites, it is difficult for a social network such as Space to enter the North American market. Even if there is a ground snake like Wall Street, it is not impossible to write it in the novel more reasonably, but it may not be reviewed. So Zhao Ling can only write the most reasonable within the allowed rules. But then again, after all, this novel is a fictional story, and it must be higher than life, otherwise there will be no dramatic tension and it will become a memoir. I think readers also recognize it, just like Qin Weimu. Roles. Under normal circumstances, 22-year-old Qin Weimu may not be graduated from graduate school, but she is a top lawyer who is proficient in legal affairs and a lawyer who is involved in foreign legal affairs. In reality, such a person is even there is also a very low probability. So there is the word genius. Since there is a very low probability in reality, of course, it can appear in the novel. If you just want to raise the bar, Zhao Ling can only laugh at the duck O_O and want to stand up the role of Qin Weimu. The means in the text is to stand up the characteristics of this beauty lawyer through her professionalism in legal affairs and help to the protagonist. Although the protagonist came through, but the design of the previous life, he must not be a person who focuses on legal affairs. He understands it a bit, but he is definitely not as professional as a professional, and a company must understand the law. Otherwise, a loophole in details may cause huge control risks. Therefore, the role of Qin Weimu's role it is reflected. European Target K, reverting to the legendary financing issues and Blue Star Technology equity control issues mentioned earlier. First of all, the issue of financing. Generally, first of all, you must make a valuation of the company. There are two methods: pre-financing valuation and post-financing valuation. The former is good for VC because it needs to transfer more equity, and the latter is good for entrepreneurial teams. Transferring less equity, a good project in reality, The founder is not stupid, will choose the form of financing later. The difference between the two is that the money raised by the form of VC financing will not be diluted, and the latter will be partially diluted. Take the book as an example. According to the valuation of 5 billion before financing, 600 million after financing, 600 million valuation, the 600 million financing will not be diluted, and if the valuation after financing, VC newly invested money will also, if it is diluted, the transferred equity will definitely be less. Therefore, if the founders are strong in the financing case, in reality, most of them will be carried out according to the latter scheme. There should be no doubt about this issue. As for the weighted average anti-dilution clause and so on, I won't say much. Let's talk about the shareholding structure. How does the protagonist control the campaigners' control during the round of dilution of shareholding? Unclear readers can go back and read the contents of Chapter 3 inches and Chapter 35 inches. Here is a brief explanation for the lazy cancer readers. This question uses 2 chapters to sort out the ABSTOCK system and 3 associations and 1 layer to complete the control of the company. After reading these 2 chapters, you will know how the equity is diluted, but the protagonist always stays firm with the company, stay in control. First of all, the plot of Chapter 3 wrote that the top design of Blue Star Technology uses the AB share system. This is the most basic framework. The so-called AB shares are the same shares with different rights. Class B shares receive 20 voting rights. Class A shares 1 share and 1 voting right. If Xiaoming is an investor in Blue Star Technology, accounting for 80% of the shares, but because it is 80% of Class A shares, Xiaoming has less than 17% of the voting rights in the shareholders' meeting. For Class B stocks, although only 20%, but voting rights of more than 80%, according to General Matters, voting requires more than 51% of voting rights to be relatively controlled, and major events require more than 67% to be absolutely controlled. Xiaoming only has 17%. Not only are there not enough votes to pass a motion, they are not enough to vote against a motion. 43. 1140. The protagonist in the book holds about 57% of Class B equity after Round A financing, and the voting right exceeds 96%. This still classifies Xiaoming and the equity reserved by the protagonist in the option pool as Class A stock case. The ABSTOCK system solves the hidden danger of the protagonist's control in the shareholders' meeting. In fact, there are still loopholes. Although it is not a subversive loophole, it is still very troublesome. Blue Star Technology will go public and restructure and adjust its equity structure. If you can't find the content, sell it here. The last is the 3 meetings and 1 layer control. This is described briefly in Chapter 35. This chapter originally had more than 5,000 words. It is described in detail, but it was found that the less science was reduced as much as possible. The content, if I knew it, I would not delete it, and I would not need to open this single chapter. Equity is actually very complicated, and it will become more and more complicated in the future. Especially after listing, some tradable shares are constantly changing hands. You can't even figure out what the identity of a shareholder is and the various cross-shareholdings behind it. Then 3 meetings and 1 floor are the core management of the campaigner's highest authority body, shareholders' meeting, the highest decision-making body, board, the highest supervisory body, supervisory board, and the highest executive body. The shareholder meeting cannot directly manage the company, so even if you are the largest shareholder, you can't even fire the cleaners without serving in the company. If the manager sees you, you might give you a clean face cleaner. The shareholders meeting then authorizes the management of the board of directors, and the board of directors makes a decision on a motion and then delegates it to the executive layer to execute, that is, the senior management layer, and any mess of CEOs, CFOs, etc. Finally, The Board of Supervisors has the power to supervise the Board of Directors and Executives. It has the right to check accounts. It can introduce third-party audit institutions to verify accounts. It can make corrections and warnings to the company's management, such as voting on the removal of the chairman. Is the company's 3 meetings and 1 floor much like a smaller version of the state agency? Correspondences like the National People's Congress, Chengwai, Jijian, and the National Institute. How does the protagonist control the company comprehensively through the 3 meetings and 1 floor? The plot has been resolved to the present, and Qin Weimar has also played her role in it. Control the board of directors through the AB share system and 1 vote of veto power. Control the board of directors through the right to nominate more than half of the directors' seats. Own the main seats of the board of supervisors. The executives cannot serve on the board of supervisors, but can be held by other people within the company. Needless to say, the core layer, the protagonist, is now at the helm. As long as he controls the board of directors, the executive at the executive layer can be fired at any time. If the protagonist is the general manager of Blue Star Technology, that is, the general manager, the CEO or the president is not legal according to the definition of the company law. The power of the general manager is greater than that of the CEO, but it is different in foreign countries. The chief executive of foreign executives is the CEO, so in order to better deal with foreigners, the CEO is also used, because a CEO of a foreigner heard that he met the general manager. He will think that the person you send is not equal to his level. It is a kind of contempt, and may refuse to talk to you about business issues. So now in reality is the CEO of Montreal, so, readers should have no doubts about combing this simple. Although the protagonist's equity is diluted in the financing process again and again, he still maintains absolute control of the company through the treatment of 3 meetings and 1 layer, as the protagonist said in the text. I don't know, remember, that is, the world not completely mine, but completely mine. There may be a problem of dividends. www.mentalnovel.com. In fact, if the protagonist is greedy, the shareholders will not be able to share much dividends, because the management does not pay dividends. The protagonist has the final say. For example, the protagonist decides on the board of directors that for the company's development, there will be no dividends this year. As a shareholder, he can only stare. However, the company law stipulates that the company must compulsively pay dividends for 5 consecutive years of profit. The protagonist said yes, no problem, then share it once. In the past 5 years, the total net profit was 5 billion yuan. This time, 500,000 yuan will be paid out. If you are a shareholder, you will be angry. 2333. Although the company law stipulates that dividends must be paid for 5 consecutive years, it does not stipulate how much they must be divided, so it means 500,000. It is estimated that if the shareholders know that the net profit is 5 billion, it is irritating than dividends. In reality, for example, Apple Corporation has more than $200 billion in cash reserves and has not paid dividends for more than a decade. Not only that, most of the listed giants do not pay dividends. Apple does not pay dividends, but his shareholders make money. As long as the stock is rising, shareholders will not care about dividends. Dividends are small profits, and dividends based on share ratios are small shareholders. The income is very low, but the stock price doubles or even doubles. For example, selling a little cash is the most appreciable, so everyone likes stock trading. I've got so much. I don't know how many people take it seriously. You can deduct 1 if you see it here. Let's just say this. Popular science-based content is sometimes very disgusting and even disgusting. Zhao Ling does not have any qualifications and rights to impose some principles on the readers, so I will post any complaints here. I will not open a similar single chapter explanation, and continue to update the text. But there is one thing, even if it is hated and disgusted, you must shout cheekily. Rolling all over the floor for recommendation tickets, collections, investment rewards. Question mark. Chapter 50. Those who do 1 round of scramble. Putting away all the thoughts, Liu Sheng looked around and said again, the last item of the meeting? Our staff size is not too big now. Of course, it is already very huge compared to other internet companies, but for long-term development, I decided to relocate the company's headquarters. After hearing this, everyone could not help but pause for a while. Xuyong, attending the meeting, asked curiously, "Migration, boss? I heard you are moving out of Shenqing?" Liu Yuosheng nodded, sighing. This modern city will usher in rapid development in the future, and it will bring extremely high operating costs to the company in 10 or 20 years, so you don't have to worry about moving early. Everyone heard it again, and they thought that they would go 10 or 20 years later. The other people in the meeting were ashamed, even if they were new to those professional executives. They never dared to think so long. I'm sorry to say that in the internet field, companies that can live for 2 years without dying are successful, and for 20 years, I really can't imagine it. I just whispered in my heart, and did not show it. Feng Yi said, "Boss, what city did you decide to move to?" The management members attending the meeting all looked at Liu Sheng in unison, and the latter laughed. "Not far away, Su City, which is about 80 kilometers away. Originally wanted to go to Hangzhou, but Atan Baba was already in when we landed there. We wouldn't go together for fun." There was Paradise and Suzhou and Hangzhou. Boss Ma took a pit in Hangzhou, and we took Sucheng. Blue Star Technology Co. Limited left Shenqing, and the decision to settle in Su City was thus confirmed. In fact, Su City's current development momentum is not weak, and GDP ranks among the top 5 cities in the country. This year's GDP is expected to reach 280 billion yuan. For a prefect-level city, Su City's economic scale is worthy of call a miracle. But these are not things that Liu Sheng cares about. Completed the 3rd relocation, the company will land in Su City for a long time without accident. In the future, the company's own independent headquarters will also be built in this city. After the meeting, everyone performed their duties, and the company's development also moved forward according to the established plan. Feng Yi began to set up a cloud song search project development team, drawing 30 engineers out of the blue space. With the start of the new project, the company's shortage of people was once again manifested, and many people started to stay up late to work overtime. Then you can only continue to expand the recruitment. Blue Star Technologies recruitment information is extremely appealing to job seekers engaged in the IT industry. As long as you get the offer of the company, the monthly salary guarantee at the P3 level is 6,000 plus, and the P1 and P2 levels are basically vacant. Because these 2 ranks are reserved for very low-end positions. The current industry is generally in a downturn. Few internet companies can offer such a price code. It may be better now. It would be more cruel if it was in the bubble era 2 years ago. However, it is not so easy to get the offer of Blue Star Technology. The interview assessment does not require many years of experience in the IT industry. The core benchmark for recruiting engineers is that technology is king. Liu Sheng even wrote a lot of programs himself as a special test question. This matter is mainly given to Xuyong, and different procedures are regularly updated to allow the interviewing engineers to crack. A bit like a time-limited game. The starting salary for entry is measured according to the difficulty level of the cracked program. The harder the salary, the higher the salary. On this basis, the fewer steps you take to crack the program, the higher the salary. This wonderful interview and assessment, so far the only internet company in the country, is Blue Star Technology. Some job applicants are fresh graduates without any experience. But when Blue Star Technology passed the interview assessment, the starting salary was over 10,000. In 2003, it was able to get a monthly salary of over 10,000 and a properly high income. You have to know that those who work in Guanxing have a monthly salary of only 5 or 600 yuan. Who makes the helm of the company's founder the strongest field is technology. Liu Sheng knows that the company's competitiveness lies in the development of core technologies. He does this to inject the company's culture of engineering as the king. Recently, Blue Star Technology once again posted the information of large-scale recruitment, and it was soon attracted the attention of job seekers in the IT field in the HR market. The reputation of Blue Star Technologies' high treatment has gradually spread in the industry. Among the 4 domestic bald 4 unlisted internet companies, the treatment is pretty good. But Blue Star Technology is no doubt the first choice for job seekers. The key to the high salary is that the founder Liu Sheng also has a lot of extra points. He dropped out of school to start a business when he was a sophomore, and the rapid rise of Blue Star Technology is now very optimistic about the industry. A person many young people of the same age admire Liu Sheng. Capital, Baidu headquarters. In the president's office, Li Yanhong stared at the senior director of the Human Resources Department with an unexpected look. What do you say? 3 core technical backbones have left. The senior director standing in front of him nodded and said, "Yes, President Li, including a senior manager, Yu Jun, have already found a good home, which is the Blue Star company created by Liu Sheng. Yu Jun's competition agreement compensates Blue Star. The company helped pay for it. President Li, Blue Star's internal company is probably developing search engine-related projects secretly. Blue Star's rapid rise in technology companies has attracted much attention in the industry. The media in the industry have referred to Baidu, Ali, Blue Star and Tencent as Bolt. The other 3 internet companies have been established for several years, and Blue Star. The speed of the rise of technology is unmatched by the burst of the internet bubble. The company has less than a year to date and has become as famous as the other 3. This news is absolutely bad news for Li Yanhong. I never expected that Liu Sheng was doing well in the social field, and my heart would be so big. There was a QQ next door that didn't solve it. Instead, I went to the search field to dig my whiteness corner. At present, the domestic search market is still in a scuffle. It's a pity that Yu Jun left his job. President Li attaches great importance to this senior manager. Yu reads www.yuukanzu.com. But even if Liu Sheng enters the search engine market, he is not afraid. No matter how strong it can be stronger than Google. He has strong confidence in his whiteness. Last year, Google's market share in Greater China was significantly ahead of Baidu's. However, since the beginning of last year, Google suffered from domain name hijacking. For a period of time, users who entered the URL of may be automatically redirected to other websites, including Baidu, have been losing market share in Greater China. The thin camel is bigger than the horse. This year, Google still has more than 20% of the market share in Greater China. It is still the #1 competitor with strong whiteness, as is Yahoo. Blue Star Technology suddenly entered the search engine market. Degree naturally does not easily ignore this spoiler. Now that Liu Sheng is going to search the muddy waters in the search field, President Li can't help wondering whether Tencent will follow up. What other messy company? In fact, after Blue Star Technology issued the recruitment of search engine-related talents, Tencent learned to follow up decisively without saying a word. When he saw that Liu Sheng was going to do something in the search field, Xiaoma was not content with the status quo. His company had already started discussing the issue of setting up a search engine project. The name was already thought out, and it was called Search. Okay, you go. I heard the boss said that the director of the Human Resources Department also came out of the office with interest, and President Li solemnly said nothing and fell into thought. The overall situation of the domestic search engine market is uncertain. Although Baidu is now leading, the old competitors have not been defeated. Now new competitors have emerged. It is likely that there will be more than one. Entering will confuse the somewhat clear situation again.